Let's
Epic.
do it.
Oh,
An error occurred.
with
Okay,
the output.
well, let me figure out why that happened then.
Is it like usually that happens with
Well,
like
it says
YouTube
we're
channel?
live now on YouTube, so that's bizarre. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like we went live despite the error that I got. So yeah, if, Bird, go ahead and check on that. But if we're live, we're live. I don't care if it says there's an
Seymour,
error.
I made it despite your directions.
Yeah.
Hey, I can hear everyone. Yep.
It sounds great. Amazing. Yeah, Shaybs are coming through beautifully.
Oh, that's good to hear.
All right, so as I usually do at the start of these streams, because we have typically these streams, they have about 600 people that check in during the course of the stream, but only about 28 at the height at a time. So that means tons of people check in for like a couple minutes and leave. But we usually end up getting up to like 1,600 to 3,000 views on the VOD. And I appreciate that a lot because this channel is monetized. I like getting the extra views there. But we also have an edited version of this podcast on another channel called We Watch Anime. That channel has over 1,100 watch hours currently. And when it gets to 4,000, it will be monetizable. And we are not going to live stream here anymore. This is supposed to be an archive channel.
It's so funny because right before we started this, I said, we're not really a loud podcast.
I got passionate right away. I just really want to make sure that they understand because I like that they listen to the VOD here. But every time I see that it continues getting views on this channel, even after I spent hours slaving over my perfect edit of the
beautiful.
better version on We Watch Anime, I get upset that people would dare watch the unedited version beyond the opening rant, which is obviously hilarious and
You got to cut those out and start uploading those as clips.
I'm going to introduce our guest as soon as we start the actual episode. I realize it's kind of awkward to have you hanging there, Shaybs. But
Don't worry about it.
We've got people coming in, so we'll start very shortly. But yeah, We Watch Anime is the channel where the edited VODs go up. I try to get them up by we started doing also shorts, YouTube shorts. Actually, let's just go ahead and start the podcast. But first, I'm going to take this weird caffeine pouch out of my mouth because I don't want to be talking like that throughout. Okay. We watch anime.
We watch anime.
We watch anime.
I'm B.
I'm Bird.
And we've got special guest with us.
Hey, it's Shaybs. Thanks for having me.
Oh my god, Shaybs. You're one of my favorite anime YouTubers.
Wow, I'm flattered by that, seriously. Thank you so much.
I've really appreciated you've been doing this epic deep dive on Naruto, which I think is probably our generation's most important anime. So I appreciate that somebody's doing that.
Yeah. I mean, that's a trilogy, so I've completed it.
Oh,
and
they're all really great videos. Very long.
Thank you. If you live in the U.S. and Canada, I hope you enjoy. But for everyone else, I'm sorry.
I also
my third installment got blocked everywhere except U.S. and Canada.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I know.
Maybe
I'm hopefully
get a VPN or whatever.
I'm hoping
Sponsor
to.
us,
I'm hoping to compile the 3 into one big video, but not right now. Probably like a year from now. Anyway, but yeah,
that's something we're gonna do with every time we finish a show on this channel. We're gonna compile all of our individual episodes into one video on that show, so that you can like just.
That's smart.
Binge that.
Big fan.
Good. I'm glad you think so. I brought you on here specifically because of all the anime YouTubers that I'm a fan of, you were the first to actually subscribe to this channel. And so I figured I wouldn't have to explain the format to you as much because you'd already have seen at least some of it. So I'm excited to have you here. And you're also one of the few people I would consider, like, I think you probably know more than me about anime. Like, just to,
Sheesh.
Well, to speak to people who don't know who you are, for people in my audience who've never heard of you, like, you actually are in, I don't know how much you're allowed to talk about being, like, actually involved in the anime industry.
Yeah,
work
so
on real releases of shows and stuff.
Yeah, I'm an associate producer for Discotech Media. Some of their releases I've worked on: Digimon Adventure, Memories, Project Echo. I've made some special features for them. I work on closed captions. I've worked on some video restoration for them. I'm kind of a video editing everyman type of thing for them.
You're a
Kind
heavy
of
proponent,
yeah,
for obvious reasons, of actually purchasing anime and spending money
yeah,
on it. You have a video
yeah.
about that too.
Yes, and I mean, I like to think it's a decent enough argument where it's just to get the best quality possible, and to
Hmm.
restore to do this fairly valuable work of like getting these shows translated in a good way, the video restoration for some of these anime, because they deserve it,
Yeah.
and then just getting things like act more accessible with dubs, even though like obviously none of us need dubs, but I think an anime having a dub just means it reaches out to a broader audience, and I wish we were able to get like dubs for some of these kids anime. Like I wish
Yeah.
Precure was getting more dubs and like was shown on TV or whatever.
Yeah.
I know that TV's not as much of a thing
Especially
anymore,
now
but
with like Precure being so like progressive and everything, where it's got all these
right.
like trans and
I
gay
think
characters and stuff, it would totally hit in the US.
well, yeah, I mean, I think so too, or just in general, really inspirational. And it's like for me, I wish I could like if I ever have kids, I would want to show them Ojimanjo Doremi,
Mm.
but they're not going to be able to enjoy it with subtitles. Like maybe if they if they really if, but
It
I don't
depends
know.
on how. I
you know?
mean, it depends on the kid and how you're raising them.
Just
Eh,
teach them
right,
Japanese from
right.
a young age.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so I don't know a ton of people with kids, but one of the person I consider my mentor, Ghost Lightning, he's been showing his daughter like Chinese and Japanese works from a young age, so I think she's
Cool.
just picked up on some level of like understanding the
Yeah,
language and the
they
culture.
could kind of
so-
start them early type
Yeah.
of deal. Yeah. But yeah, that's just in that video is more or less my argument about it, and obviously I have my takes about piracy and stuff, but it's a very specific focus. It's not really making any arguments about moral arguments or you know preservation or anything like that, because there's so many. That's so a lot of broad conversations.
Yeah.
So I'm very much focused on like the work we're able to do as a physical release allows it to be in the best quality possible and accessible in that way. But yeah, the whole thing.
It's because you're sort of deep tier in that way that I'm glad to have you for this discussion for Magical Destroyers.
Yeah.
Because this show. Well, I guess I kind of understand how both me and Bird feel about it because we watched it together.
I didn't.
I'm
like it.
curious how you guys. I'm curious what you
Bird
think.
doesn't like it very much.
No,
at
I
all.
like it now. But
Okay,
at
you
first
do like
it was
it
a little
now.
difficult.
Well, how much of it do you like?
Probably after like episode 5, I started enjoying it.
Okay, so it took a
Yeah,
while.
Yeah.
it took a while for me too. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. I thought that might be the case, and I feel similarly. But at first, like, in the same way that Dead Mount Death Play is a show that we're watching this season. That is, I don't know if you've heard of it, Shaybs, but it's the newest thing from Yogo Narita, the Bakano Durarara guy. But
Cool.
It's a manga that he wrote, and it's
You would think it was cool.
you would think, yeah,
Well,
it was cool. Bakano
I mean, I'm
Durarara-
just happy to see the Bakano Durara guy making new stuff. I guess.
It's that those and I'll say it, I don't think either of those light novels is actually very good. I think the anime adaptations were made very good by the staff who are incredible on those shows.
That's fair.
And
That's fair.
That staff is not making Dead Mount Death Play, and like all.
No,
of the,
I'm looking at the cover, and I would not have guessed that this is the Bakano Durara guy.
No.
I would not have made that call.
the design sense is very different.
Like,
It's
who do you
super
think made
edgy.
this?
Though.
It's like, yeah, it looks it.
And it's got
Fun.
isekai elements. It's super weird. It starts off as
It is
a
an
reverse
isekai. I
but
forgot.
immediately just becomes like Bakano or da. Like it becomes way more like those shows right after like the main character is like the demon lord of another world
He's a
that's been
necromancer,
summoned
the
to
corpse
Tokyo to like fight gangsters with superpowers and stuff.
Yeah, it's funny when
fucking
on
weird.
any chart the recommendations are Durara, Bakano, Darwin's Game.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
So,
All right.
so that show, Deadmau5 Deathplay and Darwin's Game is another good example of this, both shows that when I watched the first episode with a bird, I could tell he really wanted to like those shows.
Did we watch the first episode of Darwin's Game?
We did. That's the one with the chains. The girl with the chains that are like really weirdly animated, and the guy's like running in slow motion while the weird CGI chains are following him.
Oh yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of vibe. I thought of that show too when we watched Deadmau5 Deathplay. But,
Interesting.
But like that kind of, because Bird's favorite anime is K. So like edgy.
K is also listed as a recommendation on
yeah.
chart.
So like that kind of like edgy, violent, like set in the city, stylish characters who are all kind of like have cool superpowers, JoJo kind of shit. Like, he's a big JoJo fan.
City Actors.
He hasn't seen that. That would be an interesting one to show you.
What was it?
It's kind of like a musical. Makaku's. It's like a Vocaloid musical anime. It's really weird. But yeah, like Deadmau5 Deathplay is like, it's so up his alley that it's like, this is a show I should like, but everything about it sucks. And
damn.
So
that's a shame.
Magical Destroyers, alternatively, because like when I was watching Deadmau5 Deathplay, I had no interest. I was like, none of this is appealing to me.
Right.
None of this is reaching me until the latest episode, which is weirdly okay, just because it's got like really good storyboarding.
The last two
there
have started to pick up.
There you go.
But this show, Magical Destroyers, was one where like I could feel right away. Like I get why everybody hates this show. But I liked it right off the bat.
Yeah.
And I knew I would. Everything about it spoke to me as like, oh, this is for people like me. This is for like people who've been into anime a little too long. And Shaybs, have you looked into the creators of this at all? Have you looked? Like...
No, I have not looked at. I've not dived into any staff.
I've only had a little bit of time, but I will get into that because it is actually really interesting who made this show. Because it was the kind of thing where I was watching it like, how did this get approved? Like, who thought they could make Magical Destroyers? Like, what producer gambled on this? Why?
The committee.
Yes.
Yeah, the Magical Destroyers Committee.
Magical Destroyers Committee. And this is a totally original anime from a relatively young studio, I think, that pretty much has just done the Quintessential Quintuplets adaptation, which was a huge success. I didn't really keep up with that show. I had to turn our audio down a little. I'm talking so loud. That show had 2 seasons and a movie. It was, I think they probably covered the whole manga. It was like one of the biggest harem manga of recent times. So this studio, I assume, through the success of having made something like that, can gamble on an original property. I really don't know. There's not a lot of background. This show is not very successful. So not a lot of people are talking about it, at least in America.
I mean, it made a splash when the OP came out, or the ED.
Awesome.
Well, the thing is, I should say, like, people thought it was the ED, but obviously they played it because they played it at the end, and then it's the OP. Yes. And the ED's all right. The ED's okay. It's
I think
chill.
they're both pretty great. But
yeah.
So the way this show got recommended to me is hilarious because it was in the comments of our episodes. People kept saying, "Magical Destroyers isn't good, but you need to see the OP."
Yeah.
Because it's right up your alley. You'll love it. And I start watching it, and it's like post-rock guitars and all these like moody images of girls. It looks just like one of the K-On! EDs or like Seikon no Quasar EDs, which I'm a big fan of. So I was like, all right, stylish, it's cool, it's like melancholy rock music, I can dig it. And then it has this ridiculous fucking breakdown where it goes into like grindcore electronic
and
kind
of the only comparison I can think of is some of the Chainsaw Man EDs. I think the third, like the one that Maximum the Hormone did, was very similar.
The visual aesthetic is like the Zoku Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei one.
Yeah, that's another good comparison
or
for sure.
The Madoka Magica witch scenes, which is probably what directly inspired it, because eventually I'm going to get into talking about the guy who like was the original creator of this, but like
this guy Jun Inagawa, he did cite Madoka Magica as like that was the big anime when he got into anime, and this guy I have to get into him. He's only 24 years old.
Wow.
This the guy who created this is born in 1999. He got into anime.
I was born in 1999.
Yeah, same with you. He's your age, and he got into anime through in middle school, discovering Kiss X Sis.
There you go.
That's new to me. I don't know this one.
It's a pair of twin sisters who are thirsting after their adoptive brother, and that's the whole thing. It's just soft.
It's a hot title for discotheque.
Oh, really? That's great.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
No, yeah, it's been a huge deal. It's like the ultimate softcore porn. Like, it's aimed squarely at middle schoolers, like this guy would have been. But what's interesting about him is this dude is actually like somewhat famous, I guess, in the underground of Tokyo as an artist, a DJ, a just like general personality and figure who's like selling art in like the art world, like $7,000 art piece type shit, you know?
Yeah.
And he apparently spent his high school years living in San Diego, where Bird
That's where I'm
comes
from. Yeah.
Nice.
which is interesting. So he speaks English fluently. There's an interview
Of course, I
with
speak
him.
English fluently.
There's an interview with this dude. I don't remember the name of the magazine. It's like Tokion or something like that.
Right.
But he goes pretty in depth about his influences, and it's from 2020. And it's really interesting because the stuff he's talking about all pertains to this show and this universe. This basically Magical Destroyers is built out of characters and iconography that already existed in his art. Like, he was already talking about this stuff. He, just like expanded on the characters and the ideas that he already had into a fully fledged series with this. And then the director of the show is the guy who did like Uchu Senkan Tiramisu, which is a hilarious mecha parody that I really liked from a few years ago. He did Tony Kaku Kawaii, which is very popular recently, and generally his credentials check out. Good directing. I would say, like, when this show is good, what I can attribute it to is like, okay, the ideas behind it are inspired by like a real artist really pouring his like feelings and ideas about otaku media and everything into it, combined with like a competent director who can realize a vision sometimes.
Well, good enough.
Yeah, so I guess we should just probably jump into actually talking about this show.
Really quickly, I'm very sorry to Ellen Horacene. I had my arm on my phone and I accidentally put her in a timeout.
No, I'm glad that I'm not glad that happened.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no,
Ellen.
I can't undo it. Why doesn't?
Glad that we acknowledged
you can't undo it. I will do something about this later, Ellen. I'm so sorry.
No, it's just 300 seconds, but I can't.
Oh, okay, it's just a timeout. All right, sorry about your timeout, but I'm glad that anything happened that would remind me to go and shout out our $10 patrons that we have to mention in every episode, because we have a few more, and we also have a bonus episode that has been voted on by our $5 plus patrons that we have to talk about.
Like,
Shaybs,
it's confirmed what we're doing?
Yeah, Shaybs, have you seen Bocchi the Rock?
Yeah. So I'm pretty proud that when I watch seasonals, when I decide to watch seasonals, I choose to watch them before they start airing. I don't. It's just a weird thing with me. It's not like a set rule for myself. I just happen to be this way. When like if I didn't choose to start watching the seasonal and like after it aired, I usually don't catch up or whatever because I always feel like I'm just I'm just like part of the. I don't know. I'm just doing it for clout or something. Yeah. I'm just joining the hype wave, like see what it's all about. I usually
I will say I am joining the hype wave with this show. The only reason Magical Destroyers wasn't already on the list is I only picked anime that had 100,000 or more viewers on my anime list.
Very fair.
Until people started recommending me things, and I was like, all right, if I hear a name come up like 5 times, we'll cover it on the show. And that was Magical Destroyers. But anyway.
That's a good rule, but but I heard about Bocchi before it was airing from the Sakabura people, from like Kevin, that like, oh, this is probably one to check out because this is like this particular director I think it's his debut, and it's probably going to be really, really good in terms of its like experimentative stuff, and it's like a yonkama that's like probably getting one of those nice adaptations, so like a K-On! Or something. So I'm like, all right, I'll be in that wave. I'll check it, and so I was there, and I was watching pretty early on, and so I did watch. Bocchi was one of the few fall seasonals I did watch. I watched a ton of fall seasonals actually. Gwitch, Chainsaw Man, Bochi, Do It Yourself. Yeah, like around that many, I think. But yeah, I'm happy I checked out to the Rock because it was that actually popular one.
That was
and
the
I
one
enjoyed it for sure.
I put it in the poll because it was like the show that the most people I follow on Twitter have talked about in the last year. And
yeah, exactly.
And that's unique from like most popular anime, obviously. Like Demon Slayer doesn't come down my timeline, but Bocchi the Rock was all over it, and like
is it like a fighting anime?
No, it's a band
music anime.
It's cute girls playing rock music, and the main one's like really awkward, I guess. Is
socially, yeah. She's got like social anxiety.
But like
very
for instance,
very introvert.
A musician I follow called Ada Rook, like made an AMV of like Slipknot interpolated with the opening theme. It was really funny, and it made me like, okay, well, I'm obviously gonna have to watch this show. But I wanted people to vote on it first to make sure I was sure. And like, even though people gave us other suggestions that some of which got a few votes, Bocchi the Rock ultimately dominated the vote. Got almost half of all of it. And part of that is thanks to some of our $10 patrons and backed by supporters. Because True Fox 1, our valiant commenter who has time-coded our live streams for years, except for these episodes because I time-code them, on the We Watch Anime channel. That's right. If you're listening to the VOD, you don't get time codes. That's only on the edited channel. Anyway.
Woo!
True Fox subscribed on back.by for $10 per month. Thank you so much. We also have on Patreon Last Isis. We have M2 for the second week in a row. We have Hidden Music Island for the second week in a row. And Jeremy Buergo. I hope I'm saying that right. Buergo. Buergo. Yeah?
I hope so. Thank you, everyone who is subscribed to the Patreon or the Backed By. We love the Backed By because it only takes 1% of our money.
I love when people subscribe on Patreon at the year, like you pay for a whole year for 16% off, and then that basically means you just send me $100 right then and there, and it helps me get through the month. So thanks to everybody who did that in the last month. All right, Magical Destroyers. The first episode, it starts off with all of these otaku on a military plane flying into battle. It's sort of like the start of the movie Overlord, or like, one of those war serials. And this scene, after this show was recommended to me, it was one of the patrons who ultimately said, like, you should check out this show. And I was like, all right, that's enough. People have said it. I watched this opening scene and I went, I have to show this to Bird because this looks fucking weird and I want to know what you're going to think of it. And you did not seem to care about it at all at the beginning.
No, it was not very, it didn't really grab my attention. It was a bunch of otaku trying to figure out how a gun worked and then, waving it around. Pulling the trigger.
I just have not a bias or anything, but just I prefer stories that don't start in media res. I kind of like the stories that kind of start with the characters at the beginning.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm kind of a basic bitch like that, but
no, I'm totally with you on that. That really makes me mad, and this show's a real
to me. To me, it felt like the show was worried about the amount of time that it has. It only has 12 episodes or whatever, and so it's like, okay, how much if you feel like you don't have enough time to invest in setting the groundwork. How much do I want to be invested in this? Am I just going to kind of sit back, it's a fun time, fun explosions or whatever? Or do I really want to care about the characters and what their names are and why I should care? You know what I mean? I feel like it just really I just wanted to jump into the action and it just felt too rushed for me. But I would say episode 5 or 6 is when they finally give us that groundwork and like, oh, finally. And then I start to care a little bit.
I agree. That's where it picked up for me as well. But this first episode, I really didn't like it because they're in the action sequence and then we have a flashback for like 15 minutes and then they finally jump out of the plane and the episode's over.
Yeah, so we've been running into this a lot with the anime this season of like the anachronic storytelling that lots of shows are trying to do for. It doesn't feel like any justified reason. I actually didn't mind it starting with this scene. It's only that it jumped away from it and then stayed away from it for so long. That was a problem to me.
Yeah.
Because
the structure, yeah.
I was immediately invested in the idea of like a bunch of otaku going to war. I was like, this feels right to me, especially the guy with the bag on his head trying to figure out the shotgun. Like, I don't know, as somebody who has been out in the desert shooting guns with a bunch of schizophrenic people on drugs, in Minecraft, this felt like real life to me immediately in a weird way that I was like, all right, I'm down. I want to hang out with these guys. I want to know what they're about to do. And then there's the girl of the group, Anarchy-chan. She's got a shirt that says Rage. And she's like, I gotta go in first. And she jumps in and she's like about to do a magical girl thing. And then the scene cuts. I have a theory about what they were trying to do with this episode that unfortunately sucked and didn't work. I think they were trying to like hide the fact that she's really a magical girl and make you kind of question like what parts of this are sort of delusional or like just like are these characters, is this all really happening, like what's going on here,
is this kill on kill?
Yeah, it takes a while for it to really reveal like the full extent of like how crazy things can get in this world, and I love when that actually happens, but it's weird that it takes so long to get to that point because what's happening is still very ridiculous. It's just like, it's almost obfuscating how ridiculous it actually is. It feels weird in this first episode.
You know what kind of bothered me about the magical girl thing of this show? I'm watching. I don't know. I'm sorry I'm breaking this conversation pretty early here, but like, I've been watching a lot of magical girl series, and not necessarily by a lot. I just mean 3. I just mean Sailor Moon. Himitsu no Ako-chan and Sally the Witch, the latter two being the first 2 magical girl
Sally
series.
The Witch, that's like not actually fully subtitled, is it? Or
no, it has 7 episodes subbed and it's 109 episodes.
Okay, but you are capable.
And Ako isn't subbed at all.
Damn.
But you
know Japanese enough to just watch these shows.
I've watched enough Japanese where I can understand context clues, and I'm not getting the full details of stuff. But especially these shows, are for kids, and they're so simple that I've been able to follow most of the episodes pretty well. Not all of them, admittedly, but like, I've watched a number of series without subs so far, and it's been interesting.
I think this one would be difficult. Probably.
Oh well, yeah, of course. A lot of modern shows would, of course. But that's why if it has subs, I'm watching it. I only watch it without subs if it doesn't have any. That's it.
For sure.
With watching those shows and seeing where magical girls are now, with this show and maybe like Yuki Yuna, which I saw this year as well with a group watch. And some other things. It's they're very much absorbing the Precure route, where it's very it's just about powers and attacks and
it's
combat
manga for girls, pretty much.
And
cool
like
scenes for like people who want to see cute outfits instead of like big muscly guys.
And like I understand that the appeal for sure, and of course Sailor Moon started it, but. You know what the least interesting part of Sailor Moon is?
The transformation scenes.
Are those fights. Even the transformations are cute. Like even if they're the same bank sequences, they're nice. But like the actual combat, it's one attack, and that is bank sequence, and it's very.
Sailor Moon was rough. For me in that way.
It's not very.
It's very much a show where like the second half of the episode, I kind of check out.
You check out. Absolutely. There's only a handful of episodes where they are fighting the enemy in a creative way. Like, this enemy is like a photograph monster, and if it takes a photo of itself, like you point it at a mirror, it destroys itself. That sort of creative thing. Yeah. Like those are fun, but then most of the time it feels like an obligation, which I think is unfortunate. I've only seen the first season and half of R, but like But what I watch Sailor Moon for, what I am enjoying it for, is the part that still feels like a magical girl series, which to me, kind of the spirit of them, and I think Precure does still do this, despite being about combat and powers like that, is the social interactions and kind of the homely, comedy and like
I see clips
wholesome.
people post like shorts of just scenes from Precure and from Ojamajo Doremi that are like
Yes.
so much more socially robust, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess this kind of feels like they're in the same vein as like those live action Nickelodeon shows that were kind of aimed at like slightly older kids, but like old enough that they started to recognize social dynamics and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Or like Arthur or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Like a slice, like almost slice of life, really. Because fundamentally, Kimitsu no Ako-chan and Sally the Witch are slice of life anime. Absolutely. Like there are some like supernatural or crazy stuff, and sometimes Sally is defeating some robbers or something, or like kidnappers.
Yeah.
You know, that might be extreme sometimes. But most of the time, it's like
a lot of action in Magical Girls before Sailor Moon, like that.
No,
they really started
there
kicking
wasn't.
ass right there in 1992, and then it was
pretty much, you know, and at that point, well, there is Cutie Honey.
Okay, yeah,
but even
that's
then,
fair.
even then with Cutie Honey, it's not part of Toei, even though it was made by Toei. This is hopefully a video I'm going to be making. It's not part of Toei's Magical Girl Dynasty or Majoko. And there's a person on Twitter, Ahoba, who asked this question a few months ago of like, when did the term Maho Shoujo actually get codified and started? Because it wasn't at Sally. You know, they don't really call her a Maho Shoujo. They call her a witch or a Mahotsukai. And they don't even call Akko a magical girl because all she has is a magic ability, like just a magic mirror or whatever. But like no one else knows about it because it's a whole thing with the story. So it's not that they don't function the same. And so it's like, did Ashi Pro start that with Miki Momo or Piero with Creamy Mommy and their 4 shows? It's a weird dynasty, like an interesting thing with the history of Magical Girl series. But like, I don't want to keep dragging the conversation with that. But like, what I'm saying with this show, it just
I don't ever want to stop you when you're like dispensing information because I know there's someone in the audience who's gonna be like, "Oh, I also don't want to. Someone's talking about Magical Girls."
I also don't want to like hog everything, but like, I what I want to say is that this does not feel like a Magical Girl series. At all.
No.
Just at all. Like even just the fact that you were the main
perspective,
the main character. Yeah, like even just the main character. The fact that there's the otaku hero.
Yeah, so I've got that guy.
And you could have especially felt it in the first episode where it's like, okay, so is the main character anarchy or is it otaku hero?
Yeah,
and then she's
like, the first episode.
oh,
well, she wants him to be the main character. She's like trying to get him to do it. So I've got him on screen right now. Somebody in the chat said this person with the glasses and scarf looks super awesome. This is otaku hero, and there is some part of my deeply egotistical self that thinks this might be my fault.
Character?
Just the phrase otaku, because I kept talking about the otaku hero's journey.
I watched your
3 or 4 years
ago. I rewatched your Steins Gate Zero series. Yeah. Because I watched Steins Gate and I just wanted to point and laugh at the ridiculousness of Steins Gate Zero because I wasn't gonna watch it. And you do talk about that at the end. You have this
still
like
defend
kind of fun.
that show in the comments to this fucking day. They're still arguing. Like I get both comments that are like, "I hate this show" and "I love this show" every day on that video. It's hilarious.
Cringe. Wow. Gosh. Yeah, but you have I agree. You mentioned that otaku hero journey type of thing, and this is very much the guy.
And it's. I mean, this show doesn't follow the formula I talked about with that at all. So at first I didn't think... At first I was like, okay, well, it's not that. So I couldn't have had anything to do with this. But then when I found out the guy, like, grew up in San Diego and speaks English, I was like, well, he could very well have seen my videos and, like, just, you know, it's part of the maelstrom of all the things that might have inspired him. God, I hope so.
This is just like when you're like, I have a job in the entertainment industry.
Well, yeah.
I'm a writer.
For me, the most fun is always seeing any effect of something I've done. Like finding out Josie and Fish Tank liked my Shintaro Kago rap was pretty like, yes, I'm out there.
Shaybs, has the Fish Tank reached you by chance?
The Fish Tank?
Oh, you'll have to look into that another time.
Okay, yeah.
It's a rabbit hole. Very worthwhile, though.
Oh no, yeah. I actually heard Nux and on some of their podcast they were talking about. I
He
don't
would
really listen to that
definitely be
podcast
keeping
that
up
often,
with it.
but yeah, it's Sam Hyde, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's
Right.
trapped
Crazy
in a
ass
house.
reality show.
Stay
That's right,
inside,
that's right.
no weed.
But one of the people who's on, like one of the contestants, is likes one of my songs. So
She's in the top 2 now.
Aw.
apparently.
excited about it. Oh yeah,
That's
like half of them,
awesome.
almost all of them are kicked off now. So.
Yeah.
Holy
Uh,
shit.
There's only like a week left.
Anyway, enough about Fish Tank. Back to this goddamn otaku thing. Otaku Hero is... I want to say he doesn't have that much of a personality, honestly, in this show. I don't feel like we've learned too much about him besides that he is just sort of an otaku. And
Yeah.
I've kind of got a theory about him and the 3 girls because, and I'll say it from the top, this show, the reason it's taking us so long to talk about it at the top, I don't have a ton of screen caps from this show. It's not plot heavy. It
No.
is idea laden, like
Yeah.
unbelievably full of metaphors and iconography that has something like social commentary.
To me,
There's
it feels
commentary
like,
to it. Yeah.
feels like Fooly Cooly, Kill La Kill, and
Yes.
Code Geass had a baby.
Yeah, that's a really good comparison. And it's funny to me because like the era that this show is referencing of like 2008 otaku culture.
Yeah, the show the apocalypse here takes place in 2011.
Yeah, it's
Which,
so
yeah,
Shaybs, I have to ask,
arguable.
like what year did you get like heavy? Like what year did you become otaku? Like in your mind?
I'd say
ask.
20. I'd say I got hooked in 2015
2015.
because
Okay.
because it was like, I was an anime fan for a while, periphery, renting stuff from the library here and there, and then watching stuff on Netflix casually. But I was still balancing that pretty evenly with like video games or other things.
So you went
and then
deep quick, I take it. Like
when I went into college, I couldn't afford video games, but I could have. But I found
could
out
do
what
that.
But I found Kiss Anime.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so just the sheer ability to watch anything, and so I'm like, what's this Gundam?
I'm
What's
surprised
this
you're willing to
what's
say
this
that word out
LOGA?
loud, by the way, as a person in
Oh,
the
Kiss?
industry. Can't
Oh,
you be
yeah.
like burned at a stake
No.
or something for that?
No. Well, it's like I appreciate people like Miles, where he's very open about like we're not like. We know what's going on,
Of course,
I
yeah.
think it's like being transparent about it. And obviously Kiss back then, but like Kiss isn't really much of a thing now. You have like 9 anime, I guess, but like I think at this point, Crunchyroll is so ubiquitous; it has so much stuff, and then, but then people who know how to torrent, they're just going to torrent, So I don't know. I think it's sort of a solved issue at this point. It kind of, yeah. I don't know. I feel like the industry itself is going to collapse sooner than any of us in the localization
There's always
industry.
talk about the industry collapse, but I really do think it's just a case by case basis. Like, can your
Oh, yeah.
studio run itself?
It
you
will.
know?
Yeah, it will.
And,
yeah.
and obviously
yeah.
that question, after KyoAni got burned down, it was kind of like, no matter how well you run your thing, like,
I know. Fucking hell. Fuck, man. Yeah, it
Not to
sucks.
get dark here, but I will say. Oh, and I forgot.
We
to
are
mention
watching
this.
Oshinoko right now, so I mean it works.
Oh yeah,
It's
all the
comparable.
suicide stuff.
Well, no, just I being killed by a crazy person.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, I don't know if you're watching Oshinoko. It's
I hadn't. I did spoil myself because I watched Replay Value's video on it.
I have
But
not seen that
yeah.
one yet, but I have seen.
It's okay.
There's a
It's
lot of
good.
people covering the show.
it's very okay.
It's the most frustrating anime.
It's
of this
it is
season.
it is very interesting how explosively popular it was in that first episode, and then no one's talking about
It's-
it
The
now.
first episode was 80 fucking minutes long. That's why.
Sure,
Yeah.
well, sure. I mean,
and they
but there's
killed
that
the
big like
mom.
go into it looking up anything, watch it now
yeah,
kind
of
of thing.
course.
I
And now
usually
it just
do
seems
spoil
like a very
myself.
standard like plot, like yeah,
I spoiled myself halfway through watching the first episode to inspire myself to finish watching the first episode. Like, why does this have a fucking 9? Like, I don't understand.
When it was
Oh,
happening,
man.
I when it was happening, I was like, "Wait, is she about to die?" And Beatrice just goes,
You
didn't spoil yourself for this one?
Yeah, I'm surprised you're still sitting through it.
But actually, they were like, don't go into it. Like, what, did she die? You know, I was kind of the same. Not gonna lie, it's one of those things. I try not to be cynical.
It was kind of goofy how they tried to hide who the sister was. Like, of course, it was the only other character we spent any time on, the cancer girl.
Yeah,
like
no, yeah, of course. Anyway, enough about that. This show. The reason I asked you about like the year you got into anime is just like
right.
For me, you know, I've been an anime fan since like hardcore since like 2002 probably. It was like when I really started reading magazines and stuff. And 06, 07 is when I started following people online who were keeping track of what's happening on the Japanese internet and what's going on in Japan. And this was when manga like Genshiken were getting published in the US that like talk about otaku culture and really, you know, like have characters going through Akihabara and like going to the stores. And so like, you know, the period of time where I was heavily exposed to otaku culture and the idea of Akiba is exactly the period that this show starts in. That like the timeline begins with our main character like walking through the streets of Akihabara in 2008 when suddenly like the government strikes and starts the otaku roundup. What did you think about this, Shaybs? As like, what did this signal to you? What were you thinking when this happened?
So I mean, I have kind of conflicting emotions, I guess, because I'm currently reading the Anime Encyclopedia, and
it's
one
a
of the
live
big
stream series on your channel.
the live stream series on my second channel, Shaybs.
I realized that, it's on Shaybs. Okay, which channel? Yeah. I have forgotten to mention that your main channel is called Caribou-kun so far.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, it's
the link will be in the description.
Cool, I appreciate it. But yeah, so I've been reading that, and there is a very clear disdain for the mall rats, otaku, shut-ins, closet, you know. There's this kind of palpable disdain for it. Even though this is written for, you know, about anime and you know, like the people that this is being made for, and they're kind of using that audience of the people that, oh, this is made for these kinds of people as a cudgel to further kind of, because the encyclopedia has a lot of their opinions about these anime.
Wait, what are their favorite anime? Like, what are the ones that they're not pissed off about?
They are gigantic Miyazaki fans.
Okay, well that's
like the latest
really?
reading the latest article I read like yesterday was Spirited Away, and they called him a Maverick Diamond Cutter.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, you know, and they are. Well,
you see, actually, so bad. The reason they said that is that in Whisper of the Heart, you see the main character girl is like she has an uncut gem, and the guy's like, you metaphorically are like a diamond that hasn't been cut yet, but he is an already cut diamond.
But he is the cutter. This is how I win. No, it's so bad. Their Pompoko article mentions Miyazaki as like he has like a cameo in that movie, but they don't mention that Isao Takahata directed it.
That's really
they don't mention Takahata at all.
So it's maybe not a book you necessarily recommend other people read. Then.
Yeah, well, I think it's an art. I think it's a relic. I think it's an interesting. Obviously, we don't need a printed book of all the anime ever. When we have an online database that you can see a visual for everything.
About 12 online databases. Like with
you've
got like Anime News Network, you've got My Anime List, Anime Dash
exactly.
Planet. I want to shout out all of those ones because, you know, homies going way back.
Yeah. And so it's like, you know, I'm treating this as a relic, and I don't, you know, how many people are actually buying it, especially because I'm reading the first edition from 2001. As well as the third edition from 2015, and I'm comparing the two. So I'm basically reading it twice. But I'm bringing this up because it's just like this weird this thing about otaku where they look like this. They look like Otaku Hero with the plain white T-shirt, the
Yeah.
backpack, the scrolls, and I
Well,
don't know.
and
And
for anybody
the
who
depict. Yeah.
doesn't know like where the term otaku came from, it was like an article where a guy is describing a type of person who like keeps their head down and speaks in very old-fashioned slang. Like otaku is just a way of saying you. Like
Yeah.
if you're saying to someone like hey you, but like otaku, but
Mm.
it's like such an old way of saying it, I guess, that he was trying to say like these people are dusty and like trapped in the past or something. It's a very impressionistic article, I would say. It seems sort of funny and like tongue in cheek, in a way that obviously the people from Studio Gainax went and said like, "Oh yeah, we are that." Like, and we're proud of it, and we're gonna be that forever, and fuck you. And like this show has very much the spirit of like Otaku no Video, Genshiken, that kind of like proud otaku. Yeah, like this is a
Right.
lifestyle,
There's even a comment.
meaning
There's
here.
also my favorite episode was probably the commentary between the old otaku, like from the 8-9, that the adults that are now like parents of kids,
Yes.
talking to the new ones, where like you guys, you have it way too easy. Actually, like I don't think it's cool that you're like
We will fully get
so
into
open
that when
about
we get
it.
to that episode.
Right.
We're talking so long about like there's so much
man.
head on this, but that's fine. But yeah, the way the show starts, you don't know a lot about what it's going to be, other than that like it's about otaku. There's some kind of war. Like again, it starts off after the cold open with our main character in Akihabara, just sort of going about his average day. He's got some wall scrolls in his pocket, and then like there's just this huge battle where the government shows up with all these guys.
It's the protection squad.
There's, like guys with an emoji for a head. I'm trying to figure out how to describe
this.
it.
That scene reminded me of the way they were mentioning particular moves and stuff. It reminded me about how like the majority of shonen anime, or just like like action scenes in anime, all derive from wrestling, like pro.
That's
like
true,
pro wrestling, right? It felt very like, I don't know, specific and particular.
I definitely think that like there's a spirit in shows like this and a lot of otaku media to try to represent all types of otaku. Like you got your car people, your train people, your
computer geeks.
Computers, anime, hackers, gamers, airsoft usually comes up, military vehicles, like there's just a bunch of different categories. Otaku no Video literally like has an interview with each different type of otaku.
A gun nut, a lot of gun otaku back. Probably not so much
games.
Nowadays. Model kits.
In America, the gun nuts are definitely
gun nut.
I don't know about Japan, but
I don't think you can have guns in Japan, can you?
I don't know.
Maybe rifles.
I don't know. It's a whole thing.
But they're big into airsoft.
I've not looked into it.
Like the gun nuts just have airsoft versions of real guns, and they're very serious about their survival games. There's a lot of anime about survival games too.
Survival. Yeah.
But yeah, this show, you've got I believe the faces of these soldiers are like a reference to like a like one of those faces, like not the curvy
emoticon
faces.
like the text emoticons.
Yeah, the kind of stuff you would see on Nico Nico Doga or 2channel, just like meme emoticon faces. And the government has created this force to round up all the otaku. It's presented basically like a genocide. Like Bird throughout this first episode, his reaction was basically like, okay, it's just the Nazis, right? Like it's just internment. It's just
they're rounding them up. They're putting them in cages. I mean, protection. I mean, just because like I even brought up like the Germans ran ads to make it seem like they were fun summer camps to go to, so that everyone didn't freak out immediately. And B just went, "What? They did that?"
Well, not the best researched on the time period, but in this show, this is very
similar. Just the whole idea of protecting them is like I don't know. It's really weird. I would really like to know what the actual motivating force is.
They're still not entirely clear about it, but it wasn't until episode 3 that I could really start appreciating and enjoying this show because it confirmed what I thought might be the case, which is, like, my impression was the otaku probably are really being protected by the government, and, like...
But from what?
Just... I mean...
Not having enough
It's
kids?
not a healthy lifestyle. I'm just saying, like...
The car guys are fine, right?
It's not that I think it's right for the government to do it. I just think that they are actually trying to do something that they see as valid, and that perhaps Otaku Hero is more of an anti-hero than he initially seems. That was the impression I thought might go into this. It's like, maybe they really are just, like, saving otaku or, like, preserving them. And episode 3 kind of gives us a lens into what's actually going on. And it's really frustrating that it takes that long.
I think that, like, the assumption, because again it drops you right into it, like in media res. I think the safe assumption is to make it, it's the government, but then you get, like, I think you said, like, a couple episodes in, and I don't get the vibe that this is the government. It just feels like a company, like an organization. Okay. It doesn't even feel like the actual government. You know, it's like, what's going on?
That might even
like,
be the case.
Who are these dudes?
At least Kill la Kill had a school structure to work with.
Who are these dudes?
The show is not very clear about what the hell is going on. It speaks so much in metaphor, and, like, it's a weird feeling for me because it's hard for me to put a pin on, like, describing the show as good or bad. But it's rare for me to find anime that I consider, like, passively enjoyable. Where, like,
sure.
like, even if I'm not paying attention, I'm just like, yeah, I like what's going on here. And this is, like, the only anime this season that I really feel that way about. Like, I appreciate to death, like, we're going to talk about the best anime this week was probably Heavenly Delusion, which had, like, a super fucking depressing, great emotional episode.
It was great.
I heard.
Oh, sad.
It was a sad one.
I heard episode 8 was, like, the first time this particular episode director has worked outside of KyoAni.
Oh,
something like that. Yeah, so Kevin was talking about it.
It's definitely a fucking tearjerker, so maybe they did some sad episodes of some KyoAni shows. But
yeah, maybe.
It's one of those, like, that, like, sit in your mind is like, oh man, I wouldn't want to go through that kind of episodes.
It's just, the show's so confusing because most of the time, well, I wouldn't say most of the time, but a lot of the time it's really lighthearted and fun. It's like work, exploring the Badlands and just having a good time as teenagers. And then every now and then it's like, you considered your daughter might get a terrifying disease and that you might have to keep her alive forever until you can find a way.
We won't spoil too much.
Sorry.
It gets really fucked up.
It's just...
but yeah, that was the best
Or, like,
episode
what
this
if you...
week.
Sorry, this is less of a spoiler. What if you were transplanted into your sister's body? What if that happened?
That show has a lot of fucking stuff going on.
Oh, so, like, you mean, like, Punchline?
Punchline.
It means a lot when I say that I think Magical Destroyers is the weirdest show we're talking about this season, because there is a lot of Oshinoko and Heavenly Delusion and
Hell's Paradise
fucking
is
Hell's
pretty weird.
Paradise are all incredibly weird shows. The fact that this is maybe the weirdest one is...
I mean, heck, I wouldn't want to have it any other way.
Personally, and I have to ask you, Chase, because I know Brent doesn't know these shows, but did this remind you of, like, Flip Flappers? Or
this show?
Yeah. Or like even like an Ikuhara anime. Like, to me this show is so weirdly, like, metaphor driven that it almost it's weird because it feels to me really artsy, even though it's very, like, in your face, and, like, the imagery it's borrowing from is crass, and, like, the show is highly referential of a cultural idea, but not anything specific. Like, it never references any individual shows. It's not. It's more like
the closest it's referenced is the two references I've picked out. There was a couple Yamato things that looked like very clearly look like Space Battleship Yamato, like the posters in the background or whatever.
Which is only the most important anime ever.
One of the
so,
pretty up there.
I think it's fair to call that and Gundam or like.
And I did get, like, a vague hint of a Joe reference at one point. They were digging a tunnel or something, and they had these outfits on with, like, the hard hats with the cross on it, and then they had the belt on, like this waist thing. And I'm like, that is pretty much the same exact outfit that Dampé wears when he's working his part-time job. But that, I was like, that's probably not the reference. That's probably
It could be.
stretch. But like
in our chat here, Ginger Frog said the fusion of high art and low art. It's the unibrow, and I definitely think that's the intent here. I would say that like in terms of being high art, what this show is missing is the writing quality of Kill La Kill or Gurren Lagann or Space Dandy.
I also, unfortunately, when you were mentioning like, does it remind you of Flip Flappers or Ikuhara? It doesn't, because it's not a looker. It doesn't look good. It's you know, it's got a couple.
I think it's got a couple moments,
cool. It has moments.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it has moments, but like BG's, you know, to me, the thing about the OP, I like the OP, but I kind of go back to my Naruto video where I was talking about like I want to appreciate the OP in the context of the show, and having this OP attached to this show, it doesn't really do it any favors, because it's very high art and like really cool looking.
Yeah.
I almost got Lane vibes to it, and I'm like, boy, I wish the show was like this.
Yeah.
Real quick, as
Not
an
even
aside about
close.
Naruto, did you see
Not
the...
even close.
Oh, sorry. The Naruto voice
please.
actress is going to voice Mr. Beast in his new anime?
Right. No, I also know that I'm pretty sure Mr. Beast I'm pretty sure the Naruto voice actress voices Mr. Beast in his videos, because he does like the audio options, and you could select Japanese.
Oh my god!
Awesome.
So she's already been.
She's been.
Yeah, she's already been.
Japanese?
She's already been.
Oh my god!
Yeah, she's already been
Wow.
voicing him. Yeah.
We've got to start watching those videos
That's
in Japanese.
incredible that he's been paying for that. Just like
Yeah.
off on the side. That's amazing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
guess
Yeah.
when you've got that kind of fucking money, that's really great. That guy's a fucking genius.
I mean,
just
like, you know,
alone.
I don't know. I wonder if that was his choice or not. I would be interested.
I hope
But
so.
I mean,
His
if it
team
was,
is
and they
definitely
could
genius.
get
Very
that,
nice.
then it's like, damn.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, they're not really doing much now that Boruto's not running.
Oh, is that over?
Well, it's not airing right now.
I see.
We don't know, and the manga took like a little break, and I think they're doing a time skip.
You know what else is
But it comes
airing
the
this week?
chapters come out monthly, so
Mashal.
Fucking Mashal just had a recap episode out of
I'm
nowhere.
so mad. That's my favorite.
Best show last
this
week.
season.
Best episode of last week was Mashal, and then it has a recap episode for episode 7.
okay,
That's pretty early.
it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, hopefully.
I mean, but
you.
and also you know that like this is I'm pretty sure this is only 12 episodes, right, Mashal?
I hope it gets so much more.
Is it a 2-core? Because it's
I mean,
you know
I
that
don't
if this came out in the 2000s, it would have gotten at least a 2-core, if
It's
not more.
I mean, it's like a
2-core?
long
That's a
running
new
Shonen
phrase
Jump
for me.
manga. So
2-core meaning like 24 episodes.
Okay.
Because a
each
core is like
season's
12 or
one
13.
core.
Yeah.
Each
Cool.
set of episodes. So like if a show goes on for like through the spring and summer,
If it goes for a full year, you have 4
cores?
seasons, it's 4-core. Yeah, so 52 episodes.
And is that CORE?
Yeah.
C-O-U-R.
So C-O-U-R. C-O-U-R. That's
Okay,
how I
interesting.
usually spell it, yeah.
It's like French.
Yeah,
right?
sorry.
No,
yeah,
no.
that's something.
It's good.
I don't
No,
know.
I like to learn these kinds of things because I don't know a lot about anime. I've watched probably like 100, so I've seen more
That's
than
cool.
a regular person. But
That's cool.
This
A regular
podcast,
person.
yeah, you know, this podcast is kind of like my adventure into becoming an anime analysis. This YouTuber.
Fun.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know, and so it's nice to learn the terms and figure things out. I need to start learning Japanese because Beatrice knows Japanese and can just kind of zone out during the shows sometimes and just like hear the dialogue. And
You see, that's what I'm talking about, right? Where it's like you've listened to enough Japanese,
Yeah.
where you might not get like the exact details, but you know that they said yes there.
I honestly,
or
I
like you
think
can
it's
follow
even-
it on a basic level.
I think it has less to do with me knowing the language and more to know with me just knowing anime tropes, where it's like if I know
Yeah,
what the
no,
scene
that
is,
too.
it's like
Oh, that too.
okay, they're doing a confession scene, like I know.
Yeah, or
what
like
the
an
dialogue's gonna be.
establishing the thing, and yeah, you can follow it.
So
yeah,
do I,
especially
you know, like
Right,
if you're
right.
watching Dr. Stone, they're probably gonna say "Kono Stone Wardoni" like at some point in the episode. You're gonna go, "Hey, take a drink."
at some point,
Right.
Bruce Lee's gonna snap and like point his fingers. He does
Yeah.
that every single. Oh man, I'm
Okay,
glad that
okay.
show's picking
Okay,
up.
I don't. Have you seen any Dr. Stone?
No, I haven't seen any of the.
Don't watch it till it's over. It won't be worth it. Wait like 10 years.
That's what I'm thinking. It's
Wait
the same
till
with
there's
Demon
Dr.
Slayer.
Stone Kai, you know?
The only modern jump that I'm watching through is Chainsaw Man. But that's because
awesome. I love it.
but that's because part 1 is done. You know, that's an
Yeah.
actual complete like story, right? And that's like
It's our most
I don't know,
popular
it feels
video on the We Watch Anime channel. So
nice.
all right. We have to get back to this show because we've been talking for a while and we're still on the first.
This happened with
5 minutes of the
my
first episode.
this happened with my podcast with Nate. We only had to analyze one chapter and we did 3 hours.
That doesn't surprise me at all. Nate is obsessed with One Piece. I didn't even know you were caught up on One Piece. That's a dangerous place to be.
Well, yeah, I
Dangerous
I
place.
I literally started watching it January of last year, and I watched most of it in 1 year, and it's my second favorite anime now.
That's like
after
1,000
Ashton no
episodes,
Joe,
right?
or-
Or something?
Yeah, so it's Ashino Joe is still my favorite, and then it's One Piece. It took after LGH.
Legend of Galactic Heroes.
Yeah,
Would
that
you
was
say
my
it's
number 2
comparable
originally.
to Legend of the Galactic Heroes? Because it feels
Oh yeah,
like
well,
it when you
it's
listen
better.
to
It's
Nate
I
talk
think it's
about
better
it.
because it's funny.
Okay.
That's fair. Who's your favorite
Because it's so
character
fucking funny,
in, Legend of
and
Galactic
it's
Heroes?
the whole package. One Piece is the whole package, and the only reason it's not my all-time is because it's not done.
Shaybs, who's your favorite character in Legend of Galactic Heroes?
So it's like I like Yang and Reinhardt equally. So I don't like choosing between the two. So my safe answer is Shenkov,
Shenkov. I do not fuck.
axe wielding man.
Oh, he is awesome. I do love him. I like Royenthal. He's probably
Hell
my
yeah.
favorite.
Reason it's
Uh,
hell
like,
yeah.
all time.
I love most of the characters in that show though. I like
It's
Oberstein.
so good.
I like Mittermeier. I like Julian. I like
so it's
Kirei.
like,
I like, you know.
Kirky Ice.
Kitty, are you frustrated? Yeah,
Okay.
but I literally got like my very first anime figure, and it's Luffy. I'm starting to collect the manga.
Wait, you didn't own any figures before Luffy? How?
I just didn't. I just didn't
You
get
got
any.
the cool Ashton no Joe poster. That's what that is, right? Or is that Ippo?
I made this actually.
Oh, nice.
I
Wait,
made
I
this
just
up.
realized the audience
it's
can't see
Ippo.
your camera. I'm only showing.
Oh no,
them
I'm
our
sorry.
podcast.
I have my share screen. I have a screen
Go
share on
watch
Discord,
Shaybs' channel
but-
if you want to see his cool poster.
Yeah, it's you'll see it in like stream or whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, no. Anyway.
Destroyers.
Yes, sorry.
Look, they took over fucking Akihabara. All right. I understand why this conversation's going this way. It's just the nature of this show. Look, I wanted to have you on here because I need an otaku to
I'm
talk about this.
also quite the tangential and like
This
I
show.
could say that's true about both of us as well. We're very tangential.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
Beatrice can't get through a tenth of any story she's ever tried to tell me.
Look, this show doesn't have a very like clear-cut narrative progression. Again,
No.
this is a show by. I really want to emphasize because I read the interviews with this artist. Like, the 2020 interview with him, like the first image it showed of like what is this man's work? What is he known for? Is he did a collaboration with a brand called Neighborhood that he was a fan of and met their CEO and got the opportunity to work
This
with
magical girl kills fascists, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a shirt that looks like Anarchy Chan, and it says, "This magical girl kills fascists" in English. So this is the sort of art this artist is known for. And he talked about how he started drawing magical girls because he's inspired by, again, the likes of Madoka Magica. He listed a whole bunch of anime from the last, 20 years. And it's clear he's gone back and done tons of research on otaku history. Again, there's a whole episode of this show that's just about meeting old otaku and appreciating their culture. So this is a dude who's younger than most of us. And I'm talking about my audience too, because we learned from our YouTube analytics that our audience is 100% male. And
boys.
75% between the ages of 25 and 35, 25% between the ages of 18 and 25. Nothing else.
Nice.
That's
nice.
It's
We
really
are
funny.
definitionally a seinen podcast. And if you don't
good.
know what that means, that's a podcast for like 16 and up.
That's
year-olds,
a
basically.
demographic for older men.
Yeah, and it's true. Most of the anime we talk about do run in seinen manga. It's not. Nobody wanted us to cover shonen. Demon Slayer got 0 votes in the poll on Patreon, where Bochi the Rock won.
Yeah.
So I know who our audience is. I'm not gonna try to cover shonen on this podcast. I want to cover shows like this that are aimed at like exclusively people like me, nobody else who could possibly like this.
I do want to watch Fire Force though. Is that shonen?
It's not like
It
on
is.
right now, but it is. A
It's
shonen manga. I mean, I
yeah,
don't
it's
mind
it's
covering
the
it.
same author as Soul Eater,
Yeah.
and it was published in
We
Sun.
both love Soul Eater. And
No,
I love
it's
the Fire Force
Gangan.
manga.
Gangan, I
especially.
think. I think it's Shonen Gangan. I think was
Yes,
the magazine.
yes. It's Square Enix magazine.
Yeah, Squeenix. Yeah, yeah.
Maho showed you a magical
So
destroyers
much like in Square Enix's games, the show starts off in media res. But yeah, so Akihabara gets taken over by these smiley face men.
There's a big tower
I
where you
wanted
can
to
see
note,
everything.
yeah. So in the first episode,
don't
we see
hear-
this.
I do.
Did you say you don't hear us?
Oh, there we
Shaybs?
go. There. Oh, I heard it.
Okay,
I hear
okay,
you now.
okay.
Okay.
In the first episode, there is this purple-haired girl with an umbrella who's like attacking people. She isn't important until like 5 episodes later. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to note that she's here because she attacks this otaku who's wearing a luchador mask and throws him past this building. And I guess this is a show that's going to mean very different things to different people, but this is the building where Komike takes place.
Yep.
It's just here. It's just a random, like, throwaway image of a guy flying past it. And, like, I had to take a second. I've been out of the loop for a minute. It's been a while since I've looked at the Komike building, so I was like, is that what that is? You know, like, Googling it. Okay.
Right.
I get it, you know, but... This is the kind of thing that, like, if you don't know what this building means, there's no reason you could possibly give a shit about this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know even how meaningful it is to me that, like, he flew past the Komike building, other than, like, it's just signaling things. It's like, hey, do you know what this is? Do you know about Akihabara? Do you know about magical girls? Are you one of these motherfuckers? And yeah, I am one of those motherfuckers. So for me, it's like, all right, I guess I'm in. But the main thrust of this first episode is basically that Otaku Hero, at some point, and again, this show jumps around its timeline so much it can get really frustrating, especially in this first episode, because, like, it shows us that Akihabara fell to this control. They put all the otaku into preservation camps, whatever that means. And Otaku Hero is a guy who set up a resistance. He has freed a liberation zone in Akihabara. So, like, there's a faction of people that are freedom fighters. They fended away the government. Anarchy-chan seems like the strongest one of them. She wants him to, I don't know, keep fighting. I'm not really clear why he's kind of giving up. There's a line where he says, in a very metatextual sense, you know, with anime, there's the characters who are really gung-ho, and then there's the characters who don't want to do it, and they win anyways. So,
Well, they do it anyways. Yeah.
so he's in the position of, I don't want to do it, but he does it anyways, because he's like, well, hey, you know, I could be either one of those. Either way, I'm gonna win. Is that the logic? Like, that's wild.
I
That's
don't know.
really what he's thinking.
But like, I feel like to me it felt like, and this was before I didn't look anything into this in terms of like, oh, it's the
Me
main
neither.
character or whatever. I didn't,
No.
and I was looking into this, assuming that like, oh, maybe this is like he was the main character at the moment, and now it's gonna follow Anarchy, and she's the main character now. But no, he just like
That he
comes
was
in
her
later,
comment.
and he just does it anyway. And it's like, what was the point of that drama? Especially like episode 1, you look at the context of the rest of the show. Like, what is that for? It was just like, oh, we need some drama this first episode because we're not setting up anything.
It gets
We have to
kind
do
of-
so.
Where it got
It's like, this is like
annoying and
yeah.
weird for me is when, like, there's so like basically Anarchy-chan, she climbs up a building like with her fingers like Spider-Man while like helicopters are shooting at her and shit. Entirely to inspire Otaku Hero. She's like, I can't lead. I may be the strongest. I may be able to do all this cool stuff, but I'm not a leader. You're supposed to be. And she like collapses crying and like hugging onto him, like, please do it. And in the long term, I don't completely hate this moment because I do think like Anarchy's thing is that she's just like way too emotional. Like about whatever situation she's in, she's really emotional about it. She's just usually like angry and like go getter. But when she's, you know, in private with this character, she's kind of pleading with him because she sees something in him that we don't. And I don't know, it feels like a little too otaku wish fulfillment for me that it's like, okay, the cute girl is just like begging and pleading on your crotch for you to save the day.
Well, yeah, and what really like clinched it for me is the ED, which doesn't show up till episode 2, and then you have that shot of him, like it's panning up, and it's like multiple clones of the Magical Girls, and they're all like clinging on to him, and he's like, "Look at me!" I'm like, "What is this? The 2000s?"
and like, for me, knowing the artist's influences, I do think he's embracing that with a lot of sincerity. Like he listed stuff like what's it called, Nejima, as like an influence, like, you know, something just, and I don't know, I kind of appreciate just embracing everything. Like I can tell that reading interviews with the artist, he Jun Imagawa, I believe is his name, his name is like Mad something. He's got a cool Instagram with like 50,000 followers, but if you look into this dude, he does all kinds of artwork, and like I just think he's somebody who likes all kinds of stuff and doesn't feel any kind of pretension about what he puts into it. He's just like, yeah, I liked all this stuff and it's all cool. You know, like he's equal parts into stuff that is more high art, more low art. And again, this is a person who has had a ton of success in like the actual arts world of Tokyo and America. He was like, when he was in America, he was working like ASAP Rocky and stuff, like, like cool. Major names in fashion and stuff. Like, so yeah, it's the dude himself seems more interesting almost than the show. But I'm sure
I don't know what it is about this, but like the show continually, like even through like puncturing through occasionally with some good moments and some good pieces of animation in here and there, the whole thing, it just like feels very shallow to me.
Yes.
Like I, as someone who is an otaku, you know, and I ran my college's anime club for 3 years that was called Otaku, Rick Otaku. But like, you know, and I embrace that thing, and the depiction of otaku to me in this show, them all looking that way, and when that's not really reflective of what it looks like now, you know, you see kind of all shapes and diversity and hot people being into anime, and like to put it plainly, I guess.
And
you know?
So one part of the interview with him, he was talking about Akihabara, because even before this show, that was a big influence on his art. And basically, he put it that he's really influenced by the specific culture of that city, like even beyond anime itself. Like being in Akihabara, the way people dress there is very utilitarian, is how he described it. Like, everyone wears New Balance sneakers, because that's, like, really good for just walking around the town all day.
Yeah, functionality.
And there's a lot of reference in this show to, like, how, like, the pink magical girl that we'll eventually meet, wants to be able to go to maid cafes. Like, something that doesn't really exist anymore, but all these characters have like
be a maid in a maid cafe.
Yes, exactly. Like they have these fantasies about being a part of this otaku culture that so what makes the show so surreal to me that they chose 2008 of like, that's the year that I would consider otaku culture to really have peaked in its sincerity.
Yes, yeah.
Where like you had a lot of anime coming out about being an otaku. I think of like, there was a show called Nogizaka Haruka's Secret, like hot girl at school, she's secretly an otaku.
Yeah.
2000 like 6 or 7 is when Train Man came out, which was
Train Man?
Densha Otoko. It's about an otaku. This was based on a true story about an otaku on a train who like rescues a girl from a molester, and she gives him her number, and then he asks 2channel, like the biggest message board in Japan, like, what do I do? And they like guided him through, and he hooked up with the girl. And like,
That's great.
This became a manga, a TV show, a movie, like an anime, everything. It was a huge story, and it kind of saved the reputation of otaku, because in the 90s they were associated with the otaku killer and murder and being like a Columbine shooter type. Like that late 2000s period when otaku culture really bloomed and became mainstream. This seems to be a commentary on that, and the idea of like the government coming in to preserve it and protect it. I think about like rest in peace Shinzo Abe, who like was very embracing of anime and its culture. The whole young animator training project that ran through the 2010s, where
I love Death Parade.
yes,
Have sex. My final message.
Absolutely.
Bye.
yeah,
Shaybs, have you got
there's-
any of Skip and Loafer by chance?
No, no.
Skip,
you would
the
like
main
this is-
character.
It's literally this and G-Witch are the only things I'm
Skip
watching
and
this
Loafer is a
season.
very cute seinen shoujo manga about a girl who wants to become president so that she can fix the depopulation crisis in Japan.
I was about to say Ripperoonie. Shoujo almost had a W there. But then it's Seinen. Ripperoonie.
It feels
Shoujo
like
can't catch a
You can't
Shoujo
tell.
can't catch a fucking break.
No, it can't. Well, you know, when the audience of an anime podcast is 100% adult men, it might tell you why. That means my category makes up less than 5 of our 550 subscribers or so. Because somebody on Twitter was like, "But don't I count?" I was like, "You do, but YouTube rounds up, and there's only 5 of you." But yeah, so this show, I don't know how anybody would feel, like men, women, anybody. I don't know who would like this other than like people who are way too meta tuned into anime culture.
I can understand. I can imagine if this came out at the time of the Anime Encyclopedia, they could be very cynical about it.
Oh yeah. Oh,
You know?
well, I think a lot of people. I think people right now are cynical about it. Like it's on my anime list. It says a 6.61. That's
think
not
that's
a great
fair.
score. For,
No, I didn't even see it. I didn't even know what the score was.
and I
But to
think
me,
that's
it-
fair too. But I also, for me, it's like a strong 7 to a light 8. Like I sincerely have
Wow.
enjoyed the first 5 episodes. I actually didn't like 6 or 7 very much at all.
No,
the
7 is like, what the hell are you doing?
First 2 are deeply frustrating, but in a way that I was like, I really hope
Intriguing.
this picks up. And then 3 and
Yeah.
4 were actually great. 5 is okay, and 6 and 7 I didn't like that much, but we'll get to why. But yeah, like again, the first episode is mostly like Anarchy-chan trying to inspire Otaku Hero. I was a little frustrated that
And Rescue Blue.
Oh yes, and Rescue Blue. Hold on, I have a slide of her, who is like all
Horny
we know of.
witch time.
So that's the other thing about the show, right? Like, it drops us into this idea that there are magical girls. And again, throughout the first episode, it's very unclear what that means. Is it delusional? What's going on? Are they real? Like, Anarchy-chan doesn't reveal her powers till later in. You know, again, the episode starts with her jumping out of a plane.
Well, I think the
seems
first
like she's
episode
gonna
ends
use
with an
magic.
explosion that is implied to have been from her.
Yeah, like at the very end, though, is when finally she does magic. Because I remember you being like, is she an actual magical girl, or what's going on here? Like, through the
She's
first
just
episode.
a crazy person who thinks she... I don't know.
Exactly. And then she scaled the building with her, like, fingertips like Spider-Man, and I went, okay, well, I can't tell if that was supposed to be funny, or if that was, like, magical powers. Like, the show is so unclear. And then it's only when they go to save Blue, who is described as just like a pervert. She's like tied up in a spider web with a ball gag and eye goggles on, like when
The
we
dub
meet
we
her.
watched refers to her as a slut multiple times.
The sub, you mean? So
Oh,
I don't
sub,
think the
I'm
show has a
sorry,
dub.
sorry.
I hope this would be a weird
I don't know
show
what
to
words
choose
mean.
to English dub. Well, technically, the Japanese dub is still a dub. Dubbing is just a process
Yeah, that
of
was the
putting
process.
voice on.
But we know what you mean.
Yeah. This is this is one of those things that you'll have to say every day because people will always not know. But
I like how hip anime subbing has been getting, because
oh yeah,
I never thought I'd see the word sus in
Yeah,
a subtitle. That
I
was
don't know what
pretty
subs
fun.
you've seen, Shaybs, but we keep getting a lot of modern slang in the subtitles this season.
I'm watching this on Crunchyroll, which is presumably the only people that are actually subtitling this.
I would
So
bet so.
the subs
Everything
that
we've
you're
watched has
getting
had
if
the
you're
same
quarantining
looking
are
subs, which are like the Crunchyroll looking subs. So I don't know if we
yeah,
just happened to
horrible
pick
subs.
everything
Right.
through that, but yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
It is nice having B around to go like, that's not really what they said just now.
No, yeah, I'll reverse translate everything and be like, okay, I know that sounds like modern slang, but she just said wakaru, like, not bet or whatever they translated that to.
Yeah, or like my body is ready, and they're just
Yes.
what they're doing. But you see what they're doing there, I think, is kind of similar to what some anime do. So I've noticed this thing now that I'm like more of a denizen of Pixiv, and I have a lot of Pixiv artists and stuff.
Didn't they ban all the porn recently or something?
I don't know. I don't really follow for the porn, but like
I think they did something dramatic to their porn artists. Something.
Yeah, fan box. I don't know, but like what the thing is, right? What I've noticed with some anime, when they put the characters in a certain situation or in a certain outfit, even for like a one cutaway thing, like the cold open or something, or like for one scene, that is simply bait for the fan artists to be like, yes, I will draw them in that outfit now, and it's kind of similar, I think, where the localizers here for country, like they're making these subs on the off chance that like somebody clips it or takes that out of and kind of shares that as well as a way to kind of spread the they said this thing or whatever, or like oh haha funny reference, even though they're obviously not actually saying that, they're not actually referencing the thing that you think they're referencing. I
do appreciate it when it's like the Japanese version is like a 2-channel meme that you just would never understand.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like a 4chan meme that
or it's
you
just
maybe
this like
understand.
or it's just like an off thing word that's like whatever, you can have fun with that. This is why I like watching anime over reading manga, because I can still hear the Japanese and I can understand whether like
oh my god,
sub
that's why I
like,
could not read Gintama as a manga.
No,
it was so fucking frustrating. I was like, what are they saying? Because this can't be it.
yeah, exactly. So that's always my frustration with manga for sure, because it's hard for me to read raw manga. I own some raw manga. But I'm not that good at reading Japanese.
Kanji is almost impossible. So
exactly. So
unless you take
but thankfully,
Japan,
thankfully
you have to follow his course.
Thankfully Shonen
Matt versus
is
Japan,
mostly in furigana and
you.
hiragana and stuff. And so if you know those things, you can do okay. But it's still not easy.
And one of my friends from high school did that through like just reading Inuyasha and like memorizing.
That's cool. That's really cool.
I don't have the brain for that, unfortunately. Many, when you get past like 6 lines in a letter, I'm like, come on, why did you have to do that? You have a perfectly functional alphabet. Anyway, so the way that the first episode of the show basically resolves, they find Blue, they save her by way of there's a magical girl transformation for Anarchy-chan, and she pulls a booger out of her nose, flicks it through the core of like a mecha and destroys it. And that was the moment that I was like, oh, and also she's sitting at a kotatsu while she does this. And I watched this and I just went like, I cannot possibly hate this show. Like, I don't care that I don't care that I didn't understand what was happening. All my frustrations at the first episode, like, for me, a big part of what I look for in art is just show me something I didn't think of.
Show me something I've never seen before.
Show me something I've never seen. Show me something weird. Show me something interesting. And, like, all of the iconography used in the scene I've seen. I've seen kotatsu. I've seen a girl flick a booger at an enemy. I've seen mecha. Even the weird, like, they're in almost this weird like grid-like Tron universe that kind of reminds me of the movie iCity. Do I think the artist or anybody involved in this has seen iCity? Maybe. They're pretty hardcore otaku.
See, I would appreciate references like that, but to me, it's like what was kind of unfortunate to me is like I don't know why they're being so vague. What you mentioned earlier, how it's like they're not really making that many references. They're kind of like alluding to anime and stuff, but they're not making any direct references. And it's like
I really do think that's just it's difficult because with anime, it's a huge team making these shows. I don't want to like give anybody too much credit. I know that Jun Inagawa, I can't remember exactly how to say it.
Jun Inagawa,
Inagawa, he so much of like even the art he was doing before this show is so reminiscent of the show that it's tempting for me to be like, okay, it's his thing. But he didn't write it. He did the concept. The person who wrote the show is the person who I feel the most dubious about.
Dubious?
Like, series composition, scriptwriter. I can't even, off the top of my head, remember what I found out he did, but nothing that impressed me. Nothing that made me think, oh, yes, this guy could write a show, like, a great original anime. I think he worked on, like, bad episodes of ID Zero, like, stuff that I was like, uh-oh,
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd worked on originals, but none that I loved. So it was kind of like, all
not
right.
promising.
But again, the director's done a bunch of stuff I definitely approve of. I think he's a tried and true, solid guy. And the artist behind it, I really think like the original ideas are super interesting. So when I read into the metaphors, I get into it. But the moment-to-moment basis, like, again, when a girl is sitting at a kotatsu flicking a booger through a mecha, I think, well, that's hilarious. Like, I haven't really seen that, but everything leading up to it wasn't that satisfying. So it makes me think, like, in a sense of, like, I'm looking at an art piece in a museum, which is what the guy who made this actually does. That makes me think I get it. Like, yeah, I get why this is like a bunch of t-shirts accumulated into a show, but like as a show, the writing just isn't. And then like, again, when we get to episodes 3 and 4, it becomes way more clear about what the show's trying to say. We're moving into episode 2 now, where like, it just starts with the evil organization. Are they the government? I'm not clear. You said you think they're just like a corporation. Maybe?
It seems like a corporation, because they're made because they named them. They have a particular name for them, and if they worked for the government, I feel like it wouldn't. They would have just said the Fed or the government. I don't know.
That's probably true. But yeah, they're basically like, hey, we've been in a deadlock with Otaku Hero. Like, ever since they got the magical girls on their side, we haven't been able to really push them back. So there's like the liberated zone in Akiba, and the show kind of, it's weird how quickly it like settles in, even though it hasn't explained that much about the world or characters to us. It's like things are normal. Don't worry about it. They saved Blue. They're safe. They've got a liberated zone. Blue is a disgusting, perverse whore.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
She's like panty and stocking rolled into one character. And so Jun Inagawa, he said of magical girls, people asked him like what were the inspirations behind the way he does magical girls. He said, they're usually portrayed as like very pure and like they can't do anything wrong. And so I imagined, what would it be like if they were more realistic? So immediately they started smoking and doing drugs. That was his explanation.
We'll see a lot of that with
to me, I think it's a very shallow interpretation, right? Because you'd think that Sally and Akko are pure and whatever, but no, they're little shits.
Yeah,
they're actually pretty. They're actually very tomboyish and flawed. Like, Sailor Moon's a big fucking crybaby, and the only reason she's not drinking and smoking is because she's in fucking high school. She's a child. She's a girl. She's a kid.
Blue-haired one from the late '80s with the yellow boots. Creamy mommy.
Creamy mommy.
Yeah,
I don't know her name.
She's
in
like
the
a
anime.
spunky little tomboy for sure. Just like riding
Yeah.
around on a scooter and like, haha, I'm gonna make crazy
Yeah.
stuff happen.
Right, and they're kind of like they're girls, and girls can't. I think there's something to be said that like, they're not perfect or whatever, but like, and I think it's fair that these characters are themselves flawed. I'm not against Anarchy and Blue, but like, and Pink acting that way, but like, to say that it's like, oh, that they're a whore, or like they're into this kinky stuff. Or
Yeah.
the thing, Anarchy unfortunately doesn't really have. She's just kind of hyperactive.
Sure.
She doesn't necessarily have like a thing to her. you
Yeah.
know,
So the three characters.
she's not as conceptual as Blue or Pink.
I
And
think,
but unfortunately Blue and Pink, that because they're conceptual, they end up being very one note.
yeah,
in my
watching
opinion.
it, I kind of boiled it down to Anarchy's kind of like anger. That's her deal. She just gets really
Yeah.
mad really quickly. Pink
Yeah.
is just, she loves drugs. She says as much multiple times.
Pink is my favorite.
Pink-
She needs drinks. She needs drugs to live.
Exactly. And then Blue, I mean, B said whore, but slut. That's what they call her all the time. And, like, she'll be being attacked by people constantly and just go like, oh, yeah, that's awesome. More of
I would
that,
actually
please.
say pervert is probably the right word.
Yeah.
Pervert, I think, is the right
pervert.
word. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
she's not like explicitly having sex with people the way even Panty
It is
or
funny
Stocking would
when
be.
she needs to be rescued. The reason she needs to be rescued is because she had been online messaging with someone who told her she would be taken out to Chinese food, and then she got kidnapped.
Yeah.
I forgot about
But
that.
yeah.
It's just funny way to get kidnapped. And like
Yeah.
it cuts to a scene where three guys are like, "You shouldn't do that. That would be a really bad idea." And she goes, "But Chinese food." And I can't disagree
Hey,
with her.
man, Chinese,
Mhm.
I've got a craving now that you mention it.
I know.
So yeah, no, the girls are all like kind of bad, but so again, this is where I get into like the art brain weird metaphorical side of this show, right? Where like
Uh-huh.
the reason it's easy for me to just kind of have a good time with this is that I don't take almost any of this literally. I see this as like,
Yeah,
this
for
is
sure.
weird. This is like not trying to be a story. It's trying to tell you something about an artist's perspective. And Otaku Hero almost has so little personality that it makes me convinced that the magical girls are reflections of his personality. Because I can relate to this idea of like, let's say you split yourself into categories of like different aspects of your behavior, right? So
The
you've got
ego, the super ego, and the id.
yeah, exactly. So you've got Anarchy, who rather than just being angry, I see her as just hyper emotional in general. I mean, in the screen cap I have on screen, she happens to have 4 of those anime anger things on her head.
Yeah.
That
you know?
snake coming
Veins
from.
popping.
Yes.
Yeah.
I first saw this in Pokemon as a child. I don't know about y'all, but
Oh, sure.
It had to have been Full Metal Alchemist probably for me.
yes, yeah, he does that a lot. But yeah, she's pissed off. She is very angry, but just even when she's crying, begging on Otaku Hero, like it's just all of her emotions are 211. There's scenes where she's just kind of being moody in the corner by herself.
Uh-huh.
And Blue is just horny. Like, always wants to fuck, always thinking, like, just, thoughts that are wrong for the situation. But she's also specifically gross. She likes
She eats like weird
that's,
pickled herring and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
like all these like
her
very
magical
Japanese
girl
gross
transformation
food.
is very specifically she opens a can of pickled fish and it like the stink covers her up and then her skull and like spine come out of her body and turn into her scythe. The transformations in this are awesome.
They are pretty cool. I have some screen caps of those too. Some light spaceman in the chat said, "Seems kind of like if you tried to make Panty and Stocking or Fooly Cooly as your first project. I respect the ambition, but
you
know,
know.
yeah,
you
that's
know.
true." And I
Yeah.
do respect. Again, super young dude, seems like an interesting guy. Again, I think this director is a legit person. He reminds me a lot of the guy who directed Shirobako and like a lot of other comedy anime in that vein. Just somebody who clearly it has like a workman-like attitude of like, I'm gonna take on all kinds of shit, manga adaptations, anime, whatever. I just want to make it funny and cool and like entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this works for me. I totally get why I think a lot of people fucking hate this show, especially because it takes so long to get to the point. And even when it does, it's so steeped in metaphor. The plot's not very engaging. Like, it can be rough.
Yeah, and but it's weird. It's both shallow and indulgent at the same time.
Yeah,
because it feels like it's kind of like it wouldn't. It's hard to be both shallow and indulgent, I think, because like to be indulgent, you're like really deep into it and like getting all this like niche stuff, and a lot of people can't follow what you're saying.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what it's really talking about is very surface level of like it just keeps going back to this idea of otaku doing whatever they want to do. They just have like, we want to fight for this, like to be able to do whatever we want.
This show is deeply anti-fascist, deeply, being, and oh man, I kind of like hope we can just rush to episode 4 because that's where the conversation.
I'm okay with talking about episode 4 because I like the episode the most for sure. Despite despite the bulk of it just being like a whatever swim competition thing, like kind of funny, whatever.
That's true.
But the actual conversation going on at one point in the background is like really interesting.
I'm gonna try to get us through episode 2 as quickly as possible.
Let's power through it.
And this is the one that reminded me the most of like a Flip Flappers or like just a.
Going to different worlds and stuff, like very.
It's really
episodic.
Disconnected from reality because this episode. All right, we saved Blue at the end of episode 1, right, gang? Everybody, we're an hour and a half into this podcast. Everybody knows what's happening in this show right now, right? We're all on the same page.
We get it.
Anarchy-chan and Otaku Hero saved Blue, the other magical girl, at the end of episode 1. Now they have to save the third, which is Pink. Pink, let's just fucking get to her cult, because Pink is, I guess she would be the ego, if we're talking ego, super ego, and id. She has, like, a bunch of people just worshipping her, carrying her around on a chair. It's funny because there's another anime we're watching this season called Kamikatsu. It's a very otaku-oriented show that the current arc is about a sex cult that looks just like this. Like, pink lights, like Japanese temple, people worship the goddess. Same exact concept. But the show actually got to it first, in watch order.
That's funny.
But yeah, she's like just being worshipped by all these people, and whatever boosts her ego. She wears a gas mask at all times, and all she says is "Gobo." One of the main characters in this show only says "Gobo Gobo 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 Gobo," like a fucking Pokemon. Gobo 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 Gobo.
Yeah, and what doesn't help too with this is that like she doesn't have money in the way of facial expressions.
She's wearing a gas mask.
She can be expressive like with her body, and one episode, I noticed episode 5 notably had more facial expressions, like goofy faces. They were doing some kind of fun stuff with Otaku Hero's glasses where they would like change his the swirlies to like a question mark or something like that, and like kind of make it more expressive. But that was always been bothering me about Otaku Hero and with Pink, is that like their designs are very restrictive with their expressions. I mean, you can do a lot with like the OP, but like the Otaku Hero is expressing a lot, but that's not really translating as much in the show because, funny faces. And I have like kind of a theory, and I've been meaning to make a video about this. When a show has like goofy and funny faces, that's the sign of like a very healthy production.
Okay.
Like a production that kind of knows what it's doing.
Yeah,
almost
like most of the. So I don't know. It's hard for me to gauge like how deep our audience knows about anime production, but like kids shows, the ones that have to go on for years, are probably like the most carefully managed, right? Like stuff that's gonna have like the space to really express themselves.
Efficiency.
Yeah, like, well,
Well, because when they've been going when it's a perpetual series and they've been doing it for so many years, they get the system down. Whereas Trash Taste just did a podcast with the Trigun Stampede producer, producer for Studio Orange, and he mentioned how
I didn't even
every
realize Orange had did that show. But that makes perfect sense.
yeah, of course, yeah.
We watched that last season. That was one
great.
Of Bird's
I loved
favorites.
Yeah.
That's
But
my
he
first
talked
Trigun.
about he talked about how every show is completely different. You know, they have to like kind of work it from the beginning because the setting's different, the characters are different,
Yeah,
the source
for
material. It's like starting from zero every time.
It looks nothing like Beastars, I'll tell you that. Like
exactly, which
or
looks
Land of the
and
Lustrous.
Beastars looks nothing like Land of the Lustrous, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that they're constantly reinventing and everything. Whereas with Crayon Shin-chan or Precure or Pokemon, there's experience. There's people who have been on those shows for decades, or years at least, or if not decades. So they get used to the pipeline, you know, and there's a routine to that, and that's I think it end up kind of more of a healthy production ultimately.
I want to answer a couple of things people have said in the chat. Even though we
Yeah.
haven't got any super chats, normally I require you to pay me to answer you. But, no, but Ginger Frog first said Tsutomu Mizushima is the director for Shirobako Mayuiga, and Dokuro-chan, which I'm glad you mentioned Dokuro-chan, is cited as one of Jun's biggest influences.
Of course.
After
very
Madoka
very
Magica and
irreverent.
Dokuro-chan were like his
Yeah.
two. He cited as like these are the things when I was getting into anime that were really big.
It was extremely irreverent, and this show is very irreverent.
And then Light Spaceman said, then again, if Adult Swim decides to play this every night for the next 10 years, it might become a cult show. They won't, and it won't. It's not good like that. It's not Fooly Cooly or Cowboy Bebop. Like, it's... again, to me,
But look,
I
that's
like
okay. It
this
doesn't have
because
to be
I
those
relate to the
shows.
guy who made
be
it,
its own
and
thing.
I get what he's trying to
Yeah.
say. I don't think it's good. Like in like the way that there are
In the
anime this
conventional
season that are
way.
good. Skip and Loafer is good. Hell's Paradise is good. Mashal is good in like a Shonen Jump. You know, like, oh yeah, I could watch this for 100 fucking episodes kind of way. You know,
I do want 100 episodes of Mashal.
it's I don't know if you know about Mashal Shaybs, but it's just every scene from Harry Potter if a guy who couldn't use magic brute forced his way through it. It's really fun.
Right. Yeah. That seems more of a gag series.
Yes, for sure. It's very
but like
Gintama
but like that's
Sakamoto.
to me, I think that's the most successful. Like I want to make a Jump video at some point. It was going to be a section of my Naruto video, but then I realized I'm referencing like 30 different Jump series, and that would be a fucking nightmare to edit on top of what else I was editing.
Having a
So
job and regular life.
well that
yeah.
that too,
Yeah.
but like I want to make that video eventually to really make the argument for Battle Shonen as a genre, and kind of how it came about pretty much. And one of the big things for me is that like it has the core fundamental of like take any fantasy, sci-fi, or regular set, anything you want, any subject matter, and gamifying it. So adding the sports genre to it and just creating a power system and rules, et cetera, et cetera. But like the real secret sauce, and Jeff Mother's Basement did hit the nail on the head with this, was gags. Gag manga is kind of the secret king. It's the secret sauce. It's really the secret sauce. If
It's
your
hard
series
to do
is
right though. That's why like
It
so
is.
rare.
It is, but if they're good, you get Dragon Ball, you get One Piece.
I'll add this. I think you have to have gags and action because like Gintama's been huge, like you said, One Piece, Dragon Ball, but like something like, haven't you heard I'm Sakamoto, which I thought was one of the funniest things in years and was a huge hit in Japan, didn't have the success I thought it would in the US. And it's not that it was a bomb. It was fairly successful, but like
people liked it that season.
It wasn't super high rated.
It was a seasonal.
It wasn't considered a classic, and I think it's really all because it was a comedy. Like American fans they just won't rate comedy as highly as something that like makes them cry or makes them feel.
That's
I
fair.
kind of get it, but to me, like, laughter's more valuable. I think it's easy to make somebody cry. Like, describe a dead kid. It's not that fucking hard. But
we'll
like,
get to Heavenly Delusion. In a
yeah,
second.
but
Well, yeah. I think to me, you know what that speaks about? To me, that speaks on Westerners not being used to cartoons making you cry, which is ironic
That's
because,
true,
like,
yeah.
you know, that was like a Disney thing.
well, and Western anime fans are very like, well, I hate Family Guy because normal people like it, but you know,
yeah. Or but like, but the fact that most Western cartoons are comedies, right? I think that anime is as an escape from that.
yeah,
I can understand. But I always like bringing up the anecdote with Walt Disney, where he was like, "We've been making cartoons to make people laugh because they at the beginning they were just the thing you play at the beginning of movies just to like warm the audience up as like an icebreaker, and they've never been the reason you go to the theater, you know." And so he kind of saw the potential of animation, and the mission of Snow White, making Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, was like, we've been making cartoons to make people laugh. Let's see if we can make something to make that make a cartoon that gets people to cry.
you know,
You know,
but and even hearing you say that, like, I don't like Snow White that much, but you know what I love? I love like Max Fletcher like, you know, Popeye,
Yeah, Superman,
like that kind of stuff. Even before, like, who? Oh no, I must have said the wrong name. The guy
Fletcher's Superman. Yeah.
No, I'm thinking like pre Popeye, like the artists who did that cartoon and Betty Boop. That studio, like,
I'm not familiar with Betty Boop. Yeah,
they,
I know Betty Boop, but I don't know familiar with the artist.
in like the
with
1920s, the studio that made Popeye and Betty Boop, they were like the first really, you know, massive TV animation studio, and some of their really early cartoons, like the first one that I've seen that I think is their oldest one, I don't remember. It's somebody who made an analysis video surely introduced me to this, but it's like, you know, an artist drawing the character on a canvas, kind of like that Daffy Duck cartoon where he's like interacting with the artist who's drawing him. It's like that, but in the 20s, you know, and it's as clever as meta as anything you've ever seen. So like, I watched that and I thought like, okay, well, this is clearly like where this all like cartoons for adults, that started here. You know, Disney wanted to make you cry and care and, like, you know, and feel something a little bit more, which I appreciate as well. And I think Miyazaki's, and also just the
feat of making a feature length film, which even then,
that's crazy.
They also technically weren't the first. There was like a Polish. There was like there was like a foreign film that was like technically 35 or 45 minutes. That was feature length technically, or an hour. I don't know. But like even then, it's again, it's the mission statement. It's sort of just being able to take animation more seriously as a medium, because it has way more potential than what they were letting on, and has a lot of power, I guess. Max Fletcher is Betty Boop. Thank you.
Yes, okay. and Out of the Inkwell is apparently the cartoon I'm referencing. Thank you, Old Contemptible and CB,
that's great
for all that information. But yeah, in Magical Destroyers.
Yeah, anyway.
And I think, again, I really want to emphasize, like, the reason this conversation is going so deep. It's not that the show is necessarily deep, but I do believe that, like, the creators of the show know all these things we're referencing. Like, they are pulling from this well of influence. It's just, I don't want to be too hard or too nice to this show. I don't think the average person, like, should enjoy it. It's not made for everybody. It's made for people like us, or even just me. I don't know how much you like it, because Bird didn't really enjoy it that much until, like,
you know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of watching it out of obligation. Yeah. I wasn't really. I don't think, but I don't drop shit normally. You know, I don't. I usually choose to watch something based on, you know, context and like reception and my personal interest and you know, variety of factors, and once I choose to watch it, I won't drop it. But that's
not normal for me, but that is something we're doing on this show specifically, is like we won't drop a show we've picked up.
Which is what I think I would have mentioned. That was something I was noticing as like seems admirable, or at least a different change of pace for you, for normal.
It's mostly
what you
because I think it's interesting for
normally
discussion,
do.
right? Like Dead Mount Deathplay, as a show I've mentioned, like this week's episode is actually fairly good.
Yeah,
And
decent.
It's a show that's been like fucking dog shit for the most part. We've ragged on it every week, but I was kind of inspired because Bird watched all of Cyberpunk Edge Runners. And I watched the first episode with him, and my impression was sort of like, I've seen a lot of Trigger anime. And it felt just a little too much like all of them, you know? And I was like, okay, like this is an ad for a video game that happens to be in the style of people I really like. And that's cool. But it didn't immediately grab me with its world and characters, but it did Bird. Like he liked the world.
It was a lot of fun. I even bought the game.
Yeah, he beat the game to like 4 different endings. Like super got into it because of this anime.
That's great. Yeah,
which is obviously why they made it. You know, to try to make that happen.
A reason certainly.
But
I can understand that people were like, I want to make take the opportunity to make this creative thing. But yeah. Definitely.
And while he was watching the show, I don't remember what episode it was, but one of them clearly had like a totally different episode director storyboard.
Kaya Igarashi. It was episode 6. Kaya Igarashi.
Probably the one. Yeah. And it was crazy.
That dude. Oh man.
There wasn't even a ton of animation in the episode. It just looked amazing. Like every shot. And I'm watching this from like across a hotel room. Like he's watching it on a laptop. I'm just like catching glimpses and going, what the fuck is going on over there?
God. Like, yeah, he's going hard.
And it was
so
feeling,
yeah.
It made me feel like, you know, you can drop an anime because, and I've said many times, look, life is short, young maiden, fall in love, to quote Boogie Pop and others. It's
right.
You only have so much time to watch so much shit, but at the same time, like, you never know when something's going to weirdly ramp up. And this was a show, Magical Destroyers, I was so hoping that would happen, and it kind of has, although it's kind of fallen off too.
It's got a couple, you know, we have a couple episodes left. I'm still waiting. I'm hoping that it embraces the aesthetics or the iconography of its OP that don't have to mean, it doesn't have to mean anything, but it's striking. It's a captivating image. Like the shot of the bad guy, it like standing knee deep in water with an umbrella. Like, that's a great shot, you know? But, like, I'm waiting for him to have that sort of presence or that iconography to him. But, like,
I think he had it a little bit. There was, like, a weird scene where it wasn't clear if it was
during the flashback or whatever when he's talking. And this kind of...
He's talking to a taco hero.
Sort of there. Sure. You know, and the show that I'm going to be talking about in my next video, it's sort of it's like that, where they're just taking basic kids story, like Three Little Pigs, Beauty and the Beast, whatever, you know, like world fairy tales.
Yeah.
But it's about the execution. It's about like how every shot looks fucking gorgeous, you know, or like the character designs or the art direction, and it's the execution of the art.
I mean, that's Disney and Miyazaki in the first place. Like all just adaptations of fucking The Little Mermaid that look prettier than the ones you've imagined before, you know.
Yeah, better than Toei, or whatever.
Oh, no, yeah, but they did do that, didn't they?
They did do that, yeah. No,
it wasn't that great. I couldn't finish that one.
Fuck. But Kaya Igarashi, the Cyberpunk Edge Runners guy, yeah, definitely. I'm waiting. I think all of us are kind of waiting to see when they're going to give him a full series when he's ready for that. It's like him and Megami Ishitani. You're familiar with her?
No, I'm not. I haven't got like episode directors is such a complex world to get into. Like,
well, fair. But like, she's only done. She's a Toei staffer, and she's done a couple of short films and stuff.
What are they? Not like.
But like, I don't remember like the short, like little like to animation test sort of things. Nothing like a actual O&A or anything. But she did a music video for One Piece film Red. But then the major thing that she's known for, that she's kind of getting her name out there.
I didn't even know there was I remember One Piece film Gold. I didn't know there was a Red now. Is it Red Line?
That's the movie that's the film that came out last year. Yeah,
I'm at
Film
least
Red.
6 years behind on One Piece.
Fair enough.
I've
Fair
never
enough.
seen any One Piece.
But she did 3 episodes of One Piece recently.
Okay.
And they were literally some of the best anime episodes ever.
Wow.
Like if
Best
the people were
anime
like
episodes ever, not
like
just One Piece.
the people were like individual episodes of anime, particularly episode 10-15.
10, 15.
Like is
10 to 15.
Can I watch it without any context?
How many anime have 1,015
Just, like-
episodes? Like 5?
I'm willing to watch just a great episode of anime.
Sazai-san,
yeah.
Detective Conan,
10, 15.
One Piece,
Just Crayon Shin-chan.
Chan.
Yeah, but like that
Maybe
one
Pokemon,
was being like
actually. I think that might
oh
have
yeah,
over 1,000
Pokemon.
episodes.
Not like not consecutively, but yes, it definitely has over 1,000. No, but yeah, but 10-15, that one was being like super well, and she communicated a philosophy. She had like an interview or whatever when she was talking about how like she grew up with anime in a way that like certain moments stick with her the rest of her life. Like certain episodes really mean something, and like it's just she gets the idea of like intense iconography and like really kino iconic moments, I guess.
In our
and
chat, Ellen Horizon says she sets the OP fandom on fire every time she directs an episode.
Yeah,
Has
and
she
she's
done
done
some
3
OPs?
episodes. She what OP fan is in the
Oh,
like,
okay,
One
One
Piece.
Piece. Sorry,
She's
I
not
was
directed any
thinking
she's not not
OPs.
directed any OPs, but I'll link you guys the music video she did, but we could do that later. But yeah, 10-15, it's like that, and we're kind of waiting to see if she's gonna stick with One Piece or how long she's gonna be on One Piece versus like just getting her own TV show. The director of Kyosugiga, Rie
man.
Matsumoto.
Yeah.
It's like Rie Matsumoto. It's like that level of like, oh fuck, like insanely talented director.
Rie Matsumoto, I still haven't. I don't think I've finished any of her shows. They are so dense that
Yeah,
it's
the most I've
difficult,
seen is
actually.
I've obviously seen Gotcha, and I did see her Heartcatch Precure movie. She did the Heartcatch Precure movie.
What do you think about
franchise
that?
movie.
I never finished
good.
Heartcatch Precure, so
It was good. I like Heartcatch, and I like that
is
movie.
my favorite.
It sure is
Precure.
French here. Yeah, but it's that and like Kai Igarashi. Kai did episode 6 of Edgerunners, and then he also did episode 10 of Dynazenon, SSSS Dynazenon, which
I've
was
heard of that, but I've
phenomenal.
not seen any. Phenomenal, you say?
Yeah,
Was it
I
better than
liked
Grid?
it. I liked it a lot.
I've heard reviews of Gridman. I don't know anything about Dynazenon, so like, is it different?
Yeah,
Is it
well, that's
better?
fair. Well, it's about. I think Gridman has more of a conceptual, interesting thing going on with like it's kind of a subversion of things. It doesn't. It's sort of like not what you would expect. And Dynazenon's a little more conventional and like straightforward. I certainly enjoyed it. It's pretty well crafted. It's the same staff, and now the movie that's coming out is a combination of the two casts. It's like the universes are kind of combining.
It's so fascinating to me when I see like an IP evolve over the course of like 8 years that I'm like not paying attention to it. I'm like, I guess people really liked that, but I do remember like Manime like making a big deal out of how good Gridman was. So
definitely a man mode. Yeah.
man mode. Sorry, that's
no,
I said
no, for
Manime,
sure.
But that's a whole different. That's just a concept.
He hasn't even seen Dynazenon yet.
That's hilarious.
But no, but like Akira Amamiya is the guy who did those 2 shows, and he was also the director of
one of the best animators at Trigger for sure.
Right.
Since Gurren
And
Lagann.
but then Kai Igarashi seems like kind of the next big like holy shit in terms of his work right now.
So that's okay.
But anyway,
Sorry, when you first said Kai Igarashi, I thought you were saying Kai Higurashi, like as in Higurashi Kai, the anime.
Ikarashi, like I think that's his name. I could be wrong, but it's like Kai Ikarashi, something like that.
All right.
Anywho,
I have to return to this.
Yes,
this
please.
Stupid
Back
magical
to-
girl anime. The reason we're so distracted is episode 2. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it's very
Look,
straightforward.
the thrust of this episode is they go inside of Pink's mind. This is why I was comparing this show to something like Flip Flappers, or just like these shows that are very metaphorical, the characters kind of go into a mental world. A bunch of psychologically interpretive things happen. It's like listening to a System of a Down song. You're like, I kind of think I know what that was about. But mostly it was a guy making a bunch of weird noises. Yeah. I'm the Mushroom Man. I'm the Mushroom Man. As that tweet goes.
I'm not owned. I'm not owned.
It's just that feeling of like, this all seems very meaningful. But like inside of Pink's mind, there's a bunch of like
cultists.
What did you say?
Cultists, like her followers.
Well, no, they're
like a hive mind.
Those people actually existed, but like they literally go inside Pink's brain, and inside of there's all these like generic people. It kind of reminds me of the Maria Hollick OP from Shaft. Not many people know what the fuck I'm talking about, but like just like all these generic CG people whose heads are open and their brains are exposed, like a Shintaro Kago painting, and like. Again, everything that happens in in Pink. Wow, I said mink. That's some like Mars Volta shit entering my brain. She was a mink hand job and sarcophagus heels. That's what this feels like. It's all metaphor. It's all weird shit. I don't get it. Like the whole episode is we went into Gas Mask Girl who only says Gobo's brain.
Gobo, gobo, gobo.
Gobo, 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 gobo. I love the gimmick. Like the fact that the voice actress, so she's saying is Gobo, but she's saying it to the rhythm of what the actual dialogue
what it would be in Japanese.
Yeah, because the blue always translates for pink, and like they say it with the same cadence, so you get the feeling like, okay, she's just literally saying like syllable for syllable the same thing she would be in Japanese, but with gobos instead of words. Gobble gobble, gobble 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 gobble, gobble 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 gobble.
Gobble gobble gobble.
Like a Pokemon. It's stupid. The show is
adorable.
Very stupid. It's not that deep. But like, I don't know. I feel like when I was younger, when I was first getting into anime, I really thought that like every aspect of what happens in a show had a lot of thought put into it. Like somebody had to sit down and think like, I'm going to do this and it's for this reason. Because that's the way I think.
I could never think that. One of my first anime was Black Butler.
Yeah, well, that show's pretty wild. And I've never gotten very far in it because I couldn't understand the logic behind it. I was like, what's going on?
He's a demon. They're demons. Come on.
It is actually kind of like this show in that it's very aesthetically driven. It's like it's about being the type of show that it is. It's not about that the plot is super interesting or the characters are super deep. It's like, do you want to see like badasses in Victorian outfits murder people for being assholes? You know, like that's the show. And this show is like, do you want to see like otaku at war with fascism? And also, like, bridging the gap between young and old otaku, which really only happens in one episode. But it is the most interesting thing that we will
It is a pretty good episode.
Before too long. But yeah, like, when you're in episode 2, this is where I really was like, okay, this is, like, all metaphors. It's all weird shit. It's, like, I hope this show makes sense at some point. Because anime like Flip Flappers, I usually drop those. Like, I get 2 episodes in, and I usually go like, oh, it's really cool that you guys have a bunch of neat ideas that I don't understand, but I don't have time to, like, think about this all day. You know, like, I like my anime to be somewhat direct. I like weird shit to happen. And, again, that's why I ended up liking this show for a few episodes. We're just gonna fucking motor through episode 2, like... we see Blue's transformation sequence for the first time in this episode, which is a real trip. Like,
Ocean Man.
Yeah, the journey to the center of the globe is a real trip. The red girl has a fairly normal magical girl transformation. Yeah. Blue's is like her face is getting multiplied, like at the last episode of Space Dandy.
Her skull and spine get ripped out of her body.
Yeah, it's like all kinds of crazy guru shit. By the way, her weapon is like a scythe, but it curls all the way in on itself to like a full circle.
It's like the Nightmare Before Christmas hill.
Yes. That's exactly what I couldn't remember.
Do you think it'll
Couldn't
unfurl?
figure out why it reminded me of Nightmare Before Christmas. I'm glad you figured it out. It's the fucking hill. Yeah, like you'd have to like slot it over someone's head very specifically before you pull to like make the blade work. I think it's meant to be more of a staff because it also has a big eyeball on it, and Red keeps calling her a witch.
Yeah.
So I think she's like a magician of some sort. I don't like her outfit that much.
No.
As a magical girl, I think she
Pink
has the
is the
worst
best.
outfit. Pink is by far the best, and we'll see her soon. And her transformation's the best too. But I do like how weird Blues is. Like, she goes at the end, like, okay, all this trippy stuff happens. Her outfit doesn't change. She's just like naked, and then she gets into a coffin, pops out, and she's in her outfit. Like, there's no like building towards it. She's just in it at the end.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I gotta go to the next slide. Oh Jesus, yeah. Here's what I was talking about with all the like just pink people with their brains open. And again, like, I'm a big fan of Guro, Ero Guro, weird Japanese pop art. Like, this is why I'm more interested in Jun Imagawa than I am in the show. Is that like,
Yeah.
I would follow this dude. Like, I do
You
now.
do. I do too.
On Instagram, and I will on Twitter as well. Like, I think he's a great artist, but I do think that those images have almost as much impact, like being on a shirt, on like a poster, as they do being an entire fucking show, where like it doesn't add that much. Like, I don't think the point is made better by this show than by a shirt that literally says, "This magical girl kills fascists." The show is the same thing. It's magical girls killing fascists, but like you got the whole point from the t-shirt. Nonetheless, there's a lot of otaku representation, and like, I don't know, it's weird for me, right? I'm older than the guy who had the idea for this show. I'm probably not older than the actual director, who's been around for a little bit. But like, Jun Imagawa is, again, he's 24. So I look at it as he's looking back at all of otaku media right now in the way that I did when I was 24, when I was launching my anime discussion career and like really getting into all this, and having, instead of the reaction of like, I'm going to talk about these shows directly, like, I'm going to make something inspired by all this. I'm going to make something that's like what does all this say to me? And on that level, I really like the show, and I love the representation it has of otaku. Even though, like you said, Shaybs, otaku aren't all like stereotypical like dumb nerds
glasses
anymore.
nerds. Yeah.
And the image I have on screen,
Men.
there are a couple of sexy girls in here, so I guess there's some
Right.
representation.
Some diversity.
And especially for us as Americans, like, I do think. Tell me if you relate to this, Shaybs. I know Bird will, but like, I think there's some level of Americans who get into anime. It's not that I think they all think they're like beautiful necessarily, but
What
like,
do you mean by
you have to kind of think you're like an anime character, right? Like, you have to think you're a little bit different from regular people. Like,
Are you asking me to admit that I'm a Chinibia live on air?
I think to be into anime, you have to be at least a little bit like, I don't follow the crowd. Like,
Is this pretentious?
Pretentious,
I don't follow the
that's a
crowd.
word for it. Yeah, too. I'm definitely pretentious.
I don't follow the crowd.
If
I
there's-
have flyers
if
by
there is-
radio playing at all times in my head.
Everybody, put your hands. We do listen to that song like almost at least once a week, if probably more, when we're driving around. Yeah, no, I think anime fans, they just like, they know what's good in their own minds. Like, right now, the most anime fans probably think Oshinoko is good. I disagree with that notion.
I do too.
I don't think it's very good. But like, people who like that show are walking around being like, you idiots are all watching Family Guy, and I'm watching a show that makes me cry. You know, like, there's
You
some
remember
level
when Brian
of that.
died? I
In here.
cried.
Like, we're sitting here at Shaybs' favorite anime being like Ashita no Joe. Like, surely you're thinking like, I wish more anime fans realized that this show is better than their favorite show. Like on some
I'm fucking
level.
watching raw anime.
Yeah.
Trixie. I'm watching shit that's never been released here and hasn't even been translated by fans.
Yeah.
Like I'm iceberg level is how I call it. Like I like that black level there. Boy, I can't wait to watch Malice Doll and and fucking flying Luna Clipper and
I'll say you're invaluable to me because I won't watch all the AniTube that you do, but AniTube Digest I will watch every single week to find out.
I'm glad that you do.
Or
Yeah,
every
yeah.
month now, I guess, but yeah. It's always been a delight. You've been doing that for a long time, probably 5 or 6 years now, right?
Since August 2019, so that'll be the end of
4
year
years.
4 in
Okay.
August.
But
And
yeah, you probably watch more anime YouTube videos than anybody for the sake of keeping that up.
Well, yeah, I mean, just in general, because all of us are. This is literally a ubiquitous experience where all of us just kind of make our own videos, and especially if you're a fan of anime YouTube and then you start making videos, you suddenly stop watching a lot of other anime just because there's something inherently like hard to watch when it's the thing that you make, you know? It just there's some barrier there, and it's like we can all be like mutuals and friends and stuff, but it's even hard for me to motivate myself to watch videos of like people I really like people who are my friends.
Yeah, no,
It takes me it feels I have to motivate myself strongly to watch those videos, and that's partly why I do Digest is to do that for me, you know.
Convince yourself to make a community appear to be a thing for us, which I appreciate.
Well, you know, it's hard to now. I mean, it's not, and that's not out of any of us. I think it's just YouTube's.
Oh, it's rough to be an anime
few-
consumer. There's a reason we use screen caps on this show.
Well,
about animation, it's a little sad, but
I don't think I just don't think it's the fair use or anything or the content ID. It's because I only get really content ID on the music I use. I do fucking Michael Jackson shit.
that's wild. How short are your anime clips?
I've only gotten clip like I use what you do is like 5 to 7 seconds, like less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, so you're
very
using
very
very
quick
short.
stuff.
But
Every
like time I get blocked, it's because I got a little bit lazy with how long I let the clips go. Well, and like if you're using Ava, 4 seconds. Like, don't even try it. It's so dangerous.
But but like I don't think it's so much the content ID as it is like genuinely I don't think anime is being pushed the same way, and I sort of have a suspicion because I hear about like CPM. Is that I don't know, there's some content that just because it's a financial channel, it gets more money per view than some other channel, just because advertisers would rather put their ads on that kind of video. And so there are some types of video content that I think YouTube is not being transparent with us, that like they're giving to the advertisers, like they're giving them the option to put ads on anime YouTube channels or for like our gaming or educational channel,
the advertisers
whatever.
don't want to get into this legal gray zone of like the fair
maybe
use, because the Japanese companies are really brutal. Like especially something again like Kara, where like they will not let you use their footage. They're like, that's ours, fuck you. And but even nothing you can do about that.
But even when the video has no content ID, it has nothing, it has no age restriction, it's completely clear. It's just not there by the numbers. You look at everybody's channels, everybody putting out videos about this stuff, no matter their size, they're just not doing as well as they used to.
That's true.
And it's not as like
man, and I'm glad you brought it up because it brings us back into Magical Destroyers, because I do think this show is kind of a commentary on the death of otaku culture. It's like and
as a niche thing.
because this show is a post-apocalypse in a weird way, but it's
Yep.
only a post-apocalypse of otaku culture.
Everyone else seems to be fine.
Yeah, no, the rest of the world is normal. Otaku have been rounded up. Otaku are at war with the government. Otaku lived in bombed out villages and stuff. And, like, that's interesting to me specifically. We talked about how, like, the government's been involved with anime, how, like, they kind of see it as this big cultural export that helps their country. But also, there's this idea that anime is so mainstream that it's like the original intent behind it has been like stripped away. You know, that like this new generation
It's been commercialized.
Yeah.
They find it as a profitable thing, and so it's
I think what I connect to about this show is that I can tell Jun Imagawa is somebody who just sincerely loves this shit. Like, he loves anime. He got into it when he was young. He's loved it. He started drawing it at some point. It made him a bunch of money, and he just went all in on it and was like, yeah, otaku culture's cool. And, like, he talked about having seen, like, Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya and, like, the major anime of the year the show literally takes place in. But again, that dude would have been 9 or 10. No, when Haruhi came out, he would have been fucking 7 years old. That show came out in 2006. So, like, this dude was watching all of this with the perspective of, like, you know, this culture already existed before I was born. I came up in a period when I was 15, 16 when those shows came out. So to me it was, this is the culture that's happening in Japan right now. And even though it doesn't affect me too directly because I can't go to Comic and buy comics, I can read all the scans as soon as they hit the internet. Like, I'm shit, I just dropped a beer.
Oh, fuck.
I'm not so far removed.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Crisis averted.
Yeah, I'm not so far removed from the culture that, like, I don't understand what's going on in Japan. Especially around that time. And again, I do think otaku culture was kind of at its height in the late 2000s, where, like, after Sword Art Online came out, it's weird to single it out because I made a bunch of videos about it, but it really was such a big deal. I think it, like, created, like, a new wave, like, of anime fans that had a different...
It's all incremental because Madoka had its own boom, and then Attack on Titan was shortly after Attack on Titan was shortly after SAO, and then One Punch Man was shortly after. Well, not too shortly; it was 2 years or so. But you know, it always
that
is
was
like
2011 to 2014,
14, 15. One Punch Man 2015, and like the big thing in 2014, there wasn't a super Kill la Kill, I guess, but like, you know. It's all an incremental process, and I think that could be the proliferation of anime in general. You could think about the start of it around Mushi Pro with like Astro Boy, then Kimba, and then Tatsunoko comes in with like Space Ace Speed Racer, their answers to it, and Toei starts getting in the game, and now there's multiple players, and now Mushi is just not the forefront as they were initially, you know, and that competition. That sort of thing has happened throughout the decades. I think of just like there's no one. I think it's kind of reductionist. Not to say that you're being reductionist or anything. I think there's fair points to be made, but it's very easy to just kind of like, oh yep, it was Kitaro, and that is the start of the yokai boom, and that's it. And then it's like, okay. But there's probably other factors here that we can't even fathom, like live action
it's so
or
hard because
outside.
There's always going to be stuff that,
impossible.
like, for 1 year was actually super fucking... Like, people... there's such a huge divide between people who have actually seen Kimagure Orange Road. I'm not one of them. I'll admit.
I'm not one of them either.
But, like, the way people talk about that show, if you were, like, an anime fan in 1989
in the 90s,
yeah, like, that was the biggest show, and then everybody forgot about it.
The way that the fucking encyclopedia brings up Tenchi Muyo over 90 times.
It's so funny Because Tenchi was a big deal for a couple years, but like
it is, but like, yeah,
it's not the most important anime of all time. That's certainly true. I think Love Hina had more to do with the explosion of shows like that than Tenchi Muyo.
It had a factor for sure, but that's what I'm talking about, where it's not just one show. It's a combination of different
the creator
ones.
of Magical Destroyers also mentioned Love Hina as like a show one of his homies got him into.
Yeah.
Like as a classic, old school anime, for a guy like him. But well, actually, it's old school for me too.
It's a combination of works. Like it's like any of us who get into anime. It's not just the one thing. There's obviously the first. There's like the first one, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're in. So for some people, that might be the case. But I think to me, when I got into it, it was sort of the multiple things getting watched at once or at the same time, or around the same time, that collectively kind of, pushed that forward, I guess. I don't know.
I want to say to Ginger Frog in the chat, who said My Hero in 2016, fucking Demon Slayer in 2019, yeah.
2019, 2020.
Literally the biggest anime ever.
2020 specifically is when it blew up because pandemic and circumstances. But
that's a good point. I hadn't thought
and
about that.
we've yet to see the ramifications of that. I think we'll have to feel the wave of that.
All right.
Ramifications of Demon Slayer on society.
They can't. Well, they might be good. The show doesn't seem offensive.
But so this scene, all of the magical girls are naked. I believe Otaku Hero has just revived them, right?
He just like walks outside of his, it looks like an aircraft hangar that he lives in or something.
That's fair.
He walks outside and there's a box full of naked girls. One of them's got a gas mask
And then
on.
they imprint on him like ducklings.
Yeah, that's the explanation we're given. I don't know how true it is. Oh, I took a screen cap of the OP here. I'm not sure why I did on
Looks like a
episode
good
3.
buffet. I'd eat that.
We already talked about that.
By the way, this OP, big Vlad Love vibes.
Interesting.
You familiar with the OP for Vlad Love?
No.
Not off the top of my head. We watched a few episodes of that.
I think if you watched it, you're like,
Vampire Girl. Yeah.
Yep, that's it. If you watch the OP for that, like, this is the same exact imagery.
That's really
of like
funny.
the people underwater and stuff like that. It feels like the colors and textures are similar.
To me, it reminded me of the Seikon no Quasar OP or ED. I don't remember how many people remember that. Resonant Squall, but the guy who directed it did the K-On! EDs as well. And
cool.
It feels like all of those to me. Episode 3 is where this show got watchable and good, and like suddenly I loved it.
Is this where the car guys are introduced?
Yeah, and I'll say this. So we watched the first 2 episodes of this in like a hotel. Bird and I have a normal job. We work a all
Pretty
day,
epic.
like more than 40 hours a week job on top of doing this. So when the anime's not good, it can be really rough. Like you get off of a hard day of work and you try to watch a shitty episode of anime, you're like, I don't fucking care at all.
Talk about the anime not being good. We're about to be on the road for 4 months. Wait till the internet's not good.
Oh god. Yeah, just if this show's not on time next week, it's because we're in Iowa in a hotel, but or Missouri, yeah. We're on the road for work, so until this show makes us $5,000 a month, we're not quitting our day jobs. But this episode, like the first 2 we watched in the hotel and we're just like passing out. Like I hate it. Like Bird hated it. I thought
was not a fan at all.
I saw potential and I wanted to know why it was like how it I wanted to know why it was greenlit. Now that I know that the guy who invented it is like a popular underground artist, I totally get it. It's obvious. I don't think the show's a success. I think this show's probably a failure. But I think that I understand why a producer would see like an up and coming popular DJ artist and go like, yeah, you can have your own anime. Like, I hope it's a cult hit.
Itself. I'm enjoying it.
I loved episode 3 that we're about to get into. And a big part of it is it introduces itself. They use the word cringe mobile in the subtitles. Referring to Itasha, which
what is wrong with sexy girls on cars?
if you're a big anime fan, if you've been to conventions, sometimes they have Itasha there at the bigger conventions.
There you go. Ginger Frog was Kenichi Kusuna is the director of the both OPs for Magical Destroyers OP and Vlad Love's second OP.
Oh, it's the same guy. That's amazing.
Same guy.
That makes total
Goddamn.
sense.
Of fucking course.
Yeah.
Ain't it funny how it works?
Ain't it funny how it happens? Ain't it?
Ain't it funny how it works? Someone's always got it worse.
That's true. And unfortunately, it's the animators of Oshinoko. Because they have to put all those details into those fucking eyeballs. They're gonna murder
They're
their
being
staff.
killed.
Anyway, Cringe-mobile Convoy.
Yeah.
This show's not probably murdering its staff. I think it's probably fine.
You
Those
never know.
Cringe-mobiles.
You never know. That's true.
You never know. The most best-looking productions are like treating their staff like Garbo.
The best anime this season visually is Kamikatsu because it's the cheapest.
It is, yeah.
It's the cheapest, but the most appropriate spending.
It's
like
perfect.
Every
in
shot
every way.
is so well thought out of how much money they're going to put into that shot. Like it's brilliant. But anyway, this is the Cringe-mobile Convoy. So basically what we learn in episode 3, we finally understand what the government is doing with otaku, which is basically they made them a zoo. Like, they have these special areas where
Otak Zoo?
I don't know. It's kind of unclear. Are they running free? Are they, like, doing something the government told them to do?
No, they're just in cages, right?
I do really wish this show was more thorough with how it explained how everything works. Like, again, the first 2 episodes, nothing. All we knew is they're putting them in protection zones. Are they killing them? Are they actually protecting them? What's going on? Episode 3, they're in zoos. All right, I kind of get it. There's literally like a bus driving through Akihabara where people are pulling out binoculars like Jurassic Park and like watching the train of Itasha cars.
We bought a zoo, but with otakus.
We bought an otaku zoo. So yeah,
You bought your last zoo.
The bus is just like, yeah, people are just spectating what's going on here. But it's weird because it seems like the protected or contested zone, rather, like where Otaku Hero is defending, where they have like a stronghold set up, is right next to where the zoo is. Yeah. Like, it's all Akihabara. The Otaku Protection Zone and the Rebellion Zone, from my understanding, Akihabara is not a very big area. Like, it's a little section of Tokyo. The buildings are very tall. They have, like, 8 stories where there's 8 different stores on each story. But I don't think it's, like, land area-wise that... Shaybs, do you know how big Akiba is? Like, it's not very large, right?
I'm not familiar, really.
I've, like, seen YouTube videos of people walking around Akiba, and I literally think it's, like, 12 streets. Like, it's not a massive part of Tokyo.
Yeah.
It's just very dense, and all the otaku go there, all the maid cafes are there. But, like, I had a video fucking, like, 4 years ago called The Flanderization of Akihabara, and it was about how even just in media depicting Akihabara, like, it's very clear that it got super commercialized circa around when this anime is commenting about, like 2008, 2009. Bird is showing me Akihabara on Google Maps. It's fucking tiny. Yeah, it's a little square of Tokyo. Like, you could reasonably explore all of Akihabara in a weekend. You could see it all and feel like you knew your way around town. Or I could, at least. I don't know. Some people, maybe not. Bad sense of direction. More than a writer, I'm a traveler. But in this case, yeah, Akihabara, I've talked about, it's not how it used to be. And if you watch clips of people walking around Akihabara circa like 2020, it's all ReZero ads. Everywhere you go, every building is like...
Is that a bad thing?
Imagine if you were in New York in the Big Apple.
Sure.
But all the ads were for ReZero.
I don't know what that is.
It's a shit anime.
Okay.
I fucking hate. How do you feel about ReZero, Shaybs? Have you seen any of that?
Yeah, I watched the first season. It was very
tiring.
I have pretty much a similar opinion to you that like it was just like pretty sluggish.
Dude, the second season is so much worse. I rewatched the first season and thought it was okay. The second season is fucking garbage. Imagine just characters sitting having conversations about the plot of a show for 2 hours.
Yeah,
Anyway.
like to me, and to me with like it's another isekai where it's like I would
Just
much
like this
rather wait for.
podcast.
Well, I would wait for it to be done.
What do you
but,
mean it's just
yeah.
like this podcast?
2
I
hours
was
of
about
people sitting around talking about the plot of a show.
Well, there you go, yeah.
Oh, we're not really talking about the plot of the show, which I'm
That's
okay with.
true. Well, this show doesn't have that much of a plot. Is the problem? I mean, like, okay, we're in episode
things
3.
happen.
The main like thrust of the start of this episode is the 3 magical girls tie up Otaku Hero and just like torture his
Start tickling him.
Technically, this is pornography, in my opinion. Like, if a woman was tied up in this scene, this couldn't be shown on television. But it's a guy in his boxers in full shibari with a gag in his mouth with 3 women literally like hitting him in the testicles with a stick and like calling him names. I don't know. This is fetish porn, right?
Yeah, got a little bit.
Okay. Moving along. There's my favorite scene in possibly the whole show.
The model building. The giant model building.
So
This
where
is
episode
awesome.
3 goes, again, this gets way more explicit with what the fuck this show is trying to be. It's about the oppression of otaku culture, if that wasn't obvious, but specifically the government or this corporation or whatever is kidnapping otaku and brainwashing them into thinking that they need to fight against making them fascist. Why not? So there's one guy who it's interesting that
He's like one of the first kings of something or other that they're gonna have to fight.
Oh yeah, there's like 4
The 4 kings of
whatever. like Kill La Kill. They've only mentioned one so far. They didn't do a good job.
There might have
with
been a
this.
second one, but
This
we'll get
show's
to
not
that.
well written. I have to really admit, I love this show. It's not well written. The writing is bad. Actually, they mentioned 4 kings and only one has showed up in fucking 7 episodes out of 12. What is going on? But no, the guy in this episode, he's sort of presented like a Red Ranger. Like he's somewhere between a mecha character, like a mecha protagonist, and a transforming hero protagonist. Again, this is like the imagination of a 24-year-old who is discovering 50 years of otaku culture and being like, it's all rad. Like, I think it's all cool. But, like, it's surreal for me being 31 and like I have that extra 7 years worth of anime experience on it to be like, yeah, no, I get there's even more than you think, buddy. Like there's 20 more anime that you could be referencing than the ones you are right now. But I get it. Like, I'm on the wave. This is where I was at this guy's age, and I was nowhere near as creative or connected. June seems like a genius. Is the anime amazing? This episode's fun.
6.6 out of 10.
6.6 out of 10 is probably deserved on my anime list. But this episode I thought was like a strong 8 to a light 9. In this scene, they're building a mech out of actually like... So if you've ever built a Gundam...
Model kits.
Shaybs, have you built any...
Yeah, I built
kits?
a small one. I built one like that, like a very small one this big for like it was like a activity we did for my college. But nothing like major. I've not built anything huge.
It's empty. The model kit scene. When I was growing up, they started. It's always been inconsistent in America. I grew up in Virginia Beach, which is the 41st biggest city in America. It's not a city that's like gonna get all the cultural imports from around the world necessarily, but when I was growing up, Gundam kits could be bought in hobby stores pretty easily. G Gundam was on like daytime Saturday TV. Gundam Wing was fairly popular. So like Gundam was just big enough that low grade model kits were in like conventional hobby stores, which kind of have disappeared in the 2000s. Like comic stores, like smaller comic stores. It just so happens in Virginia, in the Virginia Beach area, there's a place called Trilogy that goes to a lot of like the East Coast anime conventions and has like a huge selection of shit. So I grew up with like access to ridiculous amounts of model kits that you wouldn't find normally in America. But I didn't own a ton of them. My brother Victor did. So basically, like I have an amount of experience with model kits, but neither of us ever got to the point of like putting decals on them and spray painting them and like all the really advanced shit.
Yeah.
This scene is like a mech, an actual mech that will be used in combat, is being built out of giant gunpla pieces of like the scissors,
The
not even
sandpaper.
scissors. What would you call those? Clippers?
Pliers,
like carefully removing
or no,
each
clippers
piece.
is better, like wire cutters.
Yeah, wire cutters, sandpapering the pieces down, like hitting them with spray, and like without getting into detail, I professionally put stickers on things, so it was funny seeing that happen to Gundams and being like, oh, I didn't know that that's how they did that. I feel I could more confidently build a Gundam than ever before in my life at this point. I know how to put a decal on a car. I could put one on a Gundam. When I was a kid, I never fucked around with like any of that shit. Like we would build the Gundams, they would look like shit. I didn't have no fucking sandpaper. I didn't know how advanced you're supposed to be. I was 8, god damn it.
We were all 8 once.
I had Gundams then. Oh, and shout out to Cozy who gave us a $5 donation. with no
Yeah,
comment.
Cozy's cool.
Love that guy. So Magical Destroyers episode 3, the Gundam is built. There's a whole Ava sequence where like
He jets off.
they
with,
put
jetpack
gas in his
ass.
ass. Yeah. They like fill his asshole with gas so he can fart his way across like the sci-fi stadium up to like a gate. Like, God, it's hard to describe what makes this episode great, but the robot is built of gunpla pieces and then farts from like the construction point to the edge of like a warehouse where like 4 or 5 like wire gates open up like Evangelion, and then it just walks out. Like,
Yeah.
like it jets across the facility and then walks out into the populace looking exactly like Ava 01 but with like a stupid meme head. And, like, waving at all the other guys. They're like, yeah, ganbatte! Like, I loved this episode so much. This episode really won me over on the show. And it's not even that anything complicated happened. It was, every image was fucking hilarious. Like, and...
I think it was good. I think it was the most, like, compact and, like, focused episode.
For
you know?
sure. And it
something
was
that, like-
clearest about what the point was. Like...
Yeah.
That it was going to be like a lot more direct, a lot more funny, fetishistic on purpose. Like, again, episodes 1 and 2 felt like almost too psychological. Like they were trying to say something really deep, but because the characters and plot are so shallow and nonsensical, it didn't resonate with me. This episode, like seeing the gunpla get built, seeing the robot fart its way out to a build, like it, the robot finds the building where the main characters are at, crashes its head through the side of the wall, and what it
It's
sees...
like curtains, and it sees them tickling him.
Yeah,
and he's just sticking his head through the curtains, and they go, oh, that's a big one.
The magical girls have tied up Otaku Hero and are, like, sexually tormenting him in Shibari, and the robot shows up, sees this, and goes, I've been training for months
to fight these people, and this is what I show up to? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, like, what has my life... What is the purpose of my existence? That was, like... That's postmodernism I can get behind. Like, this... because to me this show is like ridiculously postmodern. It's like, again, somebody who's looking at like 60 years of history as somebody who just discovered all of it, and 24, like, okay, the artist is young, but like he's been into anime since he was in middle school, right? So it's a decade of learning about anime, but anime is a 60-year endeavor that I still feel like I'm learning about, you know, like.
Well, yeah, that's what I love about it, is that
Yeah.
like there's no bottom. And
Yes.
I've had this idea about, because as I'm reading the encyclopedia, right? They really think that the encyclopedia, and I understand that it was valuable at the time, where just getting the synopsis of what these shows were about was valuable. But I really couldn't care less about what like what the show is physically about. I've become much more interested in the context. What is its significance in the broader medium? You know,
what did
where
it add
what was
to anime when it came out?
right?
Yeah.
What was its significance to the people who made it and the studio that made it? Like, this was their first time making a show like this, and it was influential in this way. Or you know, what did it go on to try? Or what was interesting about it? What was its adaptation situation?
Man,
you
it's
know,
so
just like
unfortunate
getting
to think, like you said,
getting to the
that
bottom of it.
they probably wouldn't have liked this show. You said, right? Like the anime encyclopedia writers.
I don't know, just because they're very they're boomers.
Yeah, that makes me sad because
they're British boomers.
to me, like, what makes this again? I don't think this is like an
Maybe
amazing show.
maybe they'd like it. I don't want to put it past them, but like, with all the stuff that
I think it's rough. I think this is a hard show to like. Like, there's a reason
Yeah.
it doesn't have a great score, and
Right.
I wanted us to talk about it for a really long time, as we have, just because like
Yeah.
nobody else will. This is not a show that's gonna get massively discussed, and I think it's gonna filter a lot of people in the first 2 episodes, and that's deserved. They're not that great. Like, I was super interested in it from an art perspective, and I didn't even look into the artist who made it until we were like actually enjoying it by like episode 4, and I went like, okay, what is this? Like, why is it good now like I hoped it would be? And that was a far-flung hope. Like, again, this was recommended to me by people saying the show's not good, watch the OP. So I thought it would suck. And then somebody told me it has good and bad episodes, like right before I saw this one, and I was like, you're right, like episode 3 rules. But it's just because it's so straightforward and irreverent and funny. Pink has her first magical girl transformation sequence in this episode. I loved it.
She like has a bunch of ethereal pink women surround her, and they have different like values, I guess, on them, and they transform into her clothes.
And it's also...
I thought it was clever the way that they keep her saying "Gobobo" and everything.
Go-bo-bo.
And like Blue doesn't have to interject.
Yeah.
Like Blue doesn't have to translate for her. They just use text. I think that was really smart.
I like that too.
I think that was a good detail.
I think so. In Madoka Magica, it only happens in the OP, but like, there's a bunch of like Madoka grabs, like it's like clones of herself almost, that like grab onto her and form her dress. I think this is a direct reference to that, where it's like these, like he said, they're just like CGI weird, like, again, Maria Holic OP, like clone CGI people who like turn into her outfit, and they have their heads are open. From a fucking artistic perspective, I love this show so much. And like, man, we talked about already, anime fans tend to like the dramatic, like stuff that's gonna make them cry, stuff that's the opposite of like Family Guy. I love this show because I am the type of person who, like, my favorite thing is to go on Twitter and retweet, like, 25 weird, cool, edgy, schizophrenic pictures in a row, you know? So, like, this show for me, it's not that I think it's great, it's that image for image, I'm just like, that looks cool, that looks cool. Oh, that was a cool transformation sequence. And, like, when we get to episode 5, like... They in episode 4 they fast forward through transformation sequences and start showing multiples at once, And then eventually they get to a point where they are once again showing all 3 of them in a row. And Bird was like, "Oh my God, can we stop?" And I was like, "No, I want to.
No, this is
I'll
how it
watch them
works.
all again. I don't
This
care."
is how it works,
they're
man.
good transformation sequences.
I was editing, so I'm doing a video restoration of a certain show, and in doing that, I have to be going frame by frame, matching and replacing certain cuts, right? And I have it's a show that has bank sequences, and I was realizing how different they all are, but like the casual viewer might not have noticed that they were shortened in this and that way. And I was thinking about it would be interesting to have a rumination on different transformation sequences and how, like, if you have one that is one unbroken shot, that's long, it's hard to cut away. It's hard to shorten that. It's hard to cut that in places. Whereas if you have the bank sequence like the ones I was doing, it was made up of like 4 or 5 different sequences.
Yeah.
And it's very easy to just slip out of one of those or cut one a little too early, like a little earlier or later.
Every single part of the transformation.
Abbreviate it, and it's animated in a way that you can cut those first few couple seconds off, so long as you keep the core part, like the image that the audience is going to remember, so that the bank sequence is as flexible as you need it to be for the storyboard, for when you're timing the episode, because that's ultimately what the bank sequences are for. And the bank sequences are from like Astro Boy, when they had like they had this idea where like if we just have
anime is
flying,
possible, actually.
yeah, literally, yeah, in a way, in the way that they in the time that they're able to make it, for sure, or cell counts and stuff like that. So I thought that might be an interesting rumination, but just a thing that just seeing it fast forwarded is a very fourth wall breaking type of thing, right? Because it's very like the audience can tell that this is like being sped up, but there's more subtle ways that they can abbreviate bank sequences, I think, which is interesting. Just a point I wanted to bring up.
In the chat, Light Spaceman says, "I don't know, as a big Adult Swim fan, when someone tells me something is dumb and bad, I wonder if it's really bad or if the creator just wasn't trying to make it conventionally attractive or cool or sensible. That is this anime, for sure. Like, if you like weird Adult Swim shows that, like, a lot of people fucking hate because they're not conventionally good, you'll probably love this.
Yeah.
This is along those lines, totally. Like, it's pure artistic expression. It's got, to me, the underlying messages hit hard. Like, just as a person who literally lived through otaku fandom, as an outsider, like, I'm an American. I don't know Japanese that well. I've never been to Akihabara. The most I've been in Japan was 2 hours on a flight transfer on my way to the Philippines. I am not from there. And, like, in a weird way, even though the artist who created this show is from Japan, as somebody who spent his high school years in America, who is like deeply involved on a cultural level in like being like a mover and a shaker, a communicator, like a person who is in the art world, and that's you really have to appreciate that's a special kind of person. Like, there's not a lot of people who have the kind of charisma that they're fucking 24 years old and they've hung out with A$AP Rocky, sold art for $7,000 and made their own anime series. Like, this guy is a different breed, And I follow a lot of people like this. I love talented, weird, individual people who are just like, Jun's whole theory is basically the message of the show is do whatever the fuck you want and nobody should judge you about it. That's all he wants. I am very in support of that. That's kind of at the core of my own otaku heart, is like, yeah, I should be able to like whatever I want, and if you don't like me, I'll kill you. I'm as powerful as whatever your society is. Fuck you.
Trixie, did you happen to catch my Onimai video?
Yes, I did. Yes, about why it is like it the way it is. Yeah.
Well, it's similar to the idea with like I love anime because it's able to be whatever it wants. It's that freedom and the boldness of it. Despite
To me,
making it
it's
uncomfortable.
crazy that it's possible. Like every time something gets expressed that is uncomfortable or even just off-putting, like the fact that somebody was willing to take the risk on that and like a team of people were willing to go and realize that is always like amazing to me. Like uh everybody who made this show believed in probably specifically Jun Imagawa. Like that guy had the clout and the sensibility, and that he'd made enough stuff that interested them that they thought like, we're gonna do what this guy comes up with. Like none of us has an idea. I speaking personally, I don't have an idea. Like this is an idea. I'm impressed with it just like existing and being kind of cool, even if it doesn't make total sense. And like I do think we as a culture time, for me speaking as an analyst, I helped to cause this, but we have a little too high of expectations of shit. And like I'm
Oh my god.
in an hour or so I'm gonna make fun of Oshinoko a whole lot, but like I still think it's really impressive what they've done with that show. I couldn't make that. Like
No, exactly. That's
it's a
to
work
me,
of art. I just happen to hate it.
I've expressed how like all anime deserves respect.
Yeah.
And yeah, obviously there's some that aren't trying to be Bebop,
Yeah.
you know.
Nothing
or
can afford to
whatever.
be Bebop, I don't think.
Well, yeah.
So-
But I mean,
Moving along in this show, the big mecha that's like powered by farts.
It's got wheels on its shoes, and
Yeah,
he
he's-
starts jetting around town.
He's a Healy man.
Healy man.
And he, as is noted, and you picked up on this before it was actually pointed out, he's not destroying any cars.
Yeah.
Yep.
The mecha is
strange.
avoiding all the cars. I hadn't even
He's
noticed.
being a good driver.
But you love cars. You can appreciate the car otaku.
I don't know
surely.
that it was that necessarily. It was just a combination of like his internal monologue and then the car guy, the car otaku, just like
They keep
constantly
cutting to
being
this
cut
guy
to.
in sunglasses who's like
Who's
just
watching.
he's just described as Itasha driver. If you don't know, Itasha, it just means like cars with anime drawings on them. I don't know what it specifically translates to, but they kept using cringe mobile in the subtitles. But yeah, if you go to enough anime conventions, you'll run into some of these in person. They're fun. But yeah, he won't destroy any cars, this mecha. So eventually Otaku Hero pins him as an otaku. He's like, you love cars. He talks him down. It's a whole moment. And again, this is where I started to like understand the show. Like, it's about just somebody
It's
who
about
has
drive.
a real...
It's about power. We stay hungry. We devour.
I just think that Jun has a real love for otaku. Like he sees this as like, this is a cool culture I wish I could have been a part of when it was at its height. It's sad that it's dying and it's been co-opted by all this new shit, but like the old people who loved this in the beginning are still around. It's not that old. Anime culture is only about 50, 60 years old at the most. So like, there's people alive right now who can tell you every single thing that's ever happened in anime culture. Like our old people aren't quite dead yet.
well, that the thing is though, it's such a broad thing, and there's so much has happened in various
Yeah.
things that while one person might potentially be able to, that person might, it could be very shallow. I think there's literally a quote in this show, Magical Destroyers, where where Otaku Hero is talking to either the old guy from a later episode that they help, or from episode 4, where he's talking to the older guys, where he's saying that like the life of an otaku is like, dense and deep, you know.
It's
and
like
so
an
it's
onion.
like
It has layers.
The show is
Yeah.
kind of Shrek-like, actually. When I think about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, and I think there's plenty of references and terminology and things that all of us have picked up collectively. But like I said way back earlier, where I was like, hey, where did the term Maho Shoujo come from?
Yeah.
And we're not actually sure. And because like the magazines, some of them are saying Maho Shoujo when referring to the Ashi Pro shows like Miki Momo and Persia, or Creamy Mommy, like Piero, the Piero shows like Creamy Mommy and Emmy or whatever. Actually, Persia's sorry, yeah, Persia's a Piero show as well. Um,
I've
but
never heard
then
of that one. I'm not gonna lie.
oh,
Persia?
Persia,
I don't even know
yeah,
that.
Fairy Persia or whatever. But
I'll
like
look it up.
something like that. The but then like they were saying that what probably like the first time it's you hear it in anime was like a Tenchi Muyo spin-off where it like not Fancy Lala but like I don't know there was Pretty Sammy. No, it's not that one. I don't know. It was some kind of spin-off of Tenchi Muyo where they refer to one of the characters as a Maho Shoujo.
Maho
And
no
it's like
Yosei Persia.
right. So there's
Perusha.
that.
I have literally never heard of this till you just brought it up just now.
Yeah, so like
1984
Piero
to 85.
so you'll notice Piero really tried. They had a similar situation with Toei, because Toei had this incredibly strong time slot where they would air a Magical Girl series at the same time on like it was like Mondays at 7:30 or whatever, and that was the time slot. And they ran Sally the Witch for 2 years, and then they did Akko for 2 years, or for about just over a year, like 94 episodes. And then they had some other shows that took over, and they had like a long list of what they call Majoko, and that ran for kind of a while. And then in the 80s, Ashi Pro had kind of a similar dynasty. Not really. I think they had Mickey Momo and then one other thing. I don't know. Piero was like, oh, let's get our own time slot and let's do Creamy Mommy. And then this show, Persia, I think was the second one. And Emmy and Lala. Lala was, yeah, it's a whole mess and network of shit. But that I'm
I really hope the
interested
five
in.
people who know what the fuck you're talking about are really appreciating
The 5 people who know have probably already heard me talk about it.
No, you're probably right. That's true.
They're probably already on the pulse.
They've
But
got your they've probably got your personal
on my
information.
on my radar, on their radar. Yes. Yeah.
But that is
yeah,
that's the depth a show like this again, the guy who created this is the type of person who would put himself in the room with an artist he was a fan of, which I have to appreciate. I do think that guy is like a genius, regardless of the quality of this show. The episode sort of ends with the magical girls all putting a big enema in the mecha's ass.
Yeah, they all group up together, and Pink summons a big syringe, and then Blue and Anarchy hit hammers on it, and they inject it with something.
and that's their final attack.
Big syringe tends to be their solution to problems in the first few episodes. Again, the emphasis on drug use in this show is probably the most unique thing to Magical Girls about it. I've never seen a Magical Girl do drugs outside of like a dojin. Like, I think this might be the first, like, even like Japan in general, anime is not big on drug culture. Like, knowing that this artist went to San Diego for a, high school where, Bird, you being from there,
they're big on drug culture there.
Yeah, weed has been fully legal in California for a long time. Like, the way that this guy portrays drugs is to me more American than Japanese, just because like I've never seen an anime embrace drugs the way that Pink does in this show.
Yeah, although Pink is not necessarily the first magical girl whose like main thing is a syringe, right? Am I familiar? Am I
There's
correct?
in the 90s there was
am I wrong about
Kamugi. I think
I'm
she
thinking
might
about
have-
Kamugi. Yeah, I thought Kamugi was like that's her main thing.
I've
wrong,
only
though.
seen the first episode of that, so I don't know too much, but I know it's supposed to be really good. I liked the first episode. You should watch it and tell me about it, Shaybs. You're on more of a 90s magical girl kick than I am, it seems like.
Oh no, the only '90s magical girl I'm watching is Sailor Moon.
Oh, so you're all on 80s
as normie
then.
as
All 80s magical girl.
60s.
60. All the way back. Okay.
Yeah.
There's
It's
not too
the
many
original.
of those, are there?
It's literally just Sally and Akko, and then Akko ended in like 1970. So it's literally just the only two, just those two.
You'll be done before too long.
I mean, there's technically Princess Knight, but God, if people
I've
consider
only ever been able to find that dub, and the dub is fucking terrible, so I can't watch it.
Ripperoonie. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, this mech gets a syringe in the ass, and then, so basically the way this episode ends, I do think this episode's hilarious. The guy in the mech has been brainwashed by the evil imperialists, and at the end, one of the magical girl, the purple-haired girl who we saw in the first episode kicking guy's ass.
She shows up and stabs the big mech in the head, and there's a huge blood spray and everything.
Yeah,
and then out of
with an
nowhere, it's
umbrella?
fine. There's no blood anymore. Yeah, that's her weapon. She just kind of has that.
Well, she definitely killed him because the Itasha driver.
Crashes into the purple-haired girl.
Yeah,
And it's a big explosion.
he doesn't kill her, but I guess he
I
incapacitates
think she causes the big
her.
explosion. It's not clear.
It is a little unclear. He gets a Bruno Bucciarati moment, as
Where
you
he's
mentioned.
in the sky as he dies. He's saying goodbye, guys. I did my best.
Yeah, Itasha driver. I loved this episode. I thought it was super cute, but
It was
like
fun.
So basically the thrust of it is the bad guy was brainwashed by the government into being a fascist, but he was originally a car otaku. And when Otaku Hero points this out, the guy can't really fight anymore. He gets basically killed by... Well, no, he actually gets killed by Umbrella Purple Girl,
she
who,
stabs
by the
him.
way, has the same...
As
when
Anarchy?
she showed up in the first episode, she was a totally different purple-haired girl. You see her in the OP, but for some reason, her magical girl form makes her identical to Anarchy, but purple. Like, she is the dark link to Anarchy's red magical girl. But yeah, she's just an evil purple bitch, and she murders Mecha Man, but then Itasha Driver blows her up, and I guess that sends her back home, because like episode 4 starts with her getting chewed out by her boss, and they're like, "You'll cause me trouble if you pull that shit again. You better not be doing the stuff
Don't
you're
be
doing,
public or
you
whatever.
dumb idiot."
What exactly are you not supposed to do? I'm not gonna tell you.
But then episode 4, and this is actually maybe even better than episode 3 was really entertaining because it's straightforward and fun and just about like anti-fascism and otaku. Cool. Like it felt the most pure to me in terms of like what this fashion designer who's fascinated with otaku culture would create. Episode 4 is more interesting in that it's about being a young otaku interested in this culture and interacting.
Wanting to fix your toys.
Yeah, and wanting to fix your toys and interacting with the older generation, because our main character has this toy. This is one of the scenes.
Is that what it's called?
Anarchy-chan is just like being emo. Again, she's just really emotional. Like that's
All the
her
time.
character. Super emotional, not really for any reason. She's just kind of standing around being an emo. And Otaku Hero is like, I want to ask her to fix my toy,
but it's not the rain time.
yeah, she's being emo. This doesn't seem right. But it's interesting that his toy is of a like 1960s style
Voltron thing.
Voltron Gundam Combattler V whatever. It's an old mech. There was a lot of these in the late 60s, early 70s, and it's going to be a bonding experience.
Pink injects it with some kind of healing serum, but it's more than that, and then it gets like jet boots and just kind of takes off and does its own thing. So
I have to use the bathroom.
Sure.
I'm going to go do that. But you can keep describing this thing.
You got the screen caps.
Oh shit. Sorry. Cables. I do have the screen caps. Alright, so Pink injects it with something, and initially she just claims it's toy healing serum, and Otaku Hero goes, it can't just be that, and then she admits it's like drugs of all kinds of different concoctions, and he jets off into somewhere, and I don't know if there's a slide for it, I didn't look at these, but eventually the toy ends up in a river, and Otaku Hero wants to jump in to go into the river, and he sees a bunch of oh shit, I forgot I have to pause this one moment. There we go. he sees I think it's a group of 3 middle-aged men who basically say, "You can't jump in the river." When the otaku I don't know, like protection squads came through, we threw all our memorabilia away into the river. That's a resting place. You can't take my stuff out of there. You don't even know what it's worth, which I thought was a fun line. But then the main guy's children show up, and they beg him to stop doing all this revolutionary stuff. And he goes, "You can't possibly understand how important the things I'm doing are." But yeah, we kind of begin the old otaku versus young otaku episode here, and as a competition to find out if Otaku Hero can get his toy out of the river, they have a swim meet. And this is a really confusing swim meet, air quotes, because I was on swim team in high school.
Yeah.
And it involves swimming, typically.
Uh-huh.
I don't think any of the activities in this swim meet were swimming related. I mean, at one point they were in the water.
Wait, did you already show the Shota?
The Shota's there, but he hasn't showed the Shota.
Okay.
Being a Shota.
So the first challenge for the swim meet is being sexy? Question
Wait,
mark.
that actually, it's like
It's not. I don't know what the challenge is.
It's presented as though they are about to do a swimming challenge, and then Blue just kind of gets really horny because guys are looking at her in her swimsuit, and she's like pretty much just like masturbating in front of them. But then the
little boy is dressed like
the son.
Son.
The son of the dad who's not watching his kids,
who doesn't want to be involved.
Instead, dresses up like a girl in a swimsuit
and just constantly
and
keeps going, "Why am I dressed like
thirst.
this?" It works.
Eclipses this episode, man. I love it. I was on board. I like this Shotokan. You know, it works.
The next challenge is sumo wrestling, and Pink looks like the Hulk for some reason.
Look, I started really enjoying the show when it got explicit enough that I understood exactly what it was doing. You know? Metaphors, that kind of stuff. I find it interesting. I appreciate people who love like anime, like Flip Flappers. I couldn't finish that show. It was too metaphorical for me. I kind of want them to
I just like the cool setting and cool imagery.
I can appreciate that,
but I get it. Yeah.
I do kind of need to be hit in the head with the point a little bit, like mostly because I, as a person, I'm just very direct. Like I want people to just tell me exactly what they're thinking or feeling so I can deal with it. And like for the first 2 episodes of this show, I didn't feel that. Like I couldn't tell where it was going. And then episode 3, I felt like its intentions, like the Gunpla scene alone was enough to do it for me. Where I was like, I get it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like they're building a mech out of building a mech the way you would as a fan of a mech. I get it. This episode ramped it up in a way where like when it's just Blue by herself, like being a pervert, it's not that interesting. When she's losing to a trap at the judgment of like elder otaku,
she's destroyed.
It's really funny to me. And like the next scene is supposed to be conceptually a lolly sumo match. It's Pink, who is like the flat-chested, smaller
magical girl.
All she says is gobo.
Gobo.
She's kind of a cryptid.
She just wears a gas mask.
She's always wearing a gas mask. You've never seen her face. I really hope they never show her face, but I'll accept it if they do. I just know it's going to look generic. She hulks out, like becomes 4 times her size, and beats the little girl. But then they reveal that, like, oh, well,
she's doping.
She obviously did steroids because she's a drug addict who's constantly injecting herself with shit. Pink's my favorite character in this show. She only says Gobo, and
Gobo,
she
Gobo,
wears a
Gobo,
gas
Gobo.
mask and does drugs all the time. I don't know. This show is made for me. I don't care if anybody else likes this goddamn thing.
No, I enjoy that a lot, and that's exactly why it'd be people like you that I would want to have present this show, and put it in a positive, constructive light that
I could tell why people were recommending it to me once I got to this point where I was like, okay.
Yeah.
They want me to talk about this because I'm gonna get it in a special way, and again, I don't think it's good. Like, I don't recommend it. We've talked about it for almost 3 hours now. There are people who will get more entertainment out of us talking about it than actually watching it. But
yeah,
if you
they could have watched it by the time they
you could have caught up on it by now.
in the time that they've been listening to this. Yeah,
but I think it's a show that invites discussion in a way that I guess that's why I think it's good art. And like all the anime we're talking about this season, I think is good enough art for us to talk about. It's why we're doing it.
Yeah.
Like even probably Dead Mount Death Play is probably the worst anime we're watching this season, and I still think it's worth talking about. This show is just so interesting and so weird and created from such a unique perspective. When we get into... So this whole episode is based around I was in the bathroom. I don't know how much Bird said about the river that's full of anime goods. But the river is entirely full of what these old otaku consider buried treasure. Like the ultimate artifacts of an ancient time of otaku. Which they think that Otaku Hero is just trying to steal. But actually his own artifact is in the river. But as they're competing for this, there's a moment where they're doing, as I understand it, this is a Japanese game that actually
It's a chicken
exists.
fight. I've done this before.
Where it's like three people holding up
not
one or
with three
two,
people,
or...
but two people. So one person in the water, and then the other person on that person's shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
This
done
one,
that
this
before.
one is more like the competition that My Hero Academia season 2. It's like a school festival. I think has done this kind of competition
I'm gonna
before.
tell you, I haven't seen that season, but what this reminded me of was School Rumble. Do you know?
Right,
that?
I'm sure School Rumble had like a school festival episode
it
or a
was
few
like,
episodes.
Ah, man, I haven't even seen the show, honestly. I've seen AMV Hell 3 where they used the scene, but it's it's groups of 3 holding up one person in like a whole... They're not underwater, but it's just them running around like trying to knock the person off of the other 3. I don't know if this is something that actually has happened in Japanese schools for it to come up more than once, or if the creators of this show are literally referencing School Rumble, which was a pretty big deal with otaku in like 2006.
I have a feeling it's a common game. That would be my guess. It's like a lot of the school festivals where they have the race, they have to throw balls into this basket, and like the white balls versus red balls or whatever. It's where like it's a tradition where 2 halves of a school like two different classes, almost like a spirit week. And like I don't know if you guys in your high schools ever had like a a week-long thing when it was like the freshmen versus the sophomores, the juniors, and the seniors.
Existed.
And stuff.
I did not participate, but that existed.
Something like
I'm
that.
sure.
Yeah, it's like that. I think it seems that way at least. And obviously, people have it, and it's like a cultural festival where like everybody kind of is encouraged or is coerced into participating in some
Bill
way.
In the chat says this is a common activity at school sports festivals. So.
That's what I would figure.
The funny part to me was that like, aren't they walking on all the precious artifacts at the bottom of the river?
That's the thing. It's like they don't know that there's precious artifacts there. That's like the twist at the end of the episode. But like they don't really know that until
the other faction knew. Like they said at the beginning, like this river's just full of precious artifacts. So I was like, why are they walking on all of them? Although,
I thought it was a surprise to them because at the end they're like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, I think they were just surprised by like how much shit was down there. Although it's weird because when they're describing it earlier on, it shows an image that implies there's way more down there than there.
One of them finds a VCR in
That
the
was
water,
really
and it's
funny.
like, wait, no,
That
that
made
that
me
wouldn't
laugh
work
out
at
loud.
all. I mean, you could put it in rice,
Mhm.
I guess, but I don't think that would fix it. It's been underwater. It was in a river.
It's really funny to me how like exactly the age I am for this show, in that like it's created again by somebody literally younger than me, like being nostalgic for something before their time. Like VCRs, if you were born in 1999, you didn't have a sincere experience. Did you use a VCR in any sincerity?
Yeah,
in your life?
VeggieTales.
Like when?
From like up until age 8, probably.
Okay, so you really used a VCR in your household as a
Yeah, it was
child.
VCR DVD
I
combo.
also used a VCR,
How old are
VCR
you,
DVD combo.
Shaybs, if I could ask?
28.
28.
Okay.
Because he's Bird, like the creator of the show's 24. So I was just
I'm
like,
23, but I turn 24 next month.
my-
Woohoo!
my family relatively are early adopters. So like we had a DVD player in like 2003,
Wow.
and like by that point VHS was dead to me. Because like anime and I even remember at a convention at NecoCon in 2014. Funimation telling the crowd like anime fans are considered first wave technology adopters. Like
yeah.
anime was one of the first categories to become Blu-ray, because like they figured anime fans are gonna have Blu-ray players before anybody else. Like it's just the type of people that are into it. So yeah, like I remember being like right on top of every time quality got better with anime, but like by the time we got to 1080p, it stopped being discernible enough for me to be like actually like, oh, I'm gonna get the highest quality download every time. Like I don't know, I'll watch a stream. It's not that big a deal to me. I grew up with so much worse, like 240p.
A stream, but also just like whatever's being seeded the most.
I'm a little lazy to even get to it, Sword, if I'm honest.
No, but that's the No, absolutely. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I'm only torrenting stuff that like I can't get.
Yeah, for
You know?
sure. Yeah, there's some stuff that's almost impossible to find.
Well, like I this summer I'm gonna be ideally I'm watching the first 10 or so Crayon Shinchan movies.
Oh, dang! How
Going
many are
through-
there
going
total?
through those.
Like 30.
30, yeah, they're plus 30 plus, yeah.
It's like
But
Shin
I'm only
Chan,
watching-
Detective Conan, Pokemon.
Yeah,
Like
Doraemon,
Doraemon. Yeah.
and Pan Man.
I have
We've done this.
fuckload of
I think this
movies.
is like the third time we've done like listing all the long shows.
Chibi Maruko.
I don't know how many. I think Chibi Maruko has only like 1 or 2 movies actually.
I just know it's where Masaki Yuasa comes from. Anyway,
But yeah, Shine.
yeah, so the old otaku, they complain about how the new otaku have the nerve to take pride in being an otaku.
When they have wives who are always getting on their case.
Yeah,
kids.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
children who they've abandoned to hang out. By the way, the scene where Otaku Hero like meets this whole faction, to me felt exactly like going on Reddit. Like you just go on and there's like 80 or so people who are like, who the fuck are you? You know, like you're gonna come here and talk about anime? Like
I am otaku.
I am otaku. That's what this guy's t-shirt says. They're making fun of the current generation that obviously Jun Imagawa belongs to, of people who are much more like, yeah, I want to be able to like what I like and people not give me shit about it. I felt this scene really hard as like one of the more confrontational otaku in America. A person... My old anime blog was called Fuzukenna. I feel like I've always been a little intense
my
about
college club, like we were very open to the fact that otaku is a derogatory term in Japan, and we're using it as a moniker of like pride, with literally branding, you know, like advertising our club in this way.
And just to summarize the history again for people, like otaku as a term in the like mid 80s was an insult, Gainax, the studio that made Ava eventually, like they just ran with it. The guy who was like the funder, basically a rich kid nepo baby, who goes by Ota King, who funded Gainax, like was big into being otaku as an identity and like popularized that idea. Otakon, the American convention, was named after that anime. Like the whole idea of otaku as a term of endearment, even though it started from that guy in Japan, I almost feel is more American. Like Americans were more willing to embrace it, more willing to call themselves that in the early 2000s. And I think that reflected back into Japan, where the culture became more and more self-embracing, more and more, like especially post Haruhi, more self-referential. And there was this whole wave of people like me who were saying, like, this is the only culture I understand, and I grew up with this, and this is who I am. And the older generation was saying, like, well, I had to hide this. I couldn't openly be this. And for me, it's kind of like, well, neither could I. It's just that I grew up with it from such a young age that I can't help myself. Like,
well, there's also, it is interesting. There are some people like Gen Xers and early millennials that do recall that period of time in the late 90s, early 2000s, where you would be bullied to oblivion for liking this stuff.
It's hard to imagine getting bullied for liking Naruto today.
Oh, yeah.
But 2003 or 4, that was entirely possible. And I'll say personally, I was never bullied for liking that kind of anime. More so Pokemon, or like being into stuff that was considered childish past a point where it was considered cool, But like as somebody who's a big fan of anime circa like 2003-4, no, it was not popular in American high schools. It was not like common knowledge. And I totally get how a guy born in 1999 and who went to high school in San Diego, like, no, that's a place where anime at that time would have been very acceptable. And like going back to Japan after that, that would actually be a kind of a weird experience to like see a culture that is somehow more sheltered about what they like than like a totally different culture that didn't even create it. Like going to America where anime fans are like very brazen, and like you can walk down this, like when an anime convention is happening in an American city, it's the whole place is full of cosplayers, like but there is no culture in America of like normality the way there is in Japan. There's no real normal in America. There's like contextual normals. As somebody who travels a lot, I've never seen like two places that are as similar as
there's no conformity.
Yeah, exactly. And like Japan is so fucking dense, like Tokyo specifically. If you live in Tokyo, like you really do have to deal with the fact you're surrounded by people all the time. Like it is a highly conformist culture, and not even necessarily to a fault, obviously anime explores that, but I think that's also part of what makes it work. You couldn't have that many people living that close together without like a heavy degree of everybody kind of trying to make it work, And so
I still would love to get to the bottom of like the particular factors that allowed manga, and I think it's manga specifically. I think that there's a lot of anime is stemming from manga, like to manga adaptations and stuff. They're very intertwined in that way. But I've still wanted to get to like how on earth did they really manage to pursue that art and do this extreme kind of experimental thing, and for it to be successful in that culture where it's so conformist and traditional and conservative. I don't want to make the very common generalizations that Japan gets from people.
I think what it is, I think the difference between America and Japan that I've observed, at least through anime, is Japan is much more embracing of the idea of having a dual life. Like that you have like this secretive thing you do and then you have like your normal self that like participates in society, and like you're kind of allowed to do whatever you want if you don't make it anybody else's business. Where like in America, like you're expected to be genuine. You're expected
That's
to
your
be
identity.
the same person all the time. Yeah. And so like if you're an otaku, that's just who you are. And like in Japan, you can be an otaku in secret. And like that's again the conflict that's happening here is like someone like Jun Imagawa, who is a weirdo, I'm going to say, based on this show and the experiences he's had, not unlike myself, a person who's moved a lot, who's had a lot of different experiences that necessarily make them hard to relate to. And like that kind of person is going to say, yeah, anime is cool, you know, and then like normal people who have to deal with like having a family are going to go, yeah, I can't be that loud about this. Like, you know, like my kid might get bullied because I like the shit you're talking about, you know? And I do think it's important for people like us to say like, hey man, if your kid's getting bullied, you know, I don't know, go beat up the kids who are bullying your kids or something. Like there's some level on which you have to just like stand your ground and say like, look, you can't bully me for what I like fuck you, you know? And this show is that. It's that line. It's like drawing the line in the sand like, hey, I understand why you guys want to be secretive about this, but society is going to break you and put you in a corner if you don't try to defend yourself and like try to stand up for what you believe in and what you like, you know? And that's where I think that fire comes from. That's at the heart of this show that makes me kind of like it. Episode 4 also, they speed up all the transformation sequences and put them on screen at the same time.
Which is great. Fun. I'm a big fan of this move.
Yeah.
Right, well that's it. Again, the you know, the various tricks and techniques of foreshortening and prolonging the bank sequences.
I appreciate them doing it in a way that kind of makes fun of themselves. Also, we haven't really touched on this yet. So there is a mascot character in this show.
Kyotaru.
I'm happy you brought them up.
Yeah. Kyotaru is
great at dying. It's kind of like Kenny from South Park.
Yeah, like Kenny ramped up to 11, like dies more than once per episode, like constantly dying. This sidekick. Ever since I learned that the artist behind this show like got into anime with Madoka, I heavily suspect this thing is the villain. Like we get to see it die so much because whatever it's gonna do is gonna be so much more heinous that like it'll justify 1 billion deaths. That's my theory.
Yeah, the thing that keeps bothering me about it is the fact that like we don't know where it came from.
Yeah.
You know, maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention, and it came from when the Otaku Hero summons the magical girls in the first place.
You're very perceptive because after he does that, like we'll get to this in a little bit, but like the thing just fucking shows up.
Yeah,
like, the girls are there, and then it's just there, and he says its name without ever being introduced to it. So I think this is some kind of mindfuck thing where like this thing is possessing his brain. We'll really get into this in the next episode. Again, episode 4 is really fun. It's about this conflict between otaku generations. Otaku Hero learns how unbelievably vast and deep the otaku world is, and believe me, it sure is. You can never stop autistically diving into the histories of everything going on here. We're in episode 5. This is where they are basically like walking around Akihabara and like the liberated zone and exploring, and then they run into an American guy. I assume because he's blonde haired and blue eyed and his Japanese is terrible. And at first he's like, "You're otaku, aren't you?" And
brother.
like, "Oh shit, we're gonna get killed." And then he like opens his shirt and he's wearing anime shirt and he's like, yeah,
He's
all
the best
broken
character.
Japanese. Yeah, This is okay, I guess I'll break this down quick because I haven't talked about this in a long time. Maybe since my text blog, actually. So, in Japan, in like the 2000s, there was an American who got really popular on Japanese TV. I don't remember his name, but like speaking broken Japanese. And since then, every American character has been based on that guy. I remember this from Samurai Sentai Shinkenger, is where I first started investigating this, a Power Rangers series about samurai. And there's a character named Mr. Brown, who's like a white American dude who shows up. This is a live action show. This is a real white American guy who's speaking like broken Japanese, like an anime character. And that was where I learned about the guy who was based on. So like it's just a trope that exists all over the place. I've always thought it was pretty funny, but like as I could appreciate why Americans would think this is the funniest shit in the world. Like anime's interpretation of how we would speak is unbelievable. Like the most broken Japanese in the world. Oh, my favorite Japanese. Like
yeah,
it's always incredible. Loud gun-toting psychopaths. Look, I don't disagree with the portrayal. I'm just saying it's too accurate. So they meet this American guy. He's kind of helping them out, but the main thrust of episode 5 is there's an old man who supposedly has a drug that will make our girls more powerful. Pink, being just a drug addict,
give me the drugs. Give me the drugs. Give me the drugs.
It's like this is my life now. I'm gonna get these fucking drugs. The old man tells them they have to go and find like the most precious figurine artifact in the world. This episode gets really weird because they like, in effort to find this figurine, they climb a mountain / building covered in snow in the ruins of Akihabara. There's like a laser grid that like they throw the mascot at and he melts into pieces. And he's like, you had to roast me just to test the laser grid. I don't know. This show gets so lost in its like metaphorical imagery and like art brain that it stops really making any literal sense at all.
Yeah.
They're climbing a mountain. Sure. They start eating the mascot over and over again because he always comes back to life. So they're like, oh, we're starving on the side of this mountain. Let's just eat him whole, alive. I loved this scene. It was pretty funny for me. They make it to the top of... Like, they get to the top of the mountain, but then it's a building, and then American guy is there, and he saves them. How is any of this happening? The show doesn't make a lot of sense, I'm not gonna lie. What even is happening here? They're, like, in a fight.
American guy got thrown back.
And Otaku Hero.
Oh, the,
Chance defending
Purple
them.
hair girl. Purple hair girl is here,
Purple Attack, yes. Anarchy... Okay, so the purple-haired girl we saw before, she looks exactly like Anarchy when she's in her magical girl form, and she attacks here. I just accidentally hit the button that makes my VLC close. So now I need to go grab VLC again real quick.
As it be, as it do.
What is... Open, you motherfucker. Okay. Media, open... Just give me a second and I'll get us back here. File. Before, hey. Skip back to episode. We were on 5, right? Yeah, like almost done with episode 5. I swear to God, we will finish this. We've talked about this show for as long as an episode of this podcast normally lasts. But luckily, most of the other shows this week were kind of mid, so I don't think it'll take us too long to talk about them. Okay, I'm almost back. Here we go. Okay. What is even happening here? All these myself's buddies? Are these myself's? Okay, yeah. Okay. Shit. So the magical girls... They're trying to break into this, like, facility that has it's figures of them, right?
Well, it looks like them. It's not necessarily them.
This episode's
Feels
so
like it's
fucking weird.
where there's this like sort of subplot going on where Blue keeps referring to Anarchy as a different name, and Anarchy's
Her
insisting like,
original
no,
name.
you call me this
Yes,
or
I think
whatever.
she's just dead naming her. Like, Anarchy Chan is not named that. She has a real name. She's like a person.
Hmm.
But
Well, yeah,
Blue and
I
Pink have never been referred to by any kind of name, so...
It's a
Yeah.
strange rule.
I don't know. I feel like there is something to that. I think that they might be, where exactly did Otaku Hero get these characters from? Right? Where did he summon them from?
I think there's a ton going on behind the scenes here, and like at the end of episode 5, so yeah, they climb the whole mountain, they save the figurines, they get the drugs that they want, and then it's revealed that the American guy actually was working for the evil corporation or government all along, because they had kidnapped his daughter and just like made him go along with this, and they release his daughter at the end of the episode. And then we also see that the scientist who gave them the drugs has just thrown the figurines in the trash. He doesn't care about them at all. So these guys are just hired by the government or organization. They're purely here to try to stop Otaku Hero. We don't learn much more about this in the next 2 episodes. It's not like this is a plot twist that's activating immediately. My suspicion is that basically everything that's happening in this show is just a plot to capture this one guy. Like, his otaku spirit is too powerful. He's
He's not even a magical girl.
No, and I even think the magical girls might be delusional. Like, it's all in his head. It's just him. He's like just such a force to be reckoned with as an otaku that the government can't control him, and like all of this is a conspiracy to get him in to a trap. That's my suspicion based on some stuff we're about to get into, but like that episode really ends with like, ooh, twists, turns, where's the plot going? There's a scene, I think this is like purple-haired magical girl like training against a bunch of guys in masks that are dressed like Anarchy-chan or something.
Yeah.
A lot of weird stuff happens in this show that I can't frankly explain that well.
And they're also cutting to characters that's like, okay, are they important? Why do I care?
Yeah,
What?
exactly.
It's like, okay.
Episode 6 was my least favorite of the show so far. As somebody who liked the first 2 more than I think a lot of people did, I didn't like 6 at all. This is the backstory that I don't think I needed. So, like, we've kind of figured at this point that the magical girls all kind of knew each other. They were all gathered together at some point because when they were looking for Pink and Blue, they kept referencing like they knew them, which made the first 2 episodes confusing as shit. Yeah, once the gang was actually back together, the show started making sense. But this is explaining how they met. And it was the kind of thing that I was curious about until I found out why, and then I stopped caring immediately. He found them in a box in the last episode. We continue from there. He just kind of brought them into his like aircraft hangar or something, and they're sleeping naked in a bed. When they awaken, we are told by Kyotaro, the little
whatever the hell it is,
mascot, that they are like little birds. They've imprinted on him. As soon as they saw him, he was the first thing they saw, and now they think he's their dad, or I don't know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's really goofy. I like her Gundam shirt that I took the screen cap for. They're all
nice.
kind of like here's a guy who, I don't know if this is this the silver haired guy from the next episode? He's got the same kind of hairstyle. He's mad at Otaku Hero for building a harem to chill in all by himself. This episode kind of sucked. Do you remember anything of this, Shaybs? Do you have a comment on episode 6? This episode
the most I remember is the flashback, and like you're getting more like background of like the very beginnings of their relationship. And I wish you got more of that, like, how do they start butting heads and developing that camaraderie that they have.
Yeah,
I wasn't a big fan.
Reason they broke up in the first place, right? Why didn't we learn?
I assumed that Blue and Pink. I don't know about Pink, but like Blue got kidnapped. I thought the organization actually just captured her, and then I don't really know why Pink necessarily split off.
I guess
But
feed her ego.
yeah, but to me, it's like, the scene where like Otaka Hero summons them and they're like, "We're devoted to you," like immediately, like that transparently. I'm watching the latest Super Sentai that's airing right now, King Oger. And that show is interesting because it's Power Rangers, the Super Sentai, that they're supposed to be a team, but the premise is that all of them are kings of their own respective kingdoms. It's like a fantasy series.
That's kind
And
of
so
neat.
yeah, so they're all individual kings, so they're all very uh isolation and like,
I wonder if like
single-minded, and
Osama ranking inspired any of that.
maybe, I don't know, but like they're all individuals and they don't want to be a team. They all want to be the person, that
Yeah.
whatever. And it's not until like 6 or 7 episodes in, or I think 10 actually, like towards the end of the first core, where they just they finally unite under one cause, and it's
Yeah.
after a lot of build up. And obviously that show is 48 episodes, so they have that time that they can
Yeah.
allot that.
That's what
I
worries me
feel like,
about this show. Like, does it even have time to be meaningful?
yeah,
Yeah.
I got that vibe from the first episode, like I mentioned. It's like it doesn't feel like it has time, but it has time. It's 12 episodes. It's 12 full length
Plenty
episodes,
of
24
anime
minutes.
have made a heavy fucking impact
Yep.
in 12 episodes.
Yep. 12 or 30, yeah. So I don't know, it's or half that, right? Fooly
Another
Cooley
was
with
like
6.
12. That's
Yeah, 13.
Yeah.
I love that
Fooly
show.
Cooley with 6.
Yeah. You can't. Well, Fooly Cooley's special.
Okay.
Suramaki's
It was made, with
different
just the
breed.
kind of circumstances as every other anime.
So now we cut to Otako Hiro driving a bunch of poles into the ground, and we learn that this is a graveyard for all of his friends that he's lost along the way.
Yeah, it's been a hard fought war. I don't know. This episode is so all over the place. Why did this scene even happen?
So that the bad guy could show up and look intimidating in just a second here.
That's it. Just like
Yeah, do you remember the TV guy shows up and kind of like freezes time and then just taunts him, like throws him onto the ground with gravity powers?
I literally don't. I actually don't remember that happening.
I do wish that like the TV guy had way more of a presence, like he was an actual bad guy.
I agree.
My least favorite antagonists are the ones that are like clearly the mastermind pulling the strings and everything, but they're just like sitting in the background not doing jack shit.
There's a real
Fucking
lack of villain
car-
motivation in this show, for sure.
Fucking Card Captor Sakura is like my go-to, like fuck that.
That's
like
really
the last
funny.
the last third of that show, you remember the fucking
I know
black,
what you mean,
the
yeah.
fucking kid in the tree. Every episode, he's just like, I'm like, dude, you lost. Do something about it. Like, what are you doing? It was so frustrating.
I guess that didn't bother me as much because I liked the characters in that show enough by that point that like I would just watch them do shit.
I would have
show
preferred
doesn't
to
quite
have them
that.
just watch them do shit, but
Yeah, the show doesn't have.
it
Quite
had
that
to be
level of
about
charm
plot
to me.
after the halfway point. Anyway.
I just
Yeah, in this show, I agree. It's just sort of like
it's that the characters again. This show speaks in so much like broad metaphor. It's hard for me to see the characters as people, as like that I'm supposed to care about. Like
sure.
I get what they all symbolize. I get what the show is trying to say, like on a cultural level. But like as a moment to moment experience, who the fuck cares if red, blue, and pink all died in the next episode? I'd feel nothing.
You love Pink. Come on.
I do love Pink, but I wouldn't feel anything if she died. There's
because the show kind of expects it, because it's killed the mascot character countless times.
Yeah,
It's sort of flippant like that. It's like, okay, I fully accept. It's not going to come out of nowhere if they kill one of these characters off. Really.
Episode 7 also bothered me because
7 was the worst one. It's like, what are you doing? Who is this guy?
6 had bothered me because it told me a bunch of shit I didn't feel like I needed to know about the history of the characters.
Mm-hmm.
7 is it's all about a new character, and I don't know. this felt weirdly like Mob Psycho in a bad way, and I love Mob Psycho, but I remember in that show,
I think I know what you mean.
when they first introduced Teruki, he was just like a guy who's angry at Mob for being really strong and gets into a big fight with them. But the fight was fucking insane in that show. Like, the animation was next level. It was crazy. This show, it's like basically a guy shows up who he is capable of controlling and creating like a fantasy world, sort of a Star Trek holodeck kind of thing, where like some AI girl he was gifted by a higher power, I guess we'll say, allows him to have this fantasy world. And most of the episode takes place in this, and there's a big fight that happens here. But the thing is, the guy's not interesting. He looks exactly like Killua, which is weird. It's a Killua clone with no personality, whose thing is like, I've got power and I'm gonna use it. And the main characters have to fight their way out of it. And like, it mostly amounts to a big empty fight scene that like, I could see, again, from the perspective of thinking of like visual artists making an anime. If he just wanted to make a cool fight scene, there are ideas in it, but there's no dramatic stakes. I just don't care. And it's most of the episode is just a big fight that I couldn't care that much about. So this
they
episode,
sat, and they also sat like blue and pink out for no reason.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they weren't in that
it's because
episode.
none of them have any conversational skills, is what Red is saying here. Even though I don't think she does.
I guess.
I don't even know how this came up.
Not as much as that other character. Yeah, it's like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Killua lookalike. So his backstory is he's a big time gamer, and he doesn't understand why cheating is bad. From his perspective, I use these hacks to become the most elite gamer. What could possibly be wrong with what I'm doing? And then he gets banned from every game, and it's such a traumatic experience that he becomes evil.
Oh no! Yeah.
I don't know. This is a weird episode. Like, it's not that I think this villain doesn't make sense. Like, okay, hacker guy, like,
he could have been one of the four kings, even though I don't think they even mentioned that.
I don't think so either, even though we're 7 episodes in. I think I said while we were watching this is like a shitty episode of No Game, No Life. Like, it's all about a game, but they don't establish any rules. In fact, they establish kind of that there's no rules. It's like,
it's also a bit of a retread of the second episode.
Yeah,
because he's
exactly.
Like, haha, you're all in my mind. And it's like,
yeah
we've done this already.
And it
like,
sucked the first time, and it sucks even more the second time, unfortunately.
Which is weird, because both of those instances could have been very obviously easy opportunities for the show to be a lot like its OP, which is very surrealist and disorienting in chat, and interesting.
Daniel Ford says, I'm pretty sure he did say he was one of the kings. If he did, I missed that.
Okay.
I would believe
fair enough. Yeah, cool.
It felt so disruptive and sudden that, like, our characters are okay. The way this episode is introduced, at the end of the previous episode, the characters were like in a sewer, like Akira style, moving through the sewer.
I don't quite remember where they're going. They're trying to raid some kind of building or something, but
yeah.
Well, they got the power. They got like the power up in episode 5, and they still haven't used it.
They got a power up, of the drugs. They haven't used it.
Which I believe the end of the episode 5 was implying that was all a red herring, and there's going to be some kind of trap for them if they try to use that upgrade.
So
but like, I would have figured that they would have, applied that twist by now.
Silver-haired guy literally just teleports them into his computer world. Like, they're in the sewer doing a thing. A new character we've never met teleports them to a new location. He's obnoxious. He's one-dimensional. He fights them for the entire episode. And then after they humiliate him, they get teleported back into the sewer. None of it fucking mattered. This episode did not matter.
Well, we have yet to
Not
see
fun.
how it matters. It's the latest episode.
I
Maybe
guess
this
that's
character kind of shows up later, or maybe it's supposed to, because of the kind of the
fair.
significant
I hope
thing,
not,
I
'cause
guess.
he sucked.
Well, yeah,
he's
but
so
I know.
one-note.
He's probably gonna end up
But
joining
there's
the good guys.
I would hope not to that capacity. I was just thinking that like it's a foreshadowing to what's going on with the main character. You know, because again, Anarchy has all these things going on where she has this previous life.
That's
She
true.
has a connection to the
She's a real
purple hair
person,
girl.
seemingly. Yeah.
And now she's had this weird psychological thing that fucked him up. You know, he's like, "Oh God," you know, or something. I think that's supposed to be some kind of foreshadowing for her. Uh, but like, and I don't think it's building in a coherent, interesting way. Because
No,
like I don't
sure.
because again, it didn't really start from the beginning.
Coherent
You know, it's like
is a word I
Yeah.
would never apply to this show. I've got on
No.
scene a screen cap right here.
The best
where,
episodes are coherent. 3 and 4.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think had actual even if 4
even 5
was
pretty coherent. Like it wasn't.
yeah.
It got weird, but it was still. I got what they were trying to do.
hmm
The 6
Yeah.
and 7 are fucking nonsense.
Yeah, similar with 1 and 2, which
Yeah.
didn't have much in the way of a structure. Yeah. Oh well.
So
We'll
they're,
see.
They're in like the mental world. It gets to a point where it feels like only Anarchy is actually interacting with the villain, and then we like enter a house in the digital space where Blue and Pink are playing
They're
Uno.
being held hostage.
Is that what they're doing?
Yeah. So what happens is
Okay, so he captured them.
the cyber runner guy, net runner, I guess you could call him. He puts like a suction cup on all 4 of our team. Then they're in the game world. That's his thing. He's really good at games, and
'Cause he hacks
so
them.
yeah, Pink and Blue are taken hostage, and Otaku Hero and why is it so hard to say Otaku Hero for me? I don't know. Anyway.
Otakiro.
And then him and Anarchy have to, I guess, beat him in a duel or something. So there's a whole sequence where they're beating him in a duel, and ultimately it comes down to otakus have such great imagination that he could never defeat him. And so eventually they just show up to like a little, I don't know, building. And the world's crumbling around them, and then Pink and Blue are in there, and they're like, wow, took you that long? That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know. This show's pretty okay.
I really want to love it so much. I wish episode 6 and 7 weren't so like weird. Because when this Uno thing happened, I was just like, I don't care. Like, I don't know what's going on. I love that she says
yeah, it's
Gobo
so
all the
strange.
time, but
Gobo,
I
Gobo,
don't
Gobo.
know. The kid,
But again, they
literally
benched
looks- He looks
they
like
benched him.
Killua. So this weird scene happens. They like beat him inside of the video game, and then they're back in the sewer, and then he's there.
de-aged.
Yeah, he's there. He looks even more like Killua, like wearing an outfit Killua would wear and everything.
His
Playing
computer
tic-tac-toe.
companion has turned into like a weird little handheld.
He's playing tic-tac-toe by himself, and Pink goes over and is like, if you take center first, you'll always win. Which I must note, not always true. As somebody who has played tic-tac-toe without really paying attention before, you could lose that way. But yeah, no, I don't know. This was such a weird scene. I didn't really Are they friends with him now? Is this Hunter x Hunter? Is he Killua? I don't get it. Sometimes the show gets a little too obscure, and I really don't. Oh yeah, like he freaks out and starts pointing.
At Anarchy and calling her evil. She's no good. She's bad. Don't hang out with her.
So he is pointing at her because
Yeah.
the way this shot is framed, he could be pointing into the middle distance between.
No,
Pink
I'm
and
pretty
red.
sure it's Anarchy.
Okay, you're probably right.
Oh, and then this guy.
So the way
he's
this
here.
episode ends, they beat Cyberman. they come back to their little hideout in the ruins where there's been a guy that continually Otaku Hero like communicates with through some kind of laptop or whatever.
Yeah, his friend is mutual.
Yes, and this guy is like, hey, we should throw this big event. We should like stream it all over the country and inspire all the otaku. This seems like a huge setup to me. Like, I was watching this and thinking, like, we've already established that there's a bunch of liars and like deceit going on in this show. I think the government is, or the organization or whatever, is just trying to catch Otaku Hero. Like, the whole show is going to turn out to be a big scheme. Everybody was in on it. They're all trying to like lock down on him because he's so powerful for whatever reason.
Yeah.
He's got imagination.
That's what this seems to be building towards to me. Do I have another? That's it. That's all of the screen caps I gathered. So, we've talked about this show for almost 4 hours.
I am so tired.
We still have to talk about 9 more shows.
You know, and I also, it's approaching 2 a.m. for me. I know it's probably 2 a.m. for you guys as well.
Yeah, it's the same. I didn't anticipate us talking about this show for so long, but Shaybs, it's really fun to talk to you about otaku and
about general
culture.
shit. You know,
General
it's great.
shit.
It's always good to have conversations and stuff. It's a good time.
I don't think you've seen any of the other shows this season, right?
No, I've not. Besides, unless you guys are talking about Gwitch.
No, that did not win the vote. Bochi the Rock beat Gundam Witch. It was one of the votes in our poll. But,
Fair enough.
I hope we get voted for it, or just watch it because it looks cool. I would love to.
I think you should. Once it wraps up, I suggest checking it out. It's a lot of fun. Good show.
All right, Shaybs, we're gonna let you go before we continue with this.
I think I'll tap out here. But you guys, best of luck to you.
Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long.
Well, you know, it's a fun time. This has been a real treat for me. It's been a lot of fun, and I just sent you guys the link to the Auto music video that Megumi Ishitani directed. And you know, you don't have to. I'll let you know that this whatever's happening in this music video has pretty much nothing to do with One Piece Film Red. It's a completely different weird side story, but it's using one of the songs, the ED from the movie, that she sings, and it's a musical. The movie's a musical. The main character, the kind of central character of that movie, is like a singer. But it is just like evocative visuals, you know. And I think I think you'd appreciate it as an animation fan. It's just like very.
I like the screen cap that is.
Yeah, even just the thumbnail, right?
Yeah,
even just that, it's like.
This.
Ooh, yeah, she's great. But anyway,
all right, man.
yeah.
It was great talking to you. I'm glad to have you on. Our chat says good night, Shaybs.
I'm seeing it. Thank you everybody for having me. It was a good time.
Yep.
Yo, peace.
Right.
I'm gonna clock out.
I'm sunsetting you. Goodbye.
Yep.
All right, that was Shaybs. That was nice. Wow, we talked for 4 hours about this goddamn incomprehensible otaku anime. Do you need a break, Bird? Do you want to take a little break before we continue with the other 9
Can we
shows?
take a maybe 6-hour break and then return to this?
You look so tired. Oh no, Oshinoko screen caps are running by.
Let's just speed run it. Let's speed run Oshinoko.
Look. We're gonna take a 1-minute break. I'm gonna put us on silent. Just hang around. Listen to the OP of Magical Destroyers or something for a minute. I'm so glad we had Shaybs. He did a great job. That was an amazing. I feel like we already did the podcast about that show. We still have 9 more shows to talk about. But thankfully, everything was mid as shit this week, so it won't be too hard. We'll be back in a moment. Hey, we're back! Ah!
Jesus Christ, are you okay?
No.
All right.
It's late.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're back, and we're talking about Oshinoko, and someone's coughing.
Okay. We're finally done talking about Magical Destroyers after 4 hours.
I hate that show now.
This might be a whole different episode of this podcast.
It has to be.
If I'm being honest. So, we watch anime. If you didn't see the episode about Magical Destroyers with Shaybs, we just recorded that. It went on for 4 hours unexpectedly, but it was really fun.
It was great. I'm going to be sleep talking through the rest of this episode.
It's going to be difficult. We're on episode 4 of covering all the other shows other than Magical Destroyers that we're covering this season, which Magical Destroyers will now be in the rotation. I hope it gets good again.
So, Oshinoko, we begin.
I hope this gets good again.
Yeah, it's not. There's a dating show. Wow, Aqua's on the dating show. The dating show has dating show drama. There's the idol girl, and she's kind of a bitch. And then there's this other girl with blue hair, and she's really reserved and timid. There's also the YouTuber girl who says things like sus.
That's true. That's mostly the subtitles doing that.
Sure, but I like to imagine that she says it. She's a YouTuber. She's probably played Among Us.
That's true. Since we are starting a new episode of this show right now, I'm going to go ahead and once again thank our $10 backers, Last Esses, M2, Hidden Music Island, Jeremy Buergo, and True Fox 1 over on back.by. You can find all our links to support us in the description. I apologize that this episode ends up being weird. We've been already recording for 4 hours talking about Magical Destroyers. It's literally called Magical Girl, Magical Destroyers. That show is weird as shit, and it took a long time to get our feelings out about with Shaybs. And now we're all dead and tired and fucked up because we're going to Oshinoko, and neither of us likes this show.
It's not good. I want it to get better. It's supposed to be a murder mystery. It's turning into not that.
It's so frustrating. Like, I thought Dead Mount Deathplay was the most frustrating anime this season.
I know. It's better. This week it was better than this show
It was legitimately better than Oshinoko this week. And, like, we'll get into it. So, in the last episode, we learned that this girl on the reality TV show that our main character, Aqua, is a part of, she's kind of conniving. She's really just trying to put on a show, which I don't even think is a bad thing. If anything, it's the same thing Aqua's doing.
They're on a dating show. Most of them are supposed to be acting or something.
And we also learned that, like, so the episode starts with her pretending that she's going to leave the show. And everybody reacts, oh my god, you're leaving. And then, of course, as soon as cameras are off, she's like, I literally can't leave. I'm contracted to be on the show. I'm just playing up, like, you know, I really have been teased at school. I really thought about quitting, but, like, obviously I know I can't, so I just played it up for the cameras. I do think it's hard for me to say, even though on our last podcast I was like, I work in the entertainment industry. I understand things like this. At the same time, this show presents it like everyone in the entertainment industry is a fucking sociopath. Like, they all just are constantly thinking about their thoughts and what they're doing. And everybody is, like, super measured and calculated in fucking everything they do. This episode really reinforces that idea. And it's a little too meta for me. Like, I appreciate self-awareness in characters. I don't think every character in, I don't think every person in a situation can describe why they are there, what they're doing, what their intent is.
Yeah, like me right now. I couldn't explain why I'm here right now. Oh.
Money.
God.
Money is why you're here right now. This episode is mostly
Right,
about...
Korean barbecue time. So they're out on the date. This is the blue-haired girl I was talking about. I think her name's Akane or something.
Bro, I have no fucking
Or no,
idea.
Akane
Her
is
hair's
the other
blue?
girl.
I couldn't even have gotten that far. What is it? Gray, blue, green?
She's very
It's all
lackluster
kinds
as
of
a
colors.
character.
And that weirdly is kind of the point.
Yeah.
This is a weird anime episode because it's basically what the message of this episode is that there are some people in the entertainment industry who, in spite of being totally well-meaning, nice, innocent people, aren't really cut out for it in a way that will allow them to deal with actually being in it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot to say about this episode as somebody who's been famous on the internet since I was too young to drink.
You know...
And
Never mind.
I don't know. This is an episode that I've seen. Okay, when we talked about Oshinoko last week, I accidentally misattributed. I talked about a video about the voice acting in this, or no, not the voice acting even. Man, my brain is fucking full of Oshinoko knowledge right now. There's a video about the character designer of this show. I attributed it to a Kito senpai. It was actually made by a YouTuber called Yiman. Yiman. Both of them talk about this show. They're both huge fans. Kito senpai has been getting super emotional about this show and talking about how, like, this girl relates to real world actresses and, like, all this stuff that's really happened in the anime industry. I appreciate why this episode's going to make some people super emotional, super sad. They're going to really care because they're like, it's like real life. But I grew up on the internet. I've been on the internet since 2001.
How is cyberbullying even real?
Just close your eyes. Like, walk away. Like, we're going to get into it. Look, I don't hate this. I do hate this bitch, though. Ruby.
She's not great.
She's just power, but not cool. This is just a face Power would make.
Yeah.
In Chainsaw Man. But Power's hilarious, and this girl sucks.
She's really not funny. She doesn't add anything to the show. She's just kind of annoying.
Yeah, I thought she would be cool, but she sucks. This is actually my favorite scene in this whole episode, and it's because
he can eat fatty foods again because he's young, and it's awesome.
I straight up forgot that Aqua was originally an old guy.
Yeah, right?
How much has that shit come up at all? He was like 36 or something, like a 36-year-old gynecologist. But like as soon as his mom died, he became such a convincing, edgy teenager. I had totally forgotten that he wasn't just that guy.
Puberty's a strong beast.
Even when you've already been through it. With this young body, I can eat an unlimited amount of fatty meat and my stomach feels fine. I really appreciate this as somebody who gets stomach aches kind of often. I'm a small person. I can't eat as much as I think I can, or as much as I could at certain points in my youth. But the other day, I threw up a caprese pizza.
You've talked about it already. Stop bringing it up.
It's sad. On this podcast?
I don't know, but stop bringing it up.
Anyway, this scene really pissed me off because Aqua and Ruby are talking about the reality TV show that Aqua's on and speculating about how real each of the characters is. This is like a layer of abstraction that started to frustrate me because the way the scene is presented, if you can look at the screen, Aqua and Ruby are like looking up at they're chibi-fied. They're like cute little anime characters looking up at a thought cloud. And in this thought cloud, they go through every single other person that's on the show and speculate about how real each of them is being. But the way the scene is presented, it would only make sense that Aqua is telling all of this to Ruby. like in real life, he's just telling her how he thinks about each of these people.
Because he's previously said Ruby sucks at being a judge of character.
Yeah, and only he knows these people and could say anything about this. But the way the scene's presented, each of the characters is speaking from their own perspective about themselves in this, like, shared delusion the two characters are having. This goes on for, like, a whole minute. Every single person he's on the show with has a segment of expressing what I guess are Aqua's interpretations of their real feelings, which obviously are their real feelings, because, you know, Aqua is just, he's just the best.
I mean, he isn't. He's the jackass.
How could he get anybody wrong? That's what's so frustrating, right? It's like, I don't know what the show's trying to tell me. Is it trying to say this is exactly how all these people are? Is this just how Aqua feels? Is this how both of them feel? Because again, it's presented like a shared delusion. Aqua's
a heavenly delusion.
Aqua's not saying any of this shit to Ruby. It's all presented. They don't move either. Neither of them blinks. It's just like a minute of two chibis staring at a thought cloud. I don't know. This scene made me irrationally angry. That's why I'm going on about it so much. Then Aqua is like on a bus.
I'm on a bus.
Seemingly alone with Blonde Girl. And basically she's like, hey, I'm the airhead on the show. I'm okay with it. This scene made me upset because literally everyone in this show is a sociopath.
Yeah.
They're all thinking way too much about what they're doing. And it's not that I don't think artists and like people in the industry think about what they're doing, but they don't do it in such a way where they're constantly explaining themselves at length to one another like this. Like,
you don't constantly explain to the people around you the inner machinations of your career and mind.
I'll even say I'm surprised how little it happens. Like, I actually do... This podcast is basically me explaining every thought I've had about anime in the last week. But, like, I went to an art school, a community college, and I was always surprised how veiled people were about what they were doing. Like, everyone was always working on something. None of them could explain it. None of them could tell you why they had the... Like, artists aren't like this. Like... I think the author of this manga, Kaguya-san, was also like this. And I liked that show a lot more because it was just funny and silly and crazy. Someone asked me because they knew that originally when I saw the first episode, I didn't like it at all and I kind of shit on it. When you and I watched it together, our relationship was more similar to the Kaguya-san characters in a way that made me connect with it and understand it more. And this show goes like as much into the characters' minds, but it's not for humor. It's totally serious. And in that show, kind of the joke was that like these two characters are so similar and they don't like, you know, they have very similar mindsets in what they're trying to do, but they have different approaches, and that's where the comedy comes in. In this show, they all just feel like the same person. It's just like a bunch of weird little sociopathic 15-year-olds thinking way too hard about what they're doing. And the only one who's kind of genuine is the one who this episode's about, and it's just about breaking her.
Yeah.
Doesn't make her interesting. We're about to get into her. Here she is. And look, I know people in real life who remind me of this character that are really just giving it their all. I don't know how this girl ended up in the entertainment industry. I don't know why she thinks this is what she has to do. But every day she trains her ass off. She does all the practice. She's like, I'm trying to be the best I can. I just don't get it. You know, like everything that is so obvious to the green-haired girl and to Aqua is not obvious to this girl. She's putting her effort in. She's really trying. She takes notes on everything everybody tells her. But as her producer is getting chewed out by his producer about... And I gotta say, this guy gave a vocal performance of the fucking century. He was
very,
literally
very good.
Shouting and screaming in this scene. She's been given this chance. She's not standing out at all. So she overhears this conversation. And she's like, oh God, my guy is gonna get fired because I suck.
My guy, he got the frisbee.
Kind of embarrassing of a position to be in. There's a
Water.
cutaway. Ruby was gonna tweet about how some bottled water sucked or something. Kana's like, hey, don't you know, brands, they're paying attention just like
Whoa.
you. Look,
Hey, brands.
I work in the entertainment industry. Literally, like, this is conversations I've had. Look, I kind of appreciate it. I want to like that this show is about things I understand. Like, the fact that it gets YouTube and Twitter to any extent.
It's interesting.
I want to like that, but, like, why do I care? I don't care about fucking Ruby. She sucks. She's not a fun character. I like Kana more, but only because she's a hard ass, and even she's inconsistent as shit. I've complained about on the last episode. It's just so hard for me to really give a shit about anything happening in this show because the characters are whack. I love her outfit. That's cool. Whatever. Yeah, don't tweet about brands you want to work with in the future. So, alright, we get into the real heart of this episode. The girl who's trying her best basically tells as much to the girl who's been dominating, and she's like, hey, just so you know, I'm not going to stop dominating you. Like,
no, I'm going to destroy you.
I'm going to get
there's
all the
nothing
attention.
you can do about it.
Yeah, fuck you, you idiot. There are things I like about the visuals in this show. Her hair looks cool in this shot. All the nail designs she did were sincerely great. But there's something that, I don't know, it's weird to me with anime. I love art. I love illustrative art. I follow lots of people like that on Twitter. If I just like saw screen caps from this show, I'd be more likely to retweet them than enjoy the experience of sitting through 25 minutes of it this week. I don't know why the episodes are so long. It's just like the fact that the artwork is good doesn't endear me to the show as much as I think it does for probably younger audiences. Basically, the girl who's sucks realizes that she has to try to be more dramatic and accidentally slaps Popular Girl in such a way that she cuts her face. She didn't mean to do that. She has kind of a breakdown about it. Popular Girl literally like hugs her and calms her down because she's
like, it's
so
fine.
amazing.
They can just fix it in Photoshop. Nothing matters. It's all cool.
If that girl slapped you that way, how do you think you'd have had the same reaction of like, I'm gonna calm you down instead of being mad that my face hurts?
She did look like she was freaking the fuck out. Blue hair girl, yeah, like she was having a panic attack. I might.
I just think it was a little too. Alright, so she's not just a great actress, but also she's a good person.
That's
Okay.
not realistic at all.
So we get this whole scene. Almost the entire second half of this episode is about cyberbullying. Alright.
I'm gonna cyberbully you to finish this episode.
This was tough for me because I want to feel for this girl.
Have you ever been bullied on Twitter before? Has someone ever told you that you look like you wear small pants? This episode is for you.
I've been made fun of in real life my whole life. Like,
Haha, yeah, right, you have. Especially with me around.
I got made, like, we went to a bar 2 days ago.
Fuck you, Debbie.
Where a woman gave me shit about you calling me your wife and me having a beard about it because I hadn't had time to shave that morning, and she had some comments about it. I'm just saying, since I was a child, I've been given shit to my face in real life.
They said that to me.
They said that to me at a dinner. I have been told I think you should leave since I was a little kid. So for me, bullying, my reaction to it in anime, I get really frustrated depending on how it's handled. Especially as I get older. Because current me, I either... I mean, she's getting cyberbullied. It's the internet. It's literally fucking not real.
Cyberbullying.
Close your eyes. Walk away from the... I was shouting these things during the episode. Like, just walk away! Look, I get it. She's a teenager, man. I probably would have tried to kill myself at her age. I'm not gonna lie. I've had suicidal ideation since I was a teen. Bullying wasn't easy at that age, but I'm almost 32.
Bullying's never easy. You have to come up with some really creative insults.
Yeah, no.
Oh shit, I did
Bullying someone else. You kicked the speaker and now it's making a tone.
There we go.
Hey, it stopped. Yeah, no, bullying other people's easy. Being bullied, at this point, like, what is somebody going to say to me? I'm an adult. What are you going to tell me that's going to make me feel emotional? Like,
got a big nose.
Such that I don't have that big of a nose.
I know, I was just trying to think of something.
I'm telling you, you cannot think of something. I'm going to sit here and be like, what, something I made fun of myself for 10 years ago? Like, what do you mean?
Your feet are stinky. That's also not true, but I'm just trying to think
I
of
don't
stuff.
know. Your feet are fucking stinky.
Hey,
you
look.
had your feet on the air vents when I was driving home last night. God damn.
Hey, look, I do hard work every day.
We do that. Anyway, this show, I don't know, man. It's a little too young for me. I appreciate what Kito Senpai was saying. Like,
how many more episodes of this thing do we have?
Of this show?
Yeah.
I think it's only 11.
So
it won't be too brutal. But I think Kito Senpai was saying, like, there's real people who this might have been based off of, who, like, have had these traumatic experiences. Again, you know, I've lived through it.
Thank you for not killing yourselves.
Yeah, alright. How does this episode go? She keeps getting
is
bullied.
standing on a highway overpass, and this makes me
I'm
upset.
gonna jump!
She does jump, and then Aqua grabs her mid-jump. She's like over the railing. She has jumped, and Aqua just comes in right in time.
Where
and just
was
picks
he?
her up. Yeah, I just doesn't... Fuck. This show.
He grabs her from falling. I was a little confused because in this shot where he grabs her, he's under her arms.
But in the next shot, he's not.
He's over her arms. I guess I can accept he rescued her, then hugged her, switched arm positions while we weren't looking, whatever. He was there in the nick of time. I guess he fucking Spidey sensed she was going to kill herself because his mom was murdered.
He's got the murder sense.
There is like 8 minutes of this episode that's just this girl reading internet comments. You know, shitty things that people say, but that aren't true. And like, it shows all the hard work that she put into being herself. Man, if this makes you emotional, I get it. Like, if you're a fan of people who have been really hurt. What are you pointing at?
The water.
By internet comments. I understand. You know, it's hurtful. I've just been here for 20 years. To quote mindless self-indulgence, there is nothing you can do to that I've not already done to myself.
Like stream for 6 hours.
Yeah. All right. Let's move through this.
What do we got next?
Episode.
All right.
Hey, that was it for Oshinoko.
Dangers in my heart.
What score would you give that episode? Like a
4.
5 for me. 5. I appreciate the drama it was going for. It just didn't resonate with me. I couldn't appreciate it. The Dangers in My Heart was actually kind of cute this week.
It's always kind of cute. But
That's
it was
true.
particularly cute. It starts off with, I think her name's like Ro or something, being Anna's chair. But she grabs Anna's boobs and Anna bans her from being her chair.
Yeah, she's usually got the other girl that's like her husband or whatever. That boyfriend. Boyfriend's not here. This girl, she sits on her lap and gets her boobs grabbed. I think this is really interesting. What our main character is sort of observing here is that Anna likes physical like interaction, but not sexual interaction. So she's got like a little bit of prudishness, but she still really wants to be around and touched by people, and she feels safe with other girls. This scene I loved because so the reason that boyfriend wasn't there, she was out sick. She shows up the next day and asks Kyotaro if he will help them study. And basically Anna's like jealous. She's like, how dare you invite him to this? But she's like, you should be doing this. Like, this guy's smart and you are an idiot and you could be learning and you'd be bonding and you obviously fucking like him. Like, she's talking to him like, hey, how come you're able to talk to her normally and not other girls? Because normally you're all like, I can't speak. Like, she's super perceptive. She's clearly trying to hook them up. She understands what's happening. I thought this was a cute scene. And then it's parent-teacher conference day.
And so Anna's mom and fucking Kyotaro. Wow, same as that weird little
the
being.
Stupid robot from Magical Destroyers.
Yeah, so Anna's mom and Kyotaro's mom and Anna are all hanging out, and Anna and Kyotaro's mom trade a candy or something.
Yes. Also, well, like, she realizes it's Kyotaro's mom, so she's all, like, embarrassed because she's, like, got a ton of loaded feelings towards this guy. Yeah, and, like, meeting, you know, an important person. She really appreciates, like, oh my god, I'm meeting the boy I like's mom. And, like, the mom has never heard of this girl. The boy doesn't know this is happening.
He finds out, though, and he's freaked out.
This scene is so fucking adorable. It's just him and his mom are walking down the hallway, not realizing she's behind them. And the mom's like, I didn't realize you had such a beautiful girl in your class. What's her name? And he immediately is like, Anna. And she's right behind them, so she hears this, and he's like, oh, fuck. But she blows past like she didn't hear it, you know. There's a scene where they're both trying to walk home in the rain. She basically ends up with his umbrella while he takes his bike home. She's trying to put a bag on his head.
She's trying to suffocate him because she's the real serial killer.
No, she said he needed eye holes, and he said that's not the problem. But she, like, forgot something in his basket, so he rides his bike back through the rain to get back to her. She runs back through the terminal.
Hang on. I just remembered something. In the library scene, when Chi is trying to get Kyotaro and Anna together, Chi goes, you know, Anna's pretty weird. Just last week, we were eating crepes, and Anna got some whipped cream on her face. And to try and get it off, she put the rest of the crepes whipped cream on her face.
She tried to wipe whipped cream off with more whipped cream.
It was pretty adorable.
It just got her face worse. I did forget about that. So yeah, he, like, brings her back her snacks. She pets him on the head. I was gonna wait until tomorrow. This is my favorite scene in the episode. So Kyotaro's asleep. He has a weird dream where he first encounters a giant version of Anna. And, like, already I'm thinking, like, you know, we've talked about the psychosexual angle of this show. He's into giant girls. He's a really small guy. But while the big version of her is standing over him, there's also a small version begging to be let up. And, like, this whole show, we've sort of been studying how Anna is kind of, she needs help.
Yeah.
There's a couple Twitter users I can think of who remind me of Anna, actually. Really hot girls who probably shouldn't be let out of their house. Because you're like, I don't know if you'd make it in the real world. And, like, he simultaneously views her as, like, this unstoppable beauty, this idol, like, in need of guardianship and protection.
And a total dumbass.
Yeah, like, it goes weirdly both ways. Like, I need to be her white knight, but also I am in eternal service to her, you know? And so I thought this was a really interesting way to present that psychologically. Also, she, like, comes to visit him while he's sick, and he's so sick he doesn't actually seem to realize how intimate the scene really is. She's like actually there to take care of him and super concerned about him.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of in such a fever. He is still convinced she's trying to make fun of him, like low key, that this is all like a ploy to tease him or something. But we even see post credits how like she showed up at the house, talked to the mom. She's so flustered after talking to his mom that she walks into a light pole.
Hey, I can relate to that. I've done that before.
You have walked into a light pole out of being flustered. That is pretty funny. So yeah, that's the dangers of my heart. It was cute. Nothing really that interesting happened. It's just really beating you over the head with like, yeah, she likes him. Yeah, she likes him.
Young love. Alright, Dead Mount Death Play. Dead Mount Death Play, Dead Mount Death Play. Let's play some Dead Mounts.
You've been Dead Mount Death Played is something you said to me last time.
Yeah.
This show...
So what happens this week? I don't quite remember. I remember it gets a lot better. How do we start?
This is my favorite episode of Dead Mount Death Play. And I think something was different here. I don't know if it was the storyboarder, the episode director. The cinematography is just better. I liked this shot. And now granted, it's not consistent. You'll go from a shot that you're like, damn, that was really cool, to like something just totally mid and normal, like right afterwards. But like, I noticed from this shot onwards, so this episode is, you know, our main character, the corpse god, inside the body of Polka, the direct son of a rich family with a bunch of siblings and other people. He's trying to figure out what his family's about, so he's gone to visit the mansion that they live in, along with the girl that he resurrected. I can't even remember her fucking name.
The zombie.
They go to the mansion. The visuals are okay. The dialogue is very mundane. I thought this shot was neat. There's Polka and the family, you know. It's Polka and Zombie Girl sitting next to each other with the two twins next to them. And on the other side of the table is Scary Mysterious Brother, two girls we've never met, and a big
Takeru, I think his name is.
And the way the lighting is in this scene, like there's one open window that's behind the main characters, casting backlight on them that makes them kind of glow. But the other side of the table, the light isn't reaching that far. So all of them are cast in shadow. And it creates this cool, mysterious dichotomy. The digital lighting looks good. I said in the first episode, this show looks expensive. Even though it sucks. Though the visuals... There's a
lot of cool animation.
There's cool animation. There's cool lighting effects. I think the character designs are decent sometimes. But they're just very inexpressive. It's not the designs, it's the way they're just, they don't say anything with their faces. So anyway, this scene goes on forever. Polka, they're at home, they're meeting the family. One girl's like really into movies. The granddad shows up. There's like the guy who's just there to try to make a deal with him, but the granddad's like, fuck you. And then he's like, if he had been more serious, I would have considered it. I don't know. This whole scene sucks. The rest of the episode's fine. Polka gets up to greet his dad. It's not his granddad.
Yeah, it's his dad. He's the son of an old man.
They're all gray-haired, even Polka. I don't know why I think he's... Anyway.
Well, but this old man is specifically old and dying.
Yeah. Polka meets his dad. His dad's like, you're supposed to say, I'm home, man. Like, you don't need to be embarrassed about running away. He very clearly knows this is not his son. They go into a different room. He's like,
hey, you're not my son.
You're not my son.
Holds a sword to his throat.
Don't take me for a fool. I know Polka. And, like, the whole time, Polka is, in a shark plushie that is on... Corpse God's shoulders. So he's there.
One of the Shinomiya or Shinoyama family is a huge fan of, the franchise that the shark is from. It's like Robo Shark 4 or something.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a detail.
But she's not a fan of like the robot part of it. She just really likes shark movies.
So much random fucking shit in this show. This scene rules. Halfway through the episode, we cut back. So we've known that these twins are being haunted by a ghost. It's implied that it was somebody in the family. Now we learn who that is. Their older sister, Shizuka. She was just asked, the younger, they come running in, the younger sister's like, I lost my purse. She's like, I'm going to go find it for you. What's so interesting about this scene is that it's presented in first person. It's a optical view of, you know, her like deciding that she's going to help these kids. She goes out into the forest, and there are these people who are literally planning to murder the children for, I don't know,
money or something.
Why? They're having a conversation about it. She overhears. They hear her rustling in the
smell
bushes.
her, I think is what it is.
Yeah, he's like, I smell something
Delicious.
And it's like a fireman. And so there's this really awesome shot where you just see her arm extending, and the background shifts from the woods to like inside the castle house they live in, to like inside the room. Like she's imagining herself making it back to the kids. She's like, I need to make it back. I need to make it back. And so, like, in her mind, her arm is reaching all the way there. But then eventually, all those backgrounds just give way to fire. And it's revealed, like, her arm burns away. And she's just been burned to a
cool
crisp.
disintegration
She's
scene.
immediately murdered by the bad guy. Just the imagery of the idea of trying to reach all the way back through all these locations that you know. You know exactly where the kids are and how you would get there.
Yeah.
But, like, that path that seems so obvious and so immediate is a million miles away because something faster than you is going to kill you from behind.
And so she dies and becomes the ghost that's haunting the twins.
Yes. This is the kind of thing that happens in my dreams a lot.
Ooh.
I'm always reduced in speed trying to get somewhere. It's really frustrating. We also learned that apparently the fire person, they're called the fire bug, I believe.
Yeah, the fire-breathing bug.
They keep leaving a message that says, this world is a buggy program.
It demands fire or something.
This reminds me of, there's another anime writer who really likes to use what are, the TV tropes for this is arc words. Like words that keep coming up throughout an arc of a show to implicate something. There was an I can't even remember the name of it, but there's another anime that did this with like burn marks in the walls. But yeah, like it's like, ooh, mysterious, cool, a phrase that somebody is obviously obsessed with because they think the world is bad. I don't know. Fucking Psycho-Pass 2 did that, and I hated it in that show. In this one, the zombie girl, gets into a fight with Firestarter Man because she's like, if you're in the line of work of killing people, you must know who I am. And he's like, of course!
Saki, the killer. How could I not?
We encountered each other just in the last episode when the kids came to the business. This guy was one of the guys who was there, and they both sensed the killer instinct in one another, but didn't bring it up at the time because it would be I don't know, this kind of writing doesn't do a lot for me. When they're like retconning in reasons they recognize one another are powerful, I don't give a shit. But they have a fight. I don't know if I'd call it cool. There's not a lot of cool animation in this one. He's got fire. They're in like a wine cellar.
Cellar? I hardly know her.
The fight leads to a bunch of explosions and shit. The main, corpse god is like protecting the children for the ghost's sake. I liked some of the shots in this. I do think this shot actually looks better with the text on screen filling that little bit of weird space at the bottom.
Yeah.
But this episode had a bunch of good cinematography. This shot, I mean, this is old school gangster cinema where you just see a car going along and then 4 other cars surround it and you're like, uh-oh, that guy's gonna die. I love that kind of shit. I like when anime is communicating with imagery. Also, this episode gets really weird at the end because Firestarter Man is also a master of disguise, I guess. He has stolen faces of people. And he took a face off a maid, so now he's like, he just looks like a woman but has a voice of like a deep voiced man, which, I don't know. Is this trans? Is this true? You know that like meme of the guy with the butterfly? Yeah. Is this trans? That's me right now. I just thought it was really funny hearing the deep voice coming out of the main character that doesn't fit at all. Entertaining, but ultimately, where this goes, Corpse God senses that there are 2 living things beyond this fire. Because one of them is fucking Lemmings, who just, stops the maid. And then, I guess, Corpse God and Zombie Girl leave? It's fucking really not clear. Lemmings shows up, stops maid girls, and then fucks off again, as he's wont to do, as we've talked about before. So Lemmings pops out of the fire, knocks this maid out, walks back into the fire, is gone. And then, I don't know, the main characters also leave? Because nothing else in the episode, we see more of Firestarter Man, but it doesn't involve any of those characters. Lemmings isn't there, main character is not there. There's a guy who's about to get, fucking murdered by these people that are called, I don't know, the Dragon Coalition or some shit. The leader of them says, I don't remember calling us that. I just gathered together all the best of the people in our organization. This show is a real thing for smiling girls with big tits unveiling their cool weapons. You remember us praising the sword girl and the machine gun girl from a couple episodes ago. This episode has a girl with big tits who unfolds this Swiss Army knife. I guess she's going to torture the guy in the chair with all these devices. I don't fucking know. It's a lot. Yeah, she's a biker. I don't know. She's Celty, I guess. So Fireman, who fought Lemmings, after Lemmings knocked him out, I don't really understand how he ended up in a car.
The police took him into a car in the custody.
The police took him. Okay. The police take him into a car, and as the car is going down the road,
this world is a buggy program.
It appears on the roof of the car, and he's like, "Oh shit!" And then there's 6 other people in the car. They start calling him an
imposter, and
they're all robots.
Turn into the same face or something.
And they're like, "Imposter, bug eater man, fires must be eliminated." So the car catches on fire, and then
only he catches on fire. I think
I think he catches on fire and it burns through the roof of the car or something. And then on top of a bridge nearby, there's
some girl with an umbrella.
Pink-haired girl, and her umbrella says fire safety on top. This is very, very Ryogo Narita, the guy who created Durarara and Bakuno. The thought of a character who has a umbrella that says fire safety, who uses fire techniques. This is Ryoko Narita is in the genre of what I call Seven Psychopaths. There's a movie called that also about this genre of just like, it's a bunch of weirdos with special powers, and they're all like, what's the most ironic thing they could do? Like, oh, umbrella, fire safety, but umbrellas protect you from water. Like, that level of logic. This was still the best episode of Dead Mount Death Play. I'd give it like a light 6. A light to decent 6. What do you think?
Yeah, 6. It's fine. It's not as bad as it has been.
It was better than Oshinoko.
Yeah, it was. That's
It was
unfortunate.
more entertaining. Next up is Jigokuraku. This was kind of a mid-episode of this show.
We didn't
Which is
even
sad
see
to say.
Gabimaru at all.
No, yeah, none of the fucking main characters are in this episode of Jigokuraku.
Alright, so I'm gonna go quickly through this one because I didn't love it. So this time we're with the blonde guy and the kind of like tribal beastie little girl.
Yeah.
They're fighting...
Islander, we'll say.
They're fighting one of the like godlike creatures who looks like this when they have been somewhat dismembered. And they're just they're curious, like, hey, did you kill all these things?
Are they people? Are they plants?
They're people plants.
A lot of this episode is just kind of like a fight. It's pretty straightforward. They're trying to kill this thing, and it's impossible.
We learned that blonde guy has really fast sword technique.
I don't know. I think this episode was difficult for me just because the last episode already pretty much established that these things are, like, invincible.
Indestructible, yeah.
Yeah, like, regular human strength, regular badass. Like, I don't know, King of the Mountain guy was pretty badass. He lost.
He's still alive. He might be okay.
That's true. We haven't seen him die explicitly, but, like, and that also could be true of Blonde Man here. This episode is just a little frustrating structurally because the first few minutes, they're fighting this plant demon along with Blind Man.
Blind Man is Blonde Man's master and trained him to be cool. So yeah, he's rank 4. This guy's pretty alright. I enjoy him. He threatens to kill the short prisoner, the island girl, and he also threatens to kill the blonde guy. But ultimately, they decide to work together.
Also, he did kill that woman who was trying to
prostitute
seduce.
woman.
Yes. He was the guy, because we couldn't remember if he had been shown before at first.
Yeah.
But he was the guy who was with the girl who was, the slut, I guess. And
a courtesan.
in this scene, we were really, like, debating back and forth, is this guy gonna live?
Yeah, it was very unclear. It was like one of them has to die, right?
A lot of these Asaimon are squishy, and as soon as they express some kind of, like, belief that, I don't know, the manga author wouldn't like, they just die. Like, we've seen plenty of, you're a woman, you shouldn't fight.
Though I will
immediately.
say, this time that isn't really true. Blonde guy didn't really say anything bad, and he gets fucked. Like, he just gets destroyed.
That's true, but we don't know if he's dead yet.
That is true.
But we were debating back and forth, like, because when Silverman was trying to attack Islander Girl, because he's like, she's a criminal, you're committing some kind of problem by protecting
and then
her.
blonde guy was like, you took a chance on me, I'm gonna take a chance on her.
And Silver-haired buys into it. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'll help you guys. And we're like, all right, maybe he'll live.
4 holes to the chest immediately.
So, we were frustrated in the last episode. I talked about how Evangelion episode 2 did this cool dramatic thing with its pacing, and how Dead Mount Death Play never cut back to the action to explain what was going on. This show does cut back to the action, but it's very frustrating because look at this. He's just dead.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He's dead.
He shot through the heart, and also the lungs, and also the windpipe, and also the stomach, and probably the kidney, and some liver.
And this is right after the other guy, like, had his throat slit. Like, they're both dead.
But the other guy's fine. He ties himself up real quick.
We don't know. Like, this scene presents it like,
This
Bam.
episode is very unfulfilling.
Evil monster kills both of the cool guys we just met. You were
Yeah.
pissed. You were like,
We got it's mostly because we got 15 minutes of them, or maybe
Yeah.
we're about to get that. We get 15 minutes of them just having a master-student relationship and eventually being bros.
that's what was so
And it's
aggravating.
these guys are really about to die right now?
I guess I didn't take that many screencasts, but yeah, so it's only maybe 13, 14 minutes into the episode, that they both get stabbed. It looks like they're dead. And then there's a solid 8 or 9 minutes of just backstory. And the whole time you're going, are they fucking dead or not? Why are you telling me so much about these characters? I can't tell if they're dead. And I don't know if I can trust the show to think that there's going to be a satisfying payoff to this, because characters just kind of die in this show.
Yeah.
I don't know. I couldn't tell what it was going for, and it was frustrating for a while because it does a lot of backstory, and it gets to a point where I'm kind of thinking, well, they can't be dead. There's no reason to tell us this much about characters we just watched die.
I think blonde guy's gonna get given the immortality juice.
I think it's possible. I mean, so basically the whole backstory is that the blonde dude grew up training under Silver-Haired Man, and originally he didn't give a fuck. He was like, I don't want to be a samurai, I don't care about any of this. But he was so frustrated by wanting to get one hit off on Silver that by the time he got good enough to actually do that, he respected him and asked to be his pupil. It takes a lot of time for this to play out, and it's fine. Traditional samurai story, I get it. It's not very unique, but it's fine. I just wouldn't care if I thought both characters were already dead.
Which I do.
And at the end of the episode, basically Blondie sacrifices himself so that silver-haired girl can run away. He can save her and escape. She's upset about it. They're both upset. They're like, we want to save him, but we can't. Plant monster kind of murders him, but it doesn't do a big send-off. There's not I'm gonna cut him into a billion pieces, which I thought might happen.
Yeah. But
Instead, the episode ends with his corpses on the ground, and there's a flower petal falling on his ninja headband, and you think, he's not dead enough. Not enough for my standards. Not quite dead. But that was a whole episode. Literally, no other characters showed up in this except for Blonde, Silver, and Islander Girl. So
skip and loaf. Skip and loaf, skip and loaf, skip and loaf.
Let's skip to my loafer, and I'll say, even though this was probably one of the better episodes of this week, it still was.
It was mid.
It was relatively mid for this show.
But good news, Skip has been nominated for Student Council Secretary. Woohoo! She's finally getting her accolades like she deserves.
Yeah, I don't know. This episode feels weirdly interstitial. It's lots of little details that would if something more interesting happened in this episode, all the other stuff would be fine, but nothing that interesting happens in this episode. It's just a bunch of little details that kind of catch us up where the characters are at. So yeah, Skip, she's been nominated for Student Council Secretary. There's a fake out scene where she's obviously the new president.
This girl's going to be president, of course. There's no way anyone else could possibly have the experience in government. Soccer man shows up.
Hiroto Kazami, year 2. And I want to mention this. It was pointed out to us by our friend Asher that this is not a shoujo manga.
It's a seinen manga.
It is seinen. It is aimed at adult men, like our podcast. And which is apparently 100% adult men. But this manga ran in a seinen magazine, in spite of all the flowers and all the slice of lifeiness of it. I definitely think this was written by somebody who loves shoujo manga, but just trying to do it from a little bit more of an adult perspective. And I do think that's what makes it so enjoyable for us. Most shoujo manga would probably be a little too saccharine and kind of juvenile for our tastes, but we both love Skip and Loafer, and it's a little bit more refined, a little more mature. I don't know anything about the author of it, but I know that it runs in that kind of magazine. This episode has some interesting... it has the kinds of sequences that I consider memorable, but while also being kind of super tangential to the show. Silver-haired guy who runs the drama club takes everyone away to show them his first ever home movie. Something he made when he was like 7. That's just like him on an adventure, and he shows it to them hoping that they will laugh at how embarrassing it is. This is a very realistic scene. Like, it's something that feels supernatural and like, yeah, this would happen. But it's also so out of place. There's nothing to do with the story that we're experiencing. It just kind of happens. I really hope that they're building something really big with this character, the guy who runs the
drama club.
Drama club. Because, like, everything about him is mega interesting, but he really has nothing to do with the story. There's a scene where he's talking about how he actually thinks it would be cool to be vice president of the student council because you have more to do, but it strikes a nerve with the girl who did not win. And
she's not happy about it. And Skip feels bad.
So we learn more about the guy who is president. Apparently he was soccer team captain. He's very popular with the boys, and he's good looking, so the girls like him. And basically, our girl, vice president, is like, as long as I can give him my notebook that I've been writing in of everything I'm going to do when I'm president,
everything will be fine.
Maybe things will turn out okay. It's really cute. I like this character detail. I like that she's been doing this. Like, she's so prepared to be president that she thinks her preparedness might help the president. Good cope. Yeah, here's him actually showing them the home movie.
Where he's doing Godzilla, right? He's doing like a Godzilla thing?
I don't even remember, even though it was a lengthy scene, but I just remember the sentiment of it. Yeah, Skip on the train on her way home, we see her aunt again. And she's like, oh, you're into this Sheba boy.
And then she hates him immediately.
Who the fuck is this motherfucker? Yeah, she's ready to do some investigative journalism, I think.
Some investigative journalism.
I thought this scene was funny. The guys are explaining in a very dangers in my heart kind of way about how when spring vacation starts, or summer vacation, I don't know why I said spring. He's literally, the subtitles are on the screen. When summer vacation starts, everybody in school doesn't see each other for a while. So there's a rush to try to ask out whoever you're trying to date so that you'll be able to see them during the summer. And everybody's worried about this, and so they're confessing to Shima, who basically is known to blow off every single woman who tries to propose to him.
Because they're not trying to be his... They're not trying to be his friends. They're after his dick.
As Ellen Horizon said, you give love a bad name. That's what they all do. I don't know what you were saying that about.
It's because I said shot through the heart, and also the stomach, and also the lungs.
Anyway, Loafer says... So, this scene is really cute. Skip is trying to invite Loafer...
To go to the zoo, right?
To go to the zoo, and she's like, I'll invite everybody. But she ends up saying, Futari, meaning the two of us, when inviting him. So she has accidentally invited him on a date.
Bum, bum, bum.
He's totally okay with this. She thinks that that's because she is non-threatening. Like, he must just think that I'm somebody he could hang out with. I don't know. I think it might be a date.
It's a date.
I think
They're
it's
cute.
a date. I love them.
Skip and Loaf.
At the end of the episode, a woman, or girl, I guess, she's their age, but she shows up, very mysterious.
Oh, right. She knows Skip. Or Loafer. She knows Loafer.
Yeah, Loafer has to, like, escort her off the premises, like, you're trespassing. They're like, what was her deal? And then Mika's like, that girl is a pinup girl on this magazine. Whoa, she's famous. Not unlike Sheba, who I think he's a
He was
model,
a child actor. Maybe he's still a model, but it's not. I don't remember.
At the very least, he's a basketball star. She knows him. It's mysterious why. And we'll find out next time. Again, kind of a middling episode. I'd give this like a light 7. Nothing exceptionally interesting happened. It was fine. It's relaxing. I can never be mad at this show.
6 out of 10.
It's fine. Yeah. All right. What's next? What did I put next in the queue? Pokemon. This was actually my favorite episode.
This was a great episode of
Pokemon Horizon.
I would say this was the least mid episode of the week, probably. We got some really good Quaxley action.
Yeah.
Or Kuvasu.
Well, this... I've been feeling this a little bit, and now I'm finally willing to kind of give it credit. I know this show's going to be forever long. Like, there's going to be 200 episodes minimum of Pokemon Horizons. It's very slow. Not a lot happens per episode. But I can tell that everything I want to happen will eventually. It just has the space. It has the time. It's letting you know, like, hey, there's mysteries. There's characters you want to know about. There's growth you want to see. We are in no fucking hurry to get there. This is not Magical Destroyers. We're not rushing through. Every episode really takes its time, and that's fine. It's a kid's show. I love Pokemon. I've been watching it since I was a child. You can't do that much wrong with me if you're going to give me some stuff like this. This episode starts off with kind of revealing who is behind the Nidoran.
The Nido thing is what the Nido thing.
This, by the way, I'm pretty sure this is Adobe Premiere. This editing software that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, so basically the person who makes the educational videos about Pokemon with Quaxley as a co-star is the niece of, I don't remember his
The guy
name.
with the rock ruff.
Yeah, the black guy in the Rising Volteckers. His niece is the one who makes these videos. We haven't seen her face yet. It matters that he's black. We're going to get to that in a second.
It matters?
It does. We're exploring the Rising Volteckers ship. There's all these different rooms we've been to before. It's cute. It's fun. This show, it does like to kind of go over the same notes again. And I think that's fine. Again, if you have a show that's supposed to go on forever, little kids have to find out about this show. Like, when I found out about Pokemon, it had been out. You know, like, I didn't watch episode 1, day 1 of it airing ever. Actually, I might have done that, but that's because I had seen the VHS tapes beforehand of the first 7 episodes. Because they put it out before they actually debuted it. But, you know, it was always clear that there's like a fuckload that's going to happen in the story, and this show is, again, really carefully paced. So no, we do not learn who that girl is. We never meet the niece.
We just get told off by a Quaxley.
She sends her Quaxley out with like a note in its feathers that says like, fuck off. I could beat you in a battle.
Because Nyoha and Hogeter, basically, they're not good at battling, and neither are Roy or Liko. They don't know what they're doing. They can't battle. They just keep spamming attacks, basically.
Yeah. Well, and the Pokemon, well, we'll get to this, but they're not looking at each other. That's their problem.
Yeah.
They're just spewing attacks. And they get tired really easily. So, yeah, like, they're trying to get better because they think that basically Quaxley Girl is challenging them. Like, hey, I'm not going to acknowledge you until you could actually fight me. This is why it matters that our boy Roy is black. Because in this scene...
Oh, he's fist bumping.
They sign up for the Rising Volteckers, who have their own app. And joining the app is proof that they've joined the team. As soon as they join the team, Roy turns around and the two brothers in this show fist bump and then do this weird thing where they both kind of like raise and lower their hands at each other. It's the most surreal like culturally divided interpretation of a black handshake I have ever seen, and I really enjoyed it. It was really funny. Shout out my friends who have been commenting on the low key blackness that Pokemon is trying to incorporate, because this show wants to be the most multicultural it can be. And I'll say, I don't even think Roy is supposed to be like black. I think he's a southern islander of Japan. There are multiple races of what are considered Japanese people, and one that has been kind of held down historically is the darker skinned one that Mugen was a part of in Samurai Champloo. Point being, I think Roy is supposed to be a Japanese island race, but I also think that guy is actually black, and it's really funny that they do like a handshake. Anyways, Quaxley, yeah, he's got messages. He's like, y'all are not gonna meet the girl unless you're good enough. They think they're going to go train against Charizard.
But then Captain Pikachu is like, I'm gonna take you on.
Captain Pikachu basically just starts maxing out. Like,
yeah,
he's just standing there showing off the massiveness of his aura like a fucking badass shonen character. This is where the scene suddenly gets amazing. So, like, in old Pokemon, right, Ash had this Pikachu that
didn't evolve.
Never
he
evolved.
Wouldn't evolve it.
Team Rocket sort of mistakenly thought that Pikachu was like all powerful, because in the second episode, an army of Pikachu blows up a Pokemon Center, and they think it was just Ash's Pikachu that did it. That's why they're trying to get Pikachu. But eventually it becomes true that Ash's Pikachu is OP as fuck, and like he won't even use it in a lot of early episodes of like new seasons, because you're meant to think like, well, that's Ash's Pikachu. Like, he releases all his other Pokemon.
Yeah.
They all go free eventually. Pikachu's always there, always getting stronger. So like you have this idea in your mind of Pikachu being really powerful, but Pikachu also jobs a lot, where like there's tons of episodes where Pikachu just loses and like eats ass, and it's very inconsistent, and Pokemon fans have always been kind of frustrated with it. This show basically
Pikachu is the best.
It asks the question, like, if Ash's Pikachu is as badass as it is, what is the most badass a Pikachu could possibly be? Like, we're not trying to make this the main character's Pokemon. This is just like all chains off. How cool could Pikachu be?
So Pikachu starts Narutoing them and creating a bunch of shadow clones.
Literally using the shadow clone jutsu. And I love this especially because, like, Captain Pikachu, the voice is the same as regular Pikachu. It's always been Otani Ikue. I think she's one of the most legendary voice actresses ever for this role. She's been doing it since fucking 97. Yeah, like, it's crazy, and Captain Pikachu has like a deeper voice than regular Pikachu. Like, it's different. It's a different character.
They finally switched up her role a little
Pikachu.
bit.
Yeah. Well, and for somebody who, she's got to be in her 50s at this point, so like
20 years of saying Pika Pika.
I'm just glad they let her do it in a little like a lower voice, like a lower octave. It's got to be a little painful to Pika, you like hit those fucking high notes. But yeah, Captain Pikachu is doing literal Naruto moves. Basically, the main point of this fight is that both the trainers and the Pokemon realize they need to like actively watch what their opponent is doing to be able to fight. Which I think it's cute that this show is starting with like such basics of like, yeah, I don't know fucking shit, you know? I do think the original show was more or less like that, and over the years we've always had the expectation, because Ash has been around for so long, like, he must know the basics. They usually introduce like a side character that they teach everything to. I think it's a little more effective to like reset to zero, and like both characters have no fucking idea what they're doing, you know? It makes it feel fresh again in a way that like There's nothing about, like, I will complain about how thin this show is because I'm fucking in my 30s and this is a show for literal 3-year-olds. I would have never had a problem with this as a kid.
No, it's great.
It's highly entertaining. This scene is really funny because...
They're all eating snacks because they're tired from battling.
Yeah, and...
Yoha likes bitter food.
They've got the... What the hell's that cream Pokemon called that helped them cook?
I forget.
But yeah, they make the food. What's her name? Loco? Coco?
Liko?
Liko wants to eat her fucking Yahoja's food. She's an idiot.
Bitch eating Pokemon food.
It's too bitter. Because obviously all Pokemon have their own style of food. This is another one of those moments where I was like, of course I know this. I've been watching Pokemon since I was a kid, and they literally say this exact thing in the original show, but I also appreciate it being reestablished. Hey, children need to know. Pokemon eat different things. Don't be an idiot. Don't eat your Poke food. You know, these are real facts kids need to know. Anyway, Yahoja beats Hogator, even though it's
a new
grass.
move. Extreme speed, I think. I think she uses extreme speed on him. Or something like that.
Accept this purely for the reason that I think Yahoja has been fighting a little longer and might be higher leveled in like. Because
otherwise, Hogator should kick ass.
Yeah, Hogator's a fire type. Obviously, he should win, but you know he's not that experienced.
Right. Quaxley gives them a map of Paldea, and it's like, map.
Huge scare quotes around the word map. But yeah, they gotta find that black Rayquaza.
Wow, okay, cool. Pokemon, we did it.
Yep! Alright, what is
Heavenly
this?
Delusion.
No, this is Kamikaze.
Oh.
This was also kind of a mid-episode, unfortunately, and, like, I love the arc.
Alright, so we're finishing up all the sexy stuff.
There's moments in this episode I enjoyed, but, like, we've made fun of Kamikaze for being low budget. This episode hit a new low of, like, they really were trying to save as much as they could. It's not that nothing interesting happens. But anyway, the episode starts with, we established last time, Loki and Bertrand and Loki went back to the capital to see what's going on, and Loki points out that, like, in the absence of the supercomputer running everything, the sick and the dead are abandoned in various spots in the city, and overall there is disorder, and Loki's like, yo, what do you own the world? How do you own disorder? It's fine. We don't really know what they're doing yet. This is all they show up for in this episode. But yeah, Loki's got to do something about this, I guess. Is Loki a good guy? A bad guy? Is Loki a guy? They use ore as a self-referential pronoun, but have tits. Anyways, in this scene, in the last episode, we left off that, I don't remember purple hair girl's name, god damn it. Riche, yes. Riche, she wants to bring down this organization, and we learn that, you know, even though she's never had sex, she used to be a big collector of forbidden books, much like our girl.
Ow.
They're both forbidden book lovers together, but she's still kind of a prude about it. She doesn't want the sex the way Al does. Also, meanwhile,
in the Batcave,
our girl Mitama is losing all of her followers and her powers because back home in the village, Atar is destroying all the monsters. This is kind of an unfortunate screen cap, but there's only like 3 frames of animation of this giant strange beast being blown to pieces.
It's a very large beast.
It's huge. It's like Jason and the Argonauts big. Wait, that's not the one. What's the one where the guy is giant and he gets tied down by all the tiny people? Gulliver's Travels. It's like Gulliver's Travels big. And then Atara blows it to pieces, and she gains literally all of Mitama's followers. We'll get to that momentarily. Riche is like leaving her session with the main characters now on her side. Everybody else wants to fuck them, and she's like, "Are you trying to fuck them without me?" And they're like, "Oh, she really does take all the newcomers. She's such a slut." So, you know, her conceit is still working. And then we learn, I'm not going to lie, this episode's a little slow, so I figured out more of what was going on when I watched it back. Dakini, the leader of the sect, is basically got a bunch of factions all over the world that she travels between. And we use this Super Mario World visualizer, which is pretty cute, to show her doing that. But because of the fact that she spends a couple of weeks between each branch of her thing, they have time to train to take it over before she gets back. And the structure of
They
this
introduce
episode,
vibrators, basically.
Yeah. Main guy, being as that he's well trained in the occult, is giving us some very important advice. Look, you know, we work full time. We travel across the country. It would be really difficult for us to get this show done on time every single week, but we're dedicated. You know why? Because if you miss a single week, you're fucked. And that's what our guy tells us. Like, if you're not around, someone else is just going to take all your followers. They're going to be, you know, during a period where my videos got too weird, Mother's Basement was right there. Scoop up all my subs and make them his. And that's exactly what happened in to the cult that our main character belonged to. They accumulated lots of members from other cults whose leaders went missing. So that's what they're planning to use as the gap to get this bitch. And also, Mitama can summon all these fun sex toys based on our main character's knowledge of, you know, the modern world, which is actually the past of this world. I think he might have forgotten that.
I don't think so.
Oh boy, can you explain what happened to Pervert Man?
So Pervert Man had a one-on-one session with Dakini where Dakini basically convinced him that he's never going to get laid by a woman, so it's okay to love his hand.
His hand is a legitimate lover. He is so inspired by this concept that now he's a total devotee. He's okay with his life, I guess. He can be a virgin now because his hand is okay. It's enough to make him a traitor. This is pretty funny. I love
They're
this.
in the spanking thing now.
So Dakini sees that Riche is trying to tell her followers to do things that she didn't say. So she says, lock them all up. And this show has a lot of these scenes that are like 8-bit, where it just goes into pixel art.
A good example of saving money.
It is, but this scene actually isn't strictly pixel art. It's actually 3D. It's harder to tell in this image, but she walks from one side of this like trap that they're in to the other in a 3D environment. It looks really cool. There's only a couple shots like that, but I'm a huge fan of that aesthetic. So she's got them all locked up, looking like they're ready for a big spanking. This was a little frustrating. We've talked again. All these shows keep doing the anachronic storytelling
Not a fan.
when it's not really necessary. In
We could
this
have
show,
just done this last week.
there was literally no reason not to just do all these events in order. I guess it's a little more dramatic that, like, she starts interrogating Purple, then we learn why Purple can withstand the interrogation, then we cut back to her doing so. But the pacing is weird, because, like, you're in the spanking scene, then you suddenly cut to, okay, let's do what we had been doing for the 3 weeks that we were just discussing leading up to the spanking scene. And then we cut back to the spanking scene, and it's only when she's using the fruits of her skills that you feel like, okay, now we're finally making progress. Again, this could have been ordered normally, and it would not have made a difference. It would have been probably better, actually.
Yeah.
And also, unfortunately, when we cut to how the training worked, it literally reuses most of the animation from the previous episode of main guy, all his clothes exploding off. He seduces her. Practically the only difference
She
is
pees
that
herself again.
yeah, she's wearing a collar this time. That's it. Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of the images are literally the same. It's like watching a magical girl transformation, but like, it's a joke that was really funny the first time, and now it's like, oh, it's that again. I mean, it was funny last time. I'm not gonna laugh again.
So, Rish is in the spanking machine, just basically talking about how much she loves Dakini. It's all an act, of course. She wants everyone else to follow her, or feel sympathy for her, at least.
Basically, it turns out that she is just a better cult leader than Dakini. Like, that's the main twist here is, main guy recognized the potential in her as somebody who understands better than Dakini does, like, how this should all be done. So she gets the crowd to support her. She, like, is basically begging for mercy in a way that gets the crowd to beg for mercy because they can't see how she's done anything wrong, as per their faith. It's pretty clever. I like all the plot elements of this episode. It's just that the way they're presented is a little awkward. This is a funny scene where Pervert Man, having betrayed them, has locked all the main characters in like a jail cell. And he's, talking about his hand being his only true lover. This has to be an Attack on Titan parody. Like, the way it's drawn.
It's Connie.
It's literally Connie, yeah, when he, like, locked them. That happened, right? He locked them all away in that show? And he gave a speech about it?
Yeah, I think so, because of his mom being a Titan.
Yeah. Definitely very Attack on Titan. I thought that was funny. Alright. That's
Is
enough
this
of
the final
Connie
one?
Katsu.
Are we here?
This can't be the final one, can it? No, Dr. Stone is always the one I put last.
Oh,
Heavenly Delusion
I'm so sleepy.
was really emotional this week.
It was very sad.
It was really fucking sad and fucked up.
So we pick back up with the medical protesters, and pretty much devolves immediately. One of the protesters throws a rock, breaks some glass. The science people throw one back, and the woman without a leg loses her balance, falls, and cracks her head. It's unclear if she's dead or not.
She's sort of their leader. I think she's dead. What was more unclear to me was, like, did she die from this, or did the guy who took over her faction, like, kill her? It's a little unclear. Maybe it'll be explained more, but it does seem like the faction they are protesting just simply threw a rock. I don't even know if it hit her, like, if she was trying to avoid
No,
it,
she
it
just got
fell.
scared by it.
But she hits her head on the pavement and seemingly dies. So this is enough to throw that faction into chaos, but they can't immediately do anything about it because they don't realize it's happened.
So basically, we see Dr. Usami,
I think.
He just tends to some patients. He helps some people out, but there are too many people asking for help, so they have to move on because they need our main character to kill someone.
Sort of as I thought, like, in the last episode, the people who are complaining about Dr. Usami, like, it seemed like their expectation was he will perform a literal miracle. And when they got, like, automail, they just were upset. And that's what made those people seem super, like,
Silly.
shitty and ridiculous. And that is kind of what this leads in on. Like, yeah, no, Usami's a great guy. He's helped out a ton of people. They all seem to love him who, like, understand that they're not going to get their limbs back, great doctor, he helping out people, but he's got I don't know if it's established
It's his
that
daughter or something.
Is it his daughter?
It doesn't say that.
It's a girl that may as well be in that he's been taking care of her for so long, but
So this girl, she'd been alluded to in the prior episode. She's only kept alive by machines. It looks like a pretty torturous existence. It's the only reason this hospital exists.
no arms, no legs,
Missing an eye.
missing an eye, covered in bandages. According to Welcome to the NHK, this is the definition of Moe.
Okay.
She's the most pathetic creature you could imagine.
Well, so anyway, Usami explains that the reason she's like this is because man-eaters become that way because they are humans who have a disease, and the only way to stop them from becoming man-eaters is to cut out the diseased part and keep them alive. And so, Usami asks our boy, can you kill her? He can. He can kill her.
Yeah, this girl has been having her limbs removed as they become infected and is being kept alive because if she dies, she'll become a monster. So, like, this is one of those scenarios where it's impossible not to immediately, like, love and care about the characters because, like, this is all out of nobility, right? She's just trying not to turn. Like, obviously she wants to fucking die. Her existence is sitting around on a bed connected to tubes, barely alive. This is not a life. But if she dies, she'll turn into a fucking monster. So she's not trying to do that. Very noble to keep yourself alive in circumstances such as this.
I don't know that it's necessarily her choice.
I think she would have asked to die. If she, I mean, what this episode's about is her asking to die, or him asking for her to die. Like, oh, we found somebody who can do it. Like, you know, without her turning into a zombie and killing us all. So, like, I think it's fair to say that she would have wanted to die at any point if it was possible, but is literally living so that she won't turn into a fucking thing. And that's why he's keeping her alive. And it's all kind of taken as just a fact of life by them. Like, this is the life they've been living, you know? They're not, like, depressed about it necessarily, but the opportunity's here.
So she can communicate through a tablet. Our main character finds out that he can in fact kill her and goes, but Maru goes, what does she want? And she wants to see the sky one last time.
Yes, she communicates on the tablet. Please let me see the sky one last time. And Hiruko says, can we please bring her outside? We only need to travel this far.
She just needs to see the sky. And Usami's not for it, but eventually he just does it.
I gotta say, this episode, man,
it's very heavy. It's very sad. I'm trying not to go too deep because it's really worth watching.
We met this doctor at the end of the last episode, asking us to kill someone. Everything we know about the main character this episode, we learn in this episode alone, and it's not. What I think is so impressive about this episode is that it carries so much emotional weight over literally so little distance. As she says, it's only this far.
Yeah.
All we have to do, literally this whole episode, is about, can we get that girl with no limbs from her bed
to the sky,
to the hallway where she can see the sky so she can die peacefully. That's it. Does that sound heavy? Does that sound difficult to watch?
It does.
Oh boy, does it get that way.
So, as they're doing this, as they're working to take her out into to see the sky, the protesters are storming the science place because the man-eaters that were in the basement are all dead. The guard that had been guarding the basement previously runs out to and he's on their side, runs out to let them know where to rush, and is immediately murdered, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, so the resistance force has immediately resorted to violence after their leader is gone.
And they say, revenge for our leader.
Meanwhile,
the girl's killed.
Yeah, Maru, there's a really trippy, cool sequence where he, like, goes into her heart to kill her. And, like, we've seen that he interfaces with the monsters in a kind of way like this, but this is the first time where it's presented like he's literally meeting her soul, like greeting her and saying goodbye, and like it's really tragic. Obviously her blood is all over his hands, like dripping down, and like he feels fucked up about it, but like it's what you have to do. Like, she can't fucking go on like this. Yeah, it's fucking rough.
It's sad.
And then the dad,
so the
tablet,
the tablet has a bunch of last messages from the girl to the doctor, and it basically goes, "Thank you for letting me die as a human.
Thanks
Thank you,
for
thank
giving me
you,
your
thank you."
eye. I
Thank
love you. And he's just fucking crushed and crying about it. And you're like, as we were watching this, you were like, as a man, how are you crying right now? And I was like, if you told anybody why he was crying, they would start crying too. Like, it's fucked.
And so the protesters take over the place that was previously the hospital because they have a bunch of generators, and there's a man-eater alive. Everybody's gonna die.
Yeah, they didn't get all of them when they did it in the last episode. So I suspect both factions will probably just be entirely eliminated if we learn anything about what's going on here. I don't need to show you much more than this image to understand what's about to happen.
Usami's really sad. He's hanging out with the corpse, and basically
he carries this girl around
for like a whole
several
day.
scenes of him just like over shoulder, like carrying the corpse of the girl. Like, obviously he knows she's dead. He's accepted it, but he is not ready to part with her. Ever. This is all he's been doing. This is what it was all about. He helped all those people so that they could help him keep her alive. She's dead. What's left? This world is a fuck.
So that's this episode.
Yeah, he shoots himself in the fucking
It's
head.
really, really sad.
And I actually, this scene that really got to me.
Oh yeah, they find him and are like, "No, why'd you do this, jerk?"
It's that Maru is like kind of blaming himself. He's like, everywhere I go, it's just fucking death. Like, I killed that girl, now he's dead. This is fucked up. And Kiriko clings to him. And like, remember, she's got a sort of complex about, I am actually a boy. I'm my brother and my body. But like clearly likes Maru at the same time. And so I liked that the emotion kind of overcomes the pretense in this scene.
Sure.
And she's just clinging to him. And like, speaking personally, nothing makes me sadder than the person I love blaming themselves or like being down, like being like, I can't exist anymore. And it's like, oh, well, that's, like, well, shit, if you think you can't exist anymore, what am I supposed to do? I just thought it was a really intimate way to make her care about him in a direct fashion, where like he's feeling so bad that no matter how expressive or clingy she is, it's not gonna even seem it doesn't seem weird. Like, it doesn't even seem romantic. It's more like what has happened in front of them is so fucked and harsh, that like she's just trying to keep this dude alive,
Ohio Sakai, good morning world.
Oh yeah.
Wait,
also,
no, I forgot there was like a flashback scene too.
There's
it
a
had
weird
been like
ending
3
scene.
episodes since we'd had one of these.
It's been a while since we visited the facility. The little girl who's got like kind of odd eyebrows has like a dream. I don't know. She's in a tunnel. She grabs hands with somebody. I suspect it's the kid
she
who already
goes,
died.
"Oh, you're here. It's not scary then."
She's probably got the disease and she's gonna die.
Yeah.
All right. Ohio Sakai.
Hey, good morning world. All right.
And actually, oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I spent all week thinking about how I was going to talk about the music in every show this week, and I didn't talk about the music in any of the shows this week.
Oh, well.
I
talk about
can't
the music
believe
next
I failed
week.
so hard. I will have to. There are some shows with amazing music, some shows with okay music, and some shows that use it really poorly, like Dr. Stone, where the music is always at 11 and amazing, and
but not well.
It doesn't
timed.
always fit what's happening in the scene. It's just such a loud and intense, like, it's trying to be as shonen as it can, while like the plot is about science. Like, it's nerds.
Yeah.
It's nerds acting really intense.
So they show up to Petrification Island. I guess they're hiding behind a rock or something. At some point, it's discovered that Suika
Is there.
She snuck on board.
She's stowed away.
But they're sending the smallest team they can possible
so
onto the mainland.
It's funny because 2 episodes ago we established everybody who was on the boat.
Which was everybody.
We had some commenters who complained about how like the show really had a chance to reduce the size of its cast.
Yeah, and they didn't at all.
Didn't. And it gets even funnier that Suiko's on board because it's like, great, like, even more fucking characters.
And later in this episode, we get even more characters.
She's told that, he's just being strict with you because he
doesn't want you to die.
You see.
Imagine how he'd have to react if you were killed.
This episode starts off kind of lame and then rapidly ramps up to be the best
scary
episode in a while.
Ukyo basically goes, hey, can someone go look at the seafloor? And so Ginro dives down and he sees a bunch of statues. And Ginro's like, yeah, that's not weird. We see statues all the time. And Ukyo goes, no. When the petrification happened, there weren't people on this island. There's something very wrong here.
Yes. Why would there be petrified people here? So immediately this raises the idea the petrification wave has happened more than once. This is fucking huge.
It's spooky.
It's the whole plot.
Here we go.
Has been about the petrification. We've never known fucking anything about it. And now we know it could potentially be happening multiple times. Oh, not just potentially, it literally happens.
Oh no, Chrome and the old man.
Remember how they sent out the smallest recon team they possibly could?
Well, there are characters now. Woohoo! Our cast is cut down.
Our cast has been cut down. Everybody gets turned to stone except the recon crew who discovers it and freaks the fuck out. Yes, Suiko was thrown to shore by Ryusui at the last moment, is what she says. This is
oh my god, scary
Senku's reaction, and I want to comment on like this manga is drawn by a guy called Boichi who
The Rock.
Sun Ken Rock was actually the name of the first thing he did that got popular. He's a Korean artist who Sun Ken Rock is basically like about gangsters in like the city just like beating the shit out of each other. It's got like lots of prostitutes and stuff. It's aimed at an older audience than Dr. Stone. He's done a bunch of manga, but what I would consider his trademark is that he draws his characters really different in every panel. There's almost no consistency, except that he consistently draws the same types of weird expressions. So this is like a very Boichi drawing of like half completely in darkness, this like super serious, ridiculous face that he's making, finding out his friends have been petrified. I just thought it was really cool. I like that this anime really tries to adapt how different the characters must look panel to panel in the manga into animation. They also introduced this girl who Boichi
Amaryllis.
His vision of beauty is basically the tiniest mouth and the biggest eyes humanly fucking imaginable.
Yeah.
And then some kind of, even though the characters might be fair-skinned, some kind of African-American style. Like her hair, she's wearing
she has dreadlocks.
Dreadlocks. Boichi loves like incorporating those little aspects of like American, African designs into his characters, regardless of how much fucking sense it makes. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Soyuz is immediately in love, and Kohaku's like, we need to, Gen rather is like, we need to take this tactfully. We need to go up to her. First impressions are everything. Basically, Senku just walks up and is like, hey. Where's my treasure chest, bitch?
Yes. And they're worried that she could be the one who caused the stones, all kinds of stuff. But they see 3 guys proposing to her all of a sudden.
And she turns them down because she is betrothed to the master or the leader or something. Yes, the leader.
I love that Kohaku is so excited about this. I will be upset if Dr. Stone ends without her literally bearing Senku's child. This woman wants this man more than any other woman has ever wanted a man. She just wants. She thinks Senku is she literally thinks he is the greatest genius of all time. She's just like, this man thinks on a level I can't begin to comprehend because she's kind of a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
But she's really strong, and whatever she can do for him, she's very happy she can do it for him because she thinks he's like literally the ultimate. And all the scenes where she like brags about him are really cute.
They are adorable.
She's always like, well, Senku thinks like this. Of course he would make those decisions. I'm just saying, they gotta have
Let's see
children.
how it plays out. Alright, so Amaryllis is sad. She's going to be taken to the master tomorrow to become a bride of the inner
Is
palace.
she sad? Because actually, she's carrying a basket of mushrooms, and she like squirts juice, salt water into her eyes to make herself cry. Because she's trying to pretend that she's really happy that the guys from the island proposed to her, and that she would totally take any of them if she wasn't. So I have to go to the master. Actually, she super wants to be married to the master, but it's so she can stop him because he's in control of the
petrification beam.
waves. But anybody she
Soyuz
thinks
gets
is the
a big
master,
hug because she thinks he is the master. She says, "I love you." He is embarrassed.
Big time hoe
energy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Everybody who says they're because first
She's
she
a
thinks
gold
it's
digger.
him. He passes out. They're like, it's not him. And then Kohaku's like, if anybody's our master, it would
It's
be
Senku.
Senku. So she does the same thing to him, and he's just like, ugh,
I can't be fooled by your
gross.
tricks.
What a hoe.
So
I forgot
tear gas.
I forgot this happened until I rewatched the episode. They like
Right.
to bypass the other villagers. They just tear gas them.
Yeah,
I guess
the villagers are fighting or something, and so Senku goes, "Gen, we have to use this," and then they tear gas him. It was pretty weird. It was out of nowhere, but
it was
cool.
an odd one.
She looks cool. She's standing there.
She basically says that she spent her whole life training to be the prettiest girl in the village,
Which is convenient.
so that she could be with the master.
And
I
figure
guess
out
she
the secret.
succeeded.
She's about to go there.
I like her. She's cute.
She's fun. I like her. She's a good new character. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's it. We did it. We covered
All
all
right,
the
ladies and gentlemen,
anime.
I am going to go lay down right now.
It was
has
only a
been
6-hour
such a wonderful
podcast.
time with all of you. Thank you, Shaybs, for being on.
Maybe it was only if we're gonna split this into 2 episodes, right? Magical Destroyers went on for 4 hours.
4 hours, and this is
the
gonna
rest
be
of
an
it
hour
went
and
on for less
45.
than 2. But it was kind of a midweek for most of the anime, so I'm glad we had a long, meaty discussion on Magical Destroyers. I hope you all enjoyed this ridiculously long live stream / podcast that I apparently am gonna have to edit or something.
Oh yeah. Just download it on the
blah.
laptop and
I have to. Okay, it's 3:50 in the morning. I'm about to edit this podcast, then create the shorts, and then by the time I'm done with that and I fix up the car, we will hit the road to drive to Iowa from Kentucky. So it's gonna
Thank
be
you
10
for
and a half
listening.
hours.
Check out our Patreon. Check out our Backed
The
by.
sooner that you guys support us to the extent that we don't need to I love driving around the country. We're going to do that anyway.
But I can't wait
But
until
I
we
would
can do
rather-
it for fun.
I would rather be driving around to go to conventions
Or camping.
than to do what we currently do. So,
Hey,
also support us on
uh,
Patreon or Backed by.
Toyota just introduced their new Tacoma.
Yeah, I want it.
Buy
It looks
me
really
a Tacoma
nice.
Trail Hunter, please.
The Tacoma
That's the
Trail
new
Hunter
goal.
is fucking sexy.
Anyway, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are on Patreon. We are on Backed
This
by.
was a lot
We
of fun.
appreciate all of you. And remember,